ठीक, मुझे नहीं पता क्या चल रहा है इस समय। लाइव वाइव का क्या सीन है? हेलो हेलो हेलो, हाय गाइस, गुड मॉर्निंग. No matter what time zone is, but good morning is always a good morning. Firstly, like just like we have started 8 minutes early. That's okay. Just let me know if audio and stuff is okay. अरे यार, हर जगह चलिए तो. So yeah, like whosoever is here, let's write hi, hello, anything whatsoever. Just let me know, like whosoever is here. And yeah, this stream, yeah, we'll actually start off at 10 o'clock. What this stream is about, what to expect from this stream. We'll try to have it as long as possible. यार लिखो फटाफट, whosoever is here, क्या चल रहा है, क्या नहीं, कहाँ हो, कहाँ नहीं, everything. Hello hello Gautam IT, Vamsi, like lovely to see you guys back. Familiar names एक तो होता है. Yeah, we'll also do one thing today, that we'll actually have a bit introduction about you guys also, so that I will remember. Amrit, hi, good morning, nice day, start coding. Yeah, we will. Let's have a 10. Like we'll start at 10. We'll start it a bit early for this stream, but quickly, like whosoever is joining in, like we can see there are 10 folks. Hello Warzone Gamer, hi. We have 15 folks. Just quickly write down like hi, anything, like so that I can know, okay, if we have someone, because the stream will go a bit long, and for sure we'll actually discuss at around 10 that what to expect from this stream. But meanwhile, Gautam, what happened these days? Like it's a very hard to tell. Like you will realize that it's also one thing which I was thinking to tell you guys. जितनी मस्ती करनी है ना भाई, कॉलेज में कर लो. When actually your life starts off na, depending upon the work, it will be done, legit done. There will be times बहुत ज़्यादा काम, there will be times कि ठीक है moderate काम. So that is one thing. Hello Akhil, hi. Where were you my guy? मैं तो यहीं था, like legit. I did not go anywhere, like neither gym, कुछ भी नहीं. तो yesterday I went gym after like 2 months, पता नहीं how and half months. पूरा हाथ, पूरी बॉडी दर्द कर रही है, पता नहीं क्यों. अतिशय कुमार, हाय, गुड मॉर्निंग. हाय अखिल, फ्री ECET coaching, could you please tell me the motto of this live? Yeah, we'll start off this live. So firstly, let's have 10. So after 5 minutes we'll actually discuss what this live is about. But just for you guys, this is firstly for interaction with you guys, because it's a big live stream. It's around, I plan to do a 1-day live stream, 24 hours, but my flight is actually at 3 a.m. tomorrow, so I have to leave from here around 10ish or 10:30ish in the night. So I cannot go beyond 12 hours for today. And tomorrow is Sunday. Tomorrow we have contest. I would be traveling. I would be going back around 8 a.m. Maybe I'll give the contest, but yeah, for sure live stream will happen. So I could not, like, it was not possible for me to do, for me to have this live stream tomorrow. So like it's the reason we are doing this today. But coming back, yeah, firstly, whosoever is here, just write down hi, hello, so that we can actually get to know कि कौन आ रहा है, कौन है नहीं है, and all that stuff. And also we'll actually get to know each other a little bit. You can ask as many questions as you can, whatsoever, कुछ भी you can ask. We can also have it mixed, हर चीज का. Now just a quick thing, इसके अंदर we will discuss October. I looked for, so if I look back, there were actually 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So in October we had 7 contests. we will try to go from back, which means in the reverse chronological order, and we will try to attempt. Yeah, again, in this I have not, like, in between once or twice I was just going through some of the questions back, like around a month back or so, but I did not solve any of them. So that in this stream you will actually see it. Firstly you will actually see that how I approach a problem. If it's new, it might happen that we could not, like, we won't be able to solve the problem. It might take a little bit time going through all the possible solutions, working around the solution and all that stuff, and then maybe we will ultimately have code, we will have bugs, we will resolve those bugs. So everything will be like, I have not solved the problems, I have not written the code for them, I don't know like if it would work or not. It might happen that it might go for 45 minutes, one question itself. Maybe even if we try, we might not be able to solve it. Everything can happen. So please don't come with expectation that I am actually telling you the intuitive solution. The live stream is just for the purpose of, from scratch, knowing nothing, just speaking out loud and discussing with you guys how a possible solution would look like and what I am thinking right now. And there is a high chance, as like in the last comment itself, why this video was made, because of this comment of like one of our folk. So like he just commented that, okay, the last previous live streams had been a bit painful. Oh, sorry, the last previous contest had been a bit painful, so we wanted to have a bit discussion about the problems itself. I thought it has been late, so there can be chance you can look for on YouTube. There would be short, concise solutions, but the video primarily is based for the motive of how we are about to approach a problem. Just imagine that it's a fresh new problem for me, for you. Now you will see that, and again I'm saying there's a highly chance that code may बहुत सारे bugs हो, code might not work for multiple tries, maybe we won't be able to solve it. We have to look at the solution. Maybe it will happen. Everything, let's say if we look at the solution, so how we look at it, what we look at it, where we look at it, how we understand that, everything from scratch we will see. Even if, let's say, we got to a solution, but it can happen that maybe for some problems of graphs, DP, it's easy to write the code, but let's say for 2 pointers and stuff, it's hard. Like, it's my personal thing, which I feel like for me, okay, if I want to write a graph code, like graph or DP code, it will be very fast. But if I want to write a line sweep code or a 2 pointer code, so it will be slow for me. So everything from scratch, we'll actually be seeing that what's gonna happen. So that is the entire motive for the entire problem, like entire live stream. Again, going on from very, like, from the reverse chronological order, from the weekly contest, then bi-weekly, and then like going backwards. We will try to wrap up, but in the between you can ask, you can, again, we will discuss what's your approach, will that approach work, what you want to say, how you about to, like, how you would go about the about that problem. It's not about kitty, I know the solution, I'm just like maybe having a discussion with you. Okay, it's a solution. It is more about, I don't know, you don't know, or maybe you might know, just still, like, you might say, okay, if that is possible, if this is possible, maybe we can try this, maybe we can try that. Yeah, so that would be it. We have a few A8E. I am thinking it's Abhi. Good to see after such a long time. Thank you so much, Abhi. Good to see you back. Akhil, start solving. Yeah, bro, we will. Sudh Ghosh, off campus कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है, कुछ एडवाइस दे दो यार. ऑफ कैंपस कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है. सी यार, मतलब I'll just say there are a few websites, मतलब वही जैसे LinkedIn, InstaHire, and like Naukri.com and all these, and like Naukri.com, it seems like, okay, it's not a good website, but yeah, mark my words, it is actually good. So just apply on, see, again, it's a highly luck based, and also when I say luck based, I am actually true. Interviews are 50% luck based. Why luck based? Because in a short interval of time, you can only solve a problem when you actually have seen a similar problem or exactly the same problem. There can be a chance if two candidates are there, you might have not seen that problem, but the other one has seen it. But still, you both will be actually like be analyzed on the basis of that question itself, which is not fair itself. So, but yeah, that is how it works. So no worries, just apply as many companies as you can. Startups, any startups, maybe remote jobs also, anything whatsoever, just you find, just apply and just keep on getting those interviews. Cool. Take a challenge to solve 100 to 50 questions that ask top companies from the last 6 months. I was thinking for it, but like for that I actually have grabbed those questions, or I'll grab it and then we will start this. That's a good one. Let me just start recording itself because I don't want this live stream to go. If it stopped, then everything is messed up. But yeah, cool. Okay, thanks. Start solving already? No, we will start. Cool. So now we will start off. Any one of you who joins in, just write a hi, hello, so that we can actually keep on interacting. So we have Gautam, Amit, Vamsi, Nupur, Akhil, Amrit, Free ECT Coding, Sudit, and Ria, Atishay, and so on. So yeah, if we are ready, let's start off. I'll just make it like this. Cool. So we'll have a count of problems, and we'll just start off with this. So the same way we'll go off. Let's say we are starting off. Just let me know if everything is clear, audible, visible. If there can be a chance the code might not be visible, there can be a chance that something else is not visible. Just let me know meanwhile while you are doing. I am just having a look at the live stream right here. If I have to copy paste some kind of screenshots and stuff, I will paste it right here. I'll keep this for the code itself, and this would be right here to actually explain and for me to also just go through it, the example itself. Cool. Weekly contest. Okay, let's actually move it right here. Weekly contest 369. Cool. Let's have, like, we'll just go off the same way we go. We have the 4 problems itself, and yeah, for sure. Where you will stay in Bangalore, which area? It's near around the office itself. If you know, it's card business pata nahi. If you know, if you're not. So we have these 4 problems, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 might, maybe not. Okay. Easy, not sure. Let's see. I also heard that in this contest there are also problem 7. I'm not sure how we will solve it, but yeah, we will be seeing that also. Let's quickly. Okay. That's hard, but we will have to anyway get this entire thing done. Whew. Again, if you have solved it, just start discussing. Like, we will start discussing the problem itself. Please, whensoever you are right here, and if the folks are here, please, just as soon as you come, please introduce yourself and please let me know. And for sure, a big thing I want to know about you guys, that in which year you are in. And also you are preparing for placements or internship, and when is the nearest placement, as in, like, if you're preparing for internship, so okay, you are preparing for the next 6 months. Your internship is in August, like 2024, or like June 2024, which means exams of that internship, I'm saying. If you're preparing for placement, so your placements are, for example, like this. If let's say your placement time has passed, but still it is ongoing placements, so you can just write. So just mention, okay, that you are in which year, and I'm just hoping that all of you might be, like, most of you would be in college and most of you are working. So if in college, just let me know that in which year and what is the time that your placements is about to come. So that will help me to actually analyze you guys and be a much more constructive about what I should deliver next. Cool. So we will simply paste it down just for simplicity. We also keep on looking backwards on this page itself, just to make sure that we are on the right track, right? Cool. Or I should firstly paste it here. Yeah, jo bhi hai. Cool. Now let's starting off with this first problem. Seems it should be easy if it's a first problem itself. Cool. Find the k-or of an array. Right. Meanwhile, please do write down that thing which I asked you guys, just to ask to know you that how it is going like and how stressful is your situation right now. If you have been placed, just let me know in which company or in which thing, like let's say in which company or what are you planning to do instead. Else we'll just keep on going. Find the k-or of an array. Again, I don't know, there can be a highly unlikely chance I might skip something. It can have numerous blunders, bloopers, whatever you want to call, but yeah, it will be fun. And again, it will be interactive session. Rather than coding, they're actually much more in the interactive phase. So keep on asking questions, keep on doing anything whatsoever you want. We'll have it done. Find the k-or of an array. You are given a zero index integer array called as nums and integer k. Okay, we have nums, we have k. The k-or of nums is a non-negative integer that satisfies the following condition. K-or, okay, ith bit is set in the k-or if and only if there are at least k elements of nums in which the bit I is set. क्या यार, क्या बोला इसने? The ith bit is set in the k-or if and only if there are at least k elements of nums in which bit I is set, which means internally I have to go and find for this number ith bit is set or not, set or not, set or not, right? For this ith bit, which means for the 0th bit, I have to go and ask for every of these numbers. Return the k-or of nums, right? I have to go and ask for every of these numbers. Now, if that count of ith bit set seems to be ith bit is set in the k-or if and only if there exist at least k elements of nums in which the bit I is set. So I will just go on to this element 7. I'll just say if its ith bit is set or not. If yes, then okay. Now all these counts of such elements, do let me know if any of the things are not visible or not audible or something like that. Counts of nums should be greater than equal to k. Return the k-or of nums. K-or of nums, which means the bit 0 is set at this. So I'll just say, okay, bit 0 is set in this, and it is more than equal to 4. So this is a good answer for me. So bit 0 is a good answer for me. Okay, bit 0 is a good answer for me. Bit 3 is a good answer for me. How is this answer? Let's see. Okay, bit 0 is a good answer for me. Bit 3 is a good answer for me. So it is a 2 raised power 0. So whatsoever bit is a good answer for me, I'll just say that raised to the power 2 raised power that bit is actually good. So it is just that I should keep on iterating on every bit. Now let's see that how many bits can be there, maximum bits, right? Let's see that how many bits, because it just seems like this one thing. I'll go on to every bit. Now for that 0th bit, I will go on to every number. For the first bit, I'll again go on to every number. For the second bit, again I'll go on to every number, and so on and so forth. Now how many bits can be possible? It can be 31 bits, because nums of I is 2 raised to the power 31. So one thing I can do is I can go on to all these 31 bits. 31, 2 raised power 31, 2 raised power I0, I31 here. I'll go on to all the 31 bits. Ultimately, I'll just go on to all these 31 bits, and for every bit, I'll go on to every of my nums, which will be a complexity of 31 or 30 into 50, which means 30 into n. That will be roughly O of n. So, and I'll just keep on tracking that if the count of such numbers, if that ith bit is set, just increase the count, and if the count is more than equal to k, so it is done for me. So yeah, for a question 1, doesn't it seem a bit lengthy? But yeah, we'll have an answer. We'll initialize with 0. So we will just check. Also, like, what are your approaches for this question? O of n into 31. Yeah, that's correct. So that, like, if I'm pronouncing your name correct, right? Sudip. But yeah, Midas placed. भाई कहाँ बताओ, जरा थोड़ा बताओ कहाँ पे? And भैया, I am a 3rd year and doing LC and code chef with some web projects. Is it workable? भाई, I don't know code chef, but please do LC थोड़ा ज़्यादा, because पता है, I have seen this fact that interview is primarily luck based, which means you should have seen a similar kind of problem, which means you will have to solve some problems which is firstly of variety and also by yourself, so that you can actually remember that. So please try to open the horizon of Leetcode questions and try to cover as many questions as possible, and practice is the only thing. Again, Code Chef and Code Forces are more of a ad hoc, like initial problems are ad hoc, and the bigger problems are more of very complex, like D or E. Initial problems are big, ठीक है, DP मिल जाएगी कभी कभी, but it's still not that much. But ठीक है, do अच्छे से Leetcode, web projects. Again, see, people have spoken about this earlier also कि ठीक है, web projects are okay, मतलब you should do projects, you should do coding also, but I have seen there's a different impact of DSA altogether. Although I'll highly say remote jobs are there, opportunities for development are there, but still DSA has a next level impact. So please, like, focus on that. Hi Weber, hi, welcome back. Cool, let's quickly code this up. So what we thought of that, we will go on to every bit, and bits are from 0 to 31. Now for every bit, we will go on to, like, we will go on to every number, and with this, if count, like, if the count, which means if that bit is set, if that bit is set, count plus, and then if the count is greater than equal to k, include that bit in answer. Include that bit in answer. When I say include, I mean 2 raised to the power that bit in my answer. Cool. Let's quickly and see. With this live stream, we will also try to have that how we are approaching a coding problem, how we are thinking, what else you can think, and also, like, you can just be an interviewer and be also an interview and see that how the things are going on. But yeah, like, what I'm thinking is this problem is a bit hard in comparison to the first problems, but yeah, still easy. Now I'll just go on to every of my bit, 31 to the power 31, although that is saying it is less than 31, but yeah, I can still go to 31. I'll do a I plus plus, which means I'll go on to every bit. Now, as I said, I'll go on to every number in my nums. Now for that number, bit, I'll just keep track of my count, as I mentioned earlier. Now, how to know if that bit is set or not? So I'll just check by just saying EL and 1 left shift I. If that is something which means that my ith bit is set in my EL, right? So if that is the case, simply increase your count by count plus plus, and okay, if ultimately my count is greater than or equal to k, okay, which means I can include that in my answer. So I'll do a answer plus is equals to 2 raised to the power I power of, ऐसे लिखते हैं ना power, I forgot, power of 2 raised to the power I, or I can just do a left shift, right? It is 2 raised to the power I. I have to do a ith bit, include that in my ith bit, right? So 1 left shift I. That is fine, right? 1 left shift I seems like. Simply return the answer. Let's see if it passes or not. Okay, it passes, seems like. Accepted. Cool. So that was the first question which we had. Let's jump on to question number 2. Now, just a quick thing, did you guys got this question? And also if you have any other things or not, we will just quickly increase our what was that count? Do I need to have this count? Pata nahi. Why? Cool. Let's quickly go on to question number 2. Minimum equals sum to array after replacing zeros. Let's go here and see. Okay, like we'll just simply go on and read the question itself, and then we'll paste it, and then we'll see if we want to actually write or think about anything in that part itself. Else not, we'll just simply go in the code itself. Minimum equals sum of 2 arrays after replacing zeros. You are given arrays nums1 and nums2 consisting of positive integers. Again, if in meanwhile you have any doubts, any questions whatsoever, you can just simply ask. You are given an array nums1 and nums2 consisting of positive integers. You have to replace all the zeros in both arrays with strictly positive integers such that the sum of elements of both array becomes equal. Return the minimum equals sum you can obtain, or -1 if it is impossible. Okay, so it says that I can replace zeros. So that seems like a great thing, because it might happen that I can, like, what I'm thinking in this question is that many cases might come. Now, if I just go back and look for the tried, so for sure the people would have also made the cases, and while making the cases itself it might have gone a bit wrong, but we will try. Okay, so what we have here is we have nums1 and nums2. Now we have to replace all the zeros in both the arrays with strictly okay, ऋषिकेश भैया एमएनआईटी की प्लेसमेंट इंक्रीज हुई है डिक्रीज? Last year, I thought, like last year, I heard it's decreased, but this year, not sure if it's increased. Previous to last year, last to last year. Welcome back, bhai. Welcome, Avinesh. Cool. Again, for the folks who don't know the agenda, everything, just go back and listen the starting 10 minutes of this particular live stream. You will actually get to know about it. And also, please do introduce as soon as you enter the live stream. That would be super grateful. And if you are entering, can we please smash that like button? That would be super great, right? I will also, I don't know if we have, okay, we have people. Cool. Just let me know that how you solve this problem. Meanwhile, I am also doing it. That what we can do in this question is we can replace all zeros now in both the arrays with a strictly positive integer. Now this one thing is a red flag that now let's think in the other way around, that when it is -1, when the -1 is possible, like when the -1 will be the case. So -1 is only possible when, and I just want one thing, the sum of both the arrays should be equal. So what I can do is simply one thing. I'll have a case that when it is impossible. It is impossible when I have a nums1. Now let's say it is n1, which is nums1, it is n2, nums2. Now okay, whatsoever is the numbers which are non-zero are like this, and let's say I have some zero numbers, 0 0 0 0. I have some zero numbers, 0 0 0 0. Now one thing is that if I have a zero at both the places, for sure I will add something or the other and will try to make it right, which means if this sum is x, if this sum is y, right, and if let's say I can add a, which means I can in place of these zeros I can just place out something and I can just replace that with a. In this I can just replace with a b, so I can just simply say x plus a can always become x y plus b. So that is a case which can always possible, because I can always choose any of the a and b combination to actually satisfy this condition. Now with this fact I can always know that okay, it is always possible. So if I just try out something else, now I just want one thing, like I'm just thinking that I want one thing when it is impossible, because let's पता है जब भी हम कुछ भी टास्क शुरू करते हैं तो our main priority is just finish off the easiest task. So with that easy task I'm just trying to think that what is, अरे क्या हो गया, what is possible, अरे shit, what is possible that it is impossible, right? So I'm just thinking, okay, what if I don't have zeros at all? What if I don't have zeros at all? If something like this is there, and this x is less than my y plus number of zeros. Let's say number of zeros is n number of zeros at 2, nz2, number of zeros at 2. If let's say this x, whenever I'm saying x is just a sum, whenever I'm saying y it's just a sum, this nz2 is the number of zeros, and for sure I want positive, so I can replace my this all zeros with 1 in the worst to worst case. So when it is impossible, it seems like impossible when my x is actually less than my y plus nz2. Seems like right, because if my x is equal to, then okay, I am good. If my x is equal to, I am good. यार ये question to why is this so tricky, but yeah, if my x is equal, I'm still good. So this would be a one case when it is impossible. Correct. And this will also cover what if I don't even have a nz2 at all, which means my number of zeros are 0. Still, if x is less than y, again it is impossible. Here also I can just represent the same thing. If I just represent nz1 of saying it is n1's thing, so I'll just say if my y is again less than x plus nz1, I am still screwed. I will have a -1 as the answer. Else in every other case I will have an answer. Now we did not return the question, we have to return the minimum equal sum. Okay, we have got two conditions where the answer will be -1. That is one case. Just a quick thing, how you guys solve this question, or what you guys think should be the approach for it. Just let me know. I'll just try to think and see what can be the case, but meanwhile, like what you guys think that is the approach for this question right here, just help me out with it. Cool. So this is the condition where it is -1. That's true. Now going on back, I want the minimum sum. So coming on back, the condition like this, if I want the minimum sum, I just know one thing. I have a nz1, I have a nz2, right? I have a y, I have a nz2. So no matter what, the minimum sum for my n2 will become y plus nz2. My minimum sum, because why minimum? Because I will replace all my zeros with a 1, and 1 is the smallest positive integer. Minimum sum will become a x plus nz1. Now it is the case for n1, it is a case for n2. Now whatsoever is actually maximum in this, because I have to make both equal, I cannot reduce any one of them. So let's say if this is a 10, this is the 8. So for sure, I had some NZ1s. That is one thing for sure. I can actually make them equal. That I have already encountered, because if I would not have been able to make them equal, I would have spoken -1. But now I know one thing for sure, I can make them equal. So what I can do is I can just take the maximum out of this x plus nz1 and y plus nz2, and that would be the answer. Let's think. Okay, that feels like a solution, but let's see if we are not missing any edge cases. Now there can be 4 edge cases or 4 cases. Again, one case is I have simply x and a y. Again, I have x and a y0, I have x0 and a y, and I have a x0 y0. That can be the 4 cases. Now if this is the case, then if this is the case, then okay, so I have to have an if condition here. If my nz1 is equal to 0, if my nz2 is equals to 0, right? Yes, if my nz1 equal to 0, then I'll just check if this is actually less, and if my nz2 equal to 0, if this is less, then it will be a -1 condition. Else this condition will actually always be true. So I think this should work. Let's quickly code this up, and okay, Praneeth have an idea. Try adding minimum number 1 to the zeros and then count zeros. If any zeros count, then think of difference. Seems like शायद हमने भी यही किया है. Let's see if it works or not. Let's quickly go on to it. Oh, we have a long as an answer. We have Avinesh also. Okay, like I thought that he also recommended some solution, but only Praneeth did, but no worries. Avinesh said, Aryan bhai, there was one daily challenge when you were busy with work. I struggled in understanding it. It would be awesome if you could do a video on it. Problem is shortest path visiting all nodes. Sure, we will do it. Cool. Firstly, let's see this. We will just simply, like, I don't like writing long, so I just write LL. Now, as we have some abbreviations used in our code itself, we will not use it here. We will have a proper names, but for sure nz1 is just saying number of zeros in 1, nz2 is number of zeros in 2. We have sum of 1, again we have sum of 2, right? Now I just simply iterate on all of my nums of 1. Now if that element is actually a 0, so simply increase your nz1 plus 1, and someone to it will keep on increasing by the element itself. Now the same we can do for the element of nums 2, right? Again, if the element is 0, I'm just wondering if the problem 1 and 2 are harder than the usual problems, then how about the problems later on? Cool. We have just got the nz1 and nz2. I'll just check. Okay, if my nz1 is equals to 0, as we have the condition nz1 equal to 0, I will a quick check that that nz1 equal to 0, and also have a check that our sum 1 is less than our sum 2 plus nz2. If that is the case, simply return a false. We also have a if condition, or condition here itself. So let's write the or condition here itself. The condition would look something like, if my nz2 is equals to 0 and our sum 2, just let me know if this code has some bugs or something. We will try resolving it anyways. I feel like it's my kind of hunch that it would have some edge cases, but seems like there are only 4 cases and we have covered those 4 cases. But yeah, now ultimately what we can return is, we have to return what? Long. Okay, it's -1, not a false. Okay, it's a -1. else I have to take these as long. Just ignore that nz1 nz2 can be int, but the sum can be long. That is one thing I missed, but yeah, now it is the maximum of what? Maximum of sum1 plus nz1 comma sum2 plus nz2. That is what I'm thinking. Hope for best. Please don't, please. I don't think it has more edge cases. It should pass. Passing. Oh, good. Cool. Let's go on to next question. Meanwhile, we have a solution from Ria. If someone is more than sum2 and 0 of c1 is more than 0 of c2, return a -1. Oh, return a -1. If sum2 is more than sum1 and 0,2 is more than 0c1, return a -1. Sum1 is more than sum2 and 0c1 is more than 0c2. Oh yeah, that would also work. Yep. It's just that we are just iterating on and considering, okay, we have 0c1, 0c2 and so on and so forth. But there's a caveat in this. No. That might not be true. Considering, let's imagine if 0c1 is 2. See, zeros I can increase, which means value of zeros I can increase to any big number. So that might not work, which this is written, because I can increase my zeros to any big number. So even if my sum2 is less and my 0,2 is, let's say, only 1, still I can increase that only 1 0 to a very big number such that it can become equal to my sum1. So that is one thing. So that might not work. Which Praneeth had written, that seems like working one. So that is one thing. Cool. We'll quickly go on to question number 3. Oh god, 1935. That's gonna be a hard one. Because I could feel that the problem setter was not in a good mood to give easy problems. I could feel that already. But okay, we will see this also. Cool. Cool. We'll look at it. We can replace minimum 1 0 by num. Yep. I have that hurt logo beside comments and it is not visible. That's good. That's not good. Cool. No worries. And let's see how many folks we have right here. Hello, 17 folks. And for sure, if any one of you are coming in, can we please introduce yourself so that I can actually get to know that I know there are many folks who are regular. I have been knowing them. I might not know you. So just quickly let me know. And I asked Midas, right? My Hindi is okay. भाई कहाँ place हुए थे बता दो. And yeah, for the other folks also, in which year are you in and when is your placements, internship, or if it is ongoing, and okay, how critical is it, like in how much time you have left to just get placed ultimately already or something like that. Just let me know that. Cool. Meanwhile, we'll go on to the next question. Worst case, पानी भी नहीं मेरे पास. Normal bottle में सारी. And also, we have done 2 questions now. Let's increase the counter. Oh, I'm just scared to keep water on the desk itself. Like I'm super scared. But okay, we have done 2 questions. Great. 32 minutes, 2 questions. Pathetic. But still, we'll see. Let's change. I don't like this white color. It's just getting mixed. What I'm feeling. Let's click OK and see. Oh, it's let's make it completely dark, black. Maybe it will just now it is much more visible. Cool. दो क्वेश्चन मेरा ये हाल है. You are given a zero index integer array nums having a length n and integer k. Okay, length is n, integer is k. I can see my length is n, integer is k. I can perform the following increment operations any number of times, including 0. Leetcode contest. Brother, I only able to solve 2 questions, sometimes 3 in LC. How can I improve? Bro, it happens. Like, again, like this contest is just a replication of me showing it is impossible to solve all 4 questions in a contest. You saw that in this problem we will struggle. I can see already. I not even read, but still with a number of submissions, again it's feeling like but yeah, 2 good, 3rd can be hard. It seems like with the number of submissions, it's not even crossed 2k. Seems like it's gonna be a mid hard, but still you just have a hope. Yo Vamsi is back. Hello. But yeah, that is just practicing कर सकते हैं यार हम लोग, ठीक. And also like how we approach it. You saw earlier in the question itself, I did not go around ki, okay, what is possible. I just went around what is okay. Let's bring out something at least. Then I can just step ahead. So in every problem, I will just try to bring out something, and then maybe if something works, good. Not, we will try. Again, we will have a limit of trying of 45 minutes. If we cannot reach to a solution, we'll look at the solution itself, right? I will not waste more than 45 minutes on a question. You are given a zero index integer array nums having a length n and an integer k. You can perform the following increment operations any number of times, including zeros. Okay. Choose an index I in the range from 0 to n-1 and increase nums of I by 1. An array is considered beautiful if for any sub-array with size 3 or more, its maximum element is greater than or equal to k. Okay, 3 or more. So for sure, one thing is for sure, that I'm only concerned about the array of size 3. Because if I can solve the question for size 3, it is always possible to solve the question of size 3, like more than 3, but just 4, 5 or 3, which means if my 3 array largest element is more than equal to k, then 4 will also have more than equal to k, right? So I'll just take for every sub array of size 3. Tricky. Sorry. So now in this also, I'm just feeling like it can have multiple cases, but let's see. Return an integer denoting the minimum number of increment operations needed. Acha, it just needs an increment operations. It don't need a final array. So maybe we can, okay, like I'm thinking that maybe if we can solve this by recursion, but considering time is more, maybe we can apply DP. Pata nahi. But there can be 3 possibilities what I'm thinking right now. First, it can be a greedy problem. But if that is a greedy, then it will have many cases, because what I can think of is, let's quickly paste it down somewhere. Third problem, right? We have already pasted down, right? So what I'm thinking right now here is that ultimately what I have to do is I have a nums, I have a n, I have a k, which means I have a nums and I have a k. Now I can perform the increment operations any number of times. Increment, which is I can just increment any number. Now why I will increment? What is the reason? Again, increment should be minimum. Now with this minimum number of increment, one thing came in my mind was binary search. I'm just saying, okay, what came in my mind? Not sure if it is useful. Now I am just only looking for a sub array of size 3. So in minimum, I got a thinking of binary search. With the minimum of size 3, I got a thinking of what about greedy. But I'm just not much, thinking of it, because it can have multiple cases, which if we don't handle properly, so we will get a wrong answer. I'm just thinking right now still. Now, one thing is ultimately just just try out everything. Just try out everything. Try out everything, which is actually a recursion. But as a recursion will never work because of these constraints. As we saw earlier, it is 1e5. So one thing is DP in the end. Now we will actually see that what could have happened or what could work, or maybe if none of these might work, it can still happen. What if it's a graph problem? It can still happen, but it is just by the reading problem set for itself. These things might happen. Cool. Let's go on and see. Now ultimately, for binary search, even if I just look onto one state, still it is irrelevant to say, okay, if I want minimum number of increment operations, let's say I just ask you, I need to do 4 increment operations, because binary search is nothing but just saying that how many number of increment operations should be there optimally, minimum number. So I'm just any of the mid number as, let's say, 4, and now I'm just asking, is 4 operations sufficient? Now is 4 operations sufficient? For that, again, in my entire array, I have to go and look at what 4 locations I have to apply these 4 operations. Again, it landed back to the greedy or a TP case. So this is, it's just a redundant phase, which means I will actually be doing a redundant task. So that is not good. Let's think of greedy. I'm thinking of it because I will have a, now I will not name any of these numbers. I will just name A, B, C, D, E, F. It feels more comfortable. If I'm choosing this, now one thing can happen is I'll increase this number. But again, the fact is I have to increase by how much amount? If my K is actually a 4, this number is a, let's say, 1, my K is a 4. So yeah, I will increase this number 3 times. 3 operations will be needed for this number. Okay. But increasing this number is only good when I don't increase these 2 numbers. Or, now that's the reason I said in greedy cases will start coming. Now when I say or can happen, I will increase this number. If I increase this number, now increasing this number is good when actually I will not increase this number. I'm increasing this number considering it will also benefit the next 3 numbers it is about to come into. Okay, that is another case. Now other case can be I just increase this number, but if I increase this number, I consider that I don't increase these 2 numbers. And no, again, that thinking also is wrong. If I don't increase these 2 numbers, it is also wrong, because it might still happen that I might increase this number a bit amount, and I might also increase this number a bit amount. Why, Aryan? Why? Because what if I had to increase this number because of this group or because of this group, right? But Aryan, if you had already increased C, then why increasing B is required? Yeah, that is true. But what if I ask you, I had let's say Z here, so maybe I would have to increase a B because of this Z or A. Now I have to increase the C because of this, let's say CDE. So it can be possible that I am actually increasing both of them also. So again, for greedy, what will happen with us is if I have 3 numbers, for this I might increase this or not, this or not. Again, for this I might increase this or not, this or not. Again, for this I might increase this or not, this or not. There will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cases. Lovely. I will not do it. Let's try to think of recursion, because as we're thinking of cases now, I'm thinking if I just simply apply a if condition, recursion will handle it. So let's see if the recursion can handle this or not. Now, considering I am only concerned about a size of 3. Now, in this recursion, I'm only concerned with the size of 3, right? So I'm just saying, okay, either I increase this or not. But yeah, if I just say or not, which means I'm just referring, I don't increase it at all. So won't it be a case, let's say, matlab, I'm just thinking, okay, even if I apply a recursion and then maybe if I just go and memorize this part, what might end up turning is I might increase this. Other case for sure is always, and when I say I will increase this, I will just say maximum operations of 0 comma k minus a, right, plus go and do a recursive call for what, if it's an I index, if it's an ith index, so just try for I plus 1, and with what were my constraints? My constraints are actually, oh, my k is also very big. Okay, let's put our constraints right here. Maybe constraints might help us, maybe, God knows. So what I'm thinking right now is I will not take this. One thing I will take this, one thing I will not take this. Now I'm just right now I'm forcing it to take it and then moving on to the next number. It is one thing that I'm doing, forcing on to the next number, or I just skip it altogether, which means I don't increase my a, I just go and try to increase my b. Okay, I increased my b, again k minus b, plus solve of, now again if it is a I plus 1, so I will have a I plus 2 here, because it is actually I plus 1, it's actually I plus 2, right? Now one thing is, okay, I don't increase b also, so I'm not saying it's a if else condition, I'm just saying, okay, it's actually condition without if else. Matlab, here I am just trying to increase a, here I'm trying to increase b, here I'm trying to increase c. Solve of I plus 3. Now in one of these cases, now let's say the result is x1, result is x2, result is x3. Now in one of these cases, for sure either a or a b or a c will be actually increased. So earlier I was confused, what if I just do a take not take, so it might happen internally that I might end up not taking all three of them, which means I might end up not increasing all three of them, which might actually in turn make my answer wrong. So that's what I've reached a conclusion, that I will actually end up having increased at least one of them. At least one of them will actually increase, either this or this or this, right? At least one of them will increase, right? So that is one thing for sure. So I can just ultimately say that, as I'm thinking that for sure recursion is there, but I cannot, so I'll just memorize this and just say minimum of x1 comma x2 comma x3. Now I plus 3, okay, I plus 3, go, it will just try for I plus 1, I plus 2, I plus 3, which means this I plus 1 will actually become the input for the same recursion call, which is starting with integer of I. So if my, now I'm just thinking of the base case, because I just have to think of base case thoda alag se. Now I'm thinking if the I, this I plus 1, so basically just saying, okay, if this I is what, we have to stop at this point, right? If I have increased this, okay, if I have increased this point, I don't have to increase my E or F. That is what I'm thinking. Just let me know what you guys are thinking for this, and what could be the recursive cases or the base cases, or if any other approach is in your mind, just to let me know. While let's think of our base case itself, right? We have a solution of Praneeth. We'll look at it later, but let's think of a base case. Just jaldi se. If you have landed onto this location, again, I'm thinking again, it is possible to actually don't increase this, but increase this. So I should not just simply say, okay, if my if this is a n minus 1, this is n minus 2, this is n minus 3, I should not say if my n is actually this. I can just simply say now that if my I is actually more than my n minus 1, which is the index, simply return a 0. I can simply say that, right? Why was I thinking for these base case kind of stuff? Yeah, I think this might work. Let's look at what you guys have to say for this. I'll just quickly transfer this right here. नहीं यार वहीं पे सही है. Also, if we have any new folks, can you guys please say a hi, hello, or क्या चल रहा है? And just for you guys to know, what we are doing here is we are just discussing as in we are actually thinking out loud. It is still bound to happen that we might not be able to solve it, but still we are just trying to think possibilities, thinking, solving everything whatsoever, and we have not tried the problem. So there's a high chance that this what we have thought of is wrong, or maybe the code might not end up turning right, something like that. But yeah, let's quickly see that what we have to say. Go for greedy, pick maximum element from each subarray and subtract from k. Pick maximum element from each subarray and subtract from k. I can think of a counter example which will not work for this. That's what I'm thinking. That is what I'm thinking. Greedy might not work for this, because just think of this. If let's say, just simple, if I have a maximum element here, right? Let's say maximum element here is 4, right? Here we have a 3, and right, and here we have let's say 2, and what? Here let's say we again have a 3, right? Again, let's say my max was a 5, which means my k was a 5. So if I end up taking the maximum element, I will just end up taking my 4, increase it to 5, take a cost of 1, then I will have this array. I will have to increase maximum by 5. I'll take a cost of 2. Rather, the optimal solution would have been I only increase this to a 5, taking cost of 2, and my all of them would have become a good. So greedy would not work. By recording, please upload कर देना this stream का. हाँ भाई, मतलब the stream is being recorded simultaneously, so it will also get uploaded. Even if it is not, I am actually also parallelly recording on my local, that if any blunder happens, still we would be able to actually solve it down. Cool. Praneet, come in reverse order with dp of I equals to minimum of dp of I plus 1, I plus 2, I plus 3, maximum of. That is absolutely correct. सही है यार, तुम काफी होशियार हो रहे हो यार. मतलब thinking of recursive is one thing, but thinking of bottom up as like iterative is one thing. So if you can think of bottom up so quickly, hats off. Cool. Hi Proof 100. Hi Satish. Hi Ritik. Hi Aryan, glad to see you back. Hi Ritik. It's a sub array, so we need to pick it. We can't skip any elements in between, right? It's a sub array, so we can be to pick it. It's just saying in that sub array of size 3, pick any one element and increase it. Which means for the sub array of size 3, you just want that, okay, the maximum out of these 3 elements should be more than equal to k. 200, we can use states as dp of end, skip left, and then minimum goal of solve of O3. It was an easy DP. Yeah, I missed the contest, but virtual contest solve 3 in 30 minutes. That's great. Can you review my Leetcode profile? 21 cache. Sure. We will do it. Just quickly, let's code this down. Seems like all of you have a DP approach, so for sure DP would work for us. We will have no modulus, no modulus नहीं है ना इसके अंदर, हाँ नहीं है, so we can just simply have a solve function where I am at this index, let's say ID, passing the same input. I don't want to, अरे copy हो जाए यार, हाँ, let's pass the same input. Cool. Now as we saw, we can have a base case of if that is nums of size minus 1 nahi, is more than my nums of size, simply, sorry, equal to, yeah, just return a what, 0. It's fine. Yep. Now DP, okay, for the DP we need one thing for sure. What was that one thing? We need a DP array, right? Now this DP array should be of what size? It should be of resize of, let's take a n, yaar baba kaun likhega n, it is nums dot size. Like I'm just thinking, okay, let's simply make a DP array of size, make a -1. I forgot if this syntax work or not, but yeah, maybe it will work. Now I will simply call my answer starting from 0 to next, passing in nums, passing in k, and giving the answer. Just simply referring if my DP of ID comma ID is not equal to -1, simply return DP of ID. Now we have those three cases, which is, let's say, option 1. Option 1 is we took the index at I. Oh yeah, I cannot do a I plus 1. Okay, so I have to just have an add condition that I can do I plus 1. That is, we can just simply make sure that we can just do a k minus of nums of ID plus simply go and solve for ID plus 1 for nums and k. Now if ID plus 1 is actually less than, अरे यार ठीक है, मतलब int अरे चलना int n is equals to nums dot size. So we just forgot to have a condition. What if my index goes overbound? So we can just get runtime error. So if my ID plus 1 is less than oh no, we have to also make a variable. Tough. So we can just add a condition here itself. If ID plus, if ID plus, nahi, okay, I will just have a int option 2 and option 2 is a, I will take the minimum out of these now. So take the int max as option 2, and again the option 3 is also a int max, right? With this I just say int max, I'll just say if ID plus 1, then option 2 will actually become a maximum of 0 comma a minus nums of ID plus 1 plus solve with ID plus 2 nums and k. And the same I'll go for if ID plus 2 is actually less than n, then option 3 is equals to maximum of k minus nums of ID plus 2, and then simply solve for ID plus 3 comma nums comma k, and then ultimately return our DP of that particular ID, and that is minimum out of my option 1, option 2 and option 3. Seems like it should work. Any other approaches? Absolved it, bro. I didn't even get in contest. Arey, no worries. Arey, I got a wrong answer. 4. Okay, we are getting a 4 for this, while the answer is 2. So we did something wrong. Let's see what we did wrong. Arey yaar. Let's see. Okay. So like let's take this example, 0, 1, 3 and 3. Try to increase by a value of 4, and then I tried for I plus 1 this. अरे यार हाँ कुछ तो गड़बड़ है लग रहा है मुझे, and I'm feeling like कि कुछ ये इंडेक्स में गड़बड़ है, मतलब something is fishy in this indexing thing. But let's see. If it was a 0, so I just had a 5, I just need to have a 5, right? So I just increase that to a 5, that will be a 5. Else I just used a 4. Else I just use a 4, which is this case right here, option 2. Okay, and solve for this remaining part. Or else I just use this, which is id plus 2. Id is actually a 0. 0 plus 2 is actually less than n. N is 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so just increase that. So it's a 1. So it's a 1. Increase that to a 1. Increase that to a 1, which means 3 will actually get increased by 1. Okay, 5 minus 3 is 2, okay, 2, and then solve for id plus 3. This id plus 3, sure, id plus 3. So with this I would actually be taking this first one up. So I'm just actually id plus 3, I'm taking this one up. Oh, we forgot one thing, right? If this point is covered, so we don't have to look for these last 3, which means I can simply stop. Like what is happening here is, it is actually like I got 2 from here, but then I'm again getting a 2 from here, which is actually making it a 4. So I should stop right here when I actually have tried on for all the possibilities, which means I will just mention that if my okay, nice, okay, let's go back. So we realized the mistake was that if we have these conditions of these, so it is n minus 1, it is n minus 2, it is n minus 3, it is n minus 4. So stop your id right here, stop your id right here. But if I stop my id right here, then it will actually try for id plus 1, id plus 2. Cool, no worries. If I stop my id right here, still it will try for id plus 1, id plus 2, because it is still less. But I should stop my id right here at n minus 3. So my id, if it is actually go beyond my n minus 3, please simply skip it down. See, return a 0. So I'll just say if my id goes beyond my n minus 3, and for sure the size, it should be more than equal to 3. हाँ सही है. So it should actually stop it down. Let's see if it works now or not. Oh, it works. Fingers crossed. Whew. Okay, some error on integer. अरे यार, long लेना था, long लिया नहीं. हाँ, बताते भी नहीं है यार, long लेना था. हाँ. Let's use this test case. कैसे करते हैं? How to create test case? नहीं, more details नहीं. Let's see. long होगी ना हर जगह. It seems like long is done everywhere. Accepted. Cool. Great. We solved another question. Do we have a Discord server? We have a Telegram channel. If you can just go on to YouTube. Now just write भैया ये वो है, just in here. You can see the Telegram channel. You can just go and join it. Every notification comes in there first. And with that, let's go on to next question. But yeah, meanwhile, just quick stuff for whosoever is here. Just clear it down. Whosoever is here, and also, yeah, you guys did not tell about if you got placed, not. If not, then where's your internship exams, placement exams, all that stuff. So just let me know that part. So that, and also क्या दिक्कतें आ रही हैं. So like one, शायद से Akhilesh was there, like who told like question 1, 2, but yeah, Aditya. So question 1, 2 हो जाते हैं, but it's, and yeah, we have proofread at the rate 21 cash. Let's have a quick Leetcode review. Go to the profiles and then just, what was it, 21 cash, 21 cash, if it's correct. Okay, it's correct. That's great. 21,000 proof. What's that? 2100 proof 100. That's a 21,000 proof 2100. That's great. Consistency, awesome. Consistency is awesome. One thing is for sure. Attended contest, again, amazing. Everything seems amazing. Great. If you are in second year, tier 3, yay. Great, man, great. You are going great. Because see, everything doesn't matter. Matters is consistency. If you're consistent, for sure. And when I say consistent, please be consistent to you. Don't say, okay, like I just read the problem. Again, if you watch the video, great. At least just try to solve that by yourself. Just code it by yourself, and then you can just come back and look at the code. That's great, but at least code by yourself, right? Bro, please make videos on CSES problem sets and DP on trees concept. DP on trees, we have already made quite a lot of videos on it. CSES problem set, for sure we can make it, because I have for all problems like A to Z, entire DP, CSES problem set. I have the, like, I have planned, like, I made the entire lecture for it, but then I was like, we'll do one thing one day. We'll actually have a live stream of all 26 problems of that CSES problem set, and with that we can cover the entire problem. Cool. And meanwhile, like, oh great, this question is more harder. Oof. Cool. We'll see it. Meanwhile, let's go. Okay, I don't understand the concept of Mac, yaar. I don't understand it altogether. Element. Okay. Hemang. Hemang. What's your name, Hemang? Huh? I thought, cool. Let's quickly see this question right here, and we will go on to about this question also in the same way. Again, submissions are quite less, so, and for sure, it's a problem 6. So, and just let me know that, okay, how many of you who are live right here have solved this. Hemang, yeah, we will actually review this also. One thing, just also, like, whenever you write your profile name, just also write one thing, like, about you, as in if, in which year you are, and कितना टाइम बचा है, क्या प्लेसमेंट, लाइक क्या इंटर्नशिप हो चुकी है, like maybe the tier of college also, so that it helps me to actually infer out what's the scene right here. Cool. There exists, right, everything is visible, right? Oh, we have solved another problem. I always forget adding that problem count. But it feels so good now that okay, there exists an undirected tree rooted at node 0 with n nodes labeled from 0 to n minus 1. You are given 2D integer array as edges. Okay, of length n. Okay, so it's just a simple tree with n nodes, n minus 1 edges. Edges of I is ai comma bi indicates that there is an edge between node ai and bi in the tree. So it's just a simple edge vector saying I have an edge. It's an undirected edge between ai and bi. Now you are also given an integer, a zero indexed array called as coins of size n, where coins of I indicates the coins in the vertex I. So every node has a corresponding value, and that value is the number of coins at that node. And also there's another variable k. Starting from the root node, you have to collect all the coins. I have to go on to all the nodes, such that the coins at a node can only be collected if the coins of its ancestors have already been collected. So it just says kind of go, maybe true, maybe not, but kind of go in the breadth was BFS manner from the root. Now coins at a node of I can be collected in one of the following ways. I am at a node. Now if I'm at that node, I can collect that node's value in two ways. Collect all the coins, but you will get coins of I minus k points. Okay, if coins of I minus k is negative, then you will lose coins of I minus k points. If coins of I, let's say, is 3, k is 2, 3 minus 2 is actually 1. So I just add 1 point in my graph. Cool. If k is 4, it is 3. Coins minus k is actually minus 1. I'll lose 1 coin, which means I just simply have a score of coins of I minus k. If I just choose, if I choose all, collect all the coins, but you will get, if I choose all the coins at that location, so I'll just get a coins of I minus k. That's it. If everything is fine with audio video, yeah, right. Now collect all the coins, but you will get floor of I, coins of I by 2 points. Okay, is negative. Collect. Okay, one way is to collect coins of I minus k points. Other way is, but you will get floor of coins of I by 2 points. In this way, if this way is used, then for all nodes j present in the subtree of the coins of j will get reduced to floor coins of j by 2. So either I can take the coins of I minus k, or I can just choose to do a coins of I by 2. But if I choose to do that, then I have to make sure all of its childrens also become coins of j by 2. Return the maximum points you can get after collecting the coins from all the nodes of the tree. Okay, so what it feels like to me is that I have two options from roughly like whatsoever we have read so far. It feels like that a tree kind of can be formed with me. Now when a tree kind of is formed for me, I'll just make a small tree, not need to. I have two options at every node. Let's say I have C1, C2, C3, C4, C5, C6 and C7. Now these are the number of coins. How to increase this? Can we increase this? We cannot. I don't even know. Arey yaar, ye kya ho gaya? See, now this is something like this. Now one way he's saying is and also I have a variable k, so that is one thing for sure. One way is I take a c1 minus k points. Again, that part, if it is negative or not, it will automatically handle if I just take this value, which means coins at that index minus k. One option is this. Else, other option is I just take a c1 by 2. Now, when I say I take this, I have to again solve for my children. Solve for my children, right? Again, when I take this, I have to again solve for my children. But now the caveat here is that if I just divide by 2, my all children will also be divided by 2. So I'll just mark our flag. Let's say flag is true. Flag is true, saying I have to divide all my children by 2. Okay, now it will land onto this location. Now here the flag is false, right? So it will land onto this location. It will again try something like, as in I can also do a current value c2 minus k. Now current value is itself what value my parent has delivered me, which means if the parent has, okay, if the parent has asked me if it's a false, so I'll just take the value as c2 itself, right? And then again solve for the children. That's part. But if my parent has said it's a true, so I will actually have to do a c2 by 2 as a value. But here also, for this first value, I can either have a c2 minus k or a c2 by 2, and then solve for the children of c2 with saying, okay, you are also becoming half. But then that half part will reciprocate down, right? So half, let's say half was done by my c1, so all of them would become half. When half was tried for c2, then again they will more become half. So rather than keeping a track of true or false, rather keep the track of count of how many times it is becoming a half. So I'll just say, okay, it's a 0, it's a 1, right? Cool. Now with this I can just keep a track of how many times it is becoming a half. Okay, now for sure it seems like a recursion, and we'll simply use a dp. dp state, simple as that. What's the state of dp? At what child I am, which means at what index I am at, and also what is the number of 2 divisions. Basically, what is the number of half operations? These 2 are my conditions. Now, like, just to continue back, what I was thinking earlier here was, I did not complete it because I thought of, okay, how it would actually look like. So for this particular value, as it was a 0, so it came it for a 0. Let's change the color. It came it for, let's came it for a 0. So it will actually land onto a current value minus k or a half, and then also it will just simply increase the count. It will simply stay the count as 1. Else what if it would have come by this route for the value c2. So firstly before even doing anything, just do a c2 by 2, because I'm saying my child would actually would be divided by 1. So, or I can also write this as c2 right shift by this times, which is the operation times 0 half operation times. So if it's a 1, so c2 will be right shifted by 1. It will actually be divided by 2. Okay, this is the current value of, this is a new value of c2. Now again, for this new value of c2, let's name it as a c2 dash. So I will have a c2 dash minus k and c2 dash by 2. These are the options. Again, for this I just simply go and solve for my children's, but as I'm propagating the half operation logic, so I just say half operation will remain as it is. Now here it is, solve for, as I am just saying again, half me up, so half operations plus 1, because I will just propagate increase the number of half operations. That looks fine to me. Again, here also it's just half operations plus 1, same. So that would be a kind of a, for every for every node I just have two options. Right. We look at Ashish and Hemang, but meanwhile, just let me know how you guys will solve this problem, and also like what is your approach, and also like if you have solved it or not. Just even if not, then if we can just simply solve between us, that would also be great. So just quickly let me know that how will you solve this problem right here. Meanwhile, I'll just simply have a check if everything looks good, everything looks fine. Yep, cool. Just quickly let me know that how we will solve this problem. I'm thinking like this, maybe it will work. Now with this, what I'm thinking right now is, what is the constraints? Constraints are n to 1e5 hoga, haan. N is 1e5, okay, n is 1e5. Number of half operations. Number of half operations will depend upon the length of the tree, because half, I can just keep on going half. Length of the tree, what is the length of the tree? Length of the tree is, again, it can be a screw tree, so it can again be a n. It can be a n square, which will not work, so we have to improvise our dp. Okay, what can be the improvisation? N square. What do you guys think? Yeah, dp also would not work. Again, we have to improvise it. Okay, any ideas? Ashish, Hemang, Praneeth, और बालक कहाँ है? कोई और बालक बोल नहीं रहा? ऋतिक, सतीश. It seems like I'm like a professor नहीं होते, attendance ले रहे होते हैं क्लास में. म्यूट पे कौन कौन है बोलो. But cool. Okay. Yep, that's a great thing, Hemang. Coins of I by 2. Yeah, coins itself is actually 1e4. Even if we do a divide by 2, so see, 1024 is 2 to the power 10. So 1 again at 2 to the power 10 multiplied 1024. So 2 to the power 20 is actually a 10 to the power 6, right? Roughly, I can say a 10 raised to the power 5 is just our half of it. Simply, just referring a 2 to the power 15 would actually be around 1e4 plus something. So 15 or even 20. So basically, this n would at max be a 15, or like I'll think it's a 14 or a 12, 14 or 13. But yeah, let's imagine 15. So our complexity will actually, what we'll do is simply have a base case that if the number of half operations have reached 15, simply return a 0, because from that point onwards, my coins of I by 2 raised to the power 15 or more, whatsoever it is, which is the operations which we have, this will start pointing to 0. This will start like conversing to a 0, and with this we would not be able to solve it. Like we would not be actually adding up any values whatsoever. So it will be a redundant call which would be being made. So what we can do is, as soon as our operations, which is the half operations, if it is greater than or equal to 15, simply return a 0, and that would be great. Cool. So I think this would be the only base condition which we would require, right? Because it's a simple tree. For this tree, we don't have some going on to other nodes. So I was not pointing on to my. So again, I'll just reverse back what I was thinking, that as Hemang and Sunday ko just Hemang, yeah, it's maximized. Yeah, like as Hemang mentioned, ki what we can have is simply we can just think of that how coins of I value is, and because of that value coins of I, we are just simply doing a half operation, and with this we are just simply at max we can just go 15 or like let's say 14 times. So whenever my number of operations becomes 15 or more than 15, I can just simply return a 0 from there, that point itself, because I don't want to go down. I would be returning a 0 for sure. So let's quickly go back and start coding this up again. For this, what we have to do is the maximum points you can get after collecting the coins from all tree nodes. So for both the option 1 and option 2, I'll just see what's giving me the maximum value, right? Cool. Firstly, I don't have some modular and stuff, right? Yeah, no modulars. You can simply go off and work off it. So okay, why I did that I don't know, but yeah, let's start off with our simple recursive case. I will start off with this. Firstly, let's build the graph. Now for building the graph, it's a tree, but for building the tree itself, I'll use a unordered map of integer to, like, it's just an adjacency list which I'm trying to make right now here. So it's just a graph. Now for this graph, I know one thing for sure, I have to iterate on all the edges. So for all the edges, EDGES. Now, or I can just simply say I will have it's a vector. It works now, u comma v, this kind of format. Let's check. Return 0. I'm just checking if this format works or not, giving any compile time error. Okay, I did not, but yeah, seems like return a 0. I'm just checking if this, I forgot this format works or not. Yeah, it doesn't. That's it. It works for pairs, but no worries, you can have it like this. Now what I can do is I can just simply go on to edge of 0. My v, it's just a edge between u to v. I can say edge between a or b. Now I'll just do a graph of u dot push back. These don't have a repeated nodes, right? Number of coins, because if the nodes are repeated, as in if it has cycles or something like that, then you will have to use a set. It doesn't say anything. Maybe not. Let's imagine it has only ms1 edges, so for sure it's not repeating. Cool. We'll just push back a v. बाकी लोग नॉट द रैड क्या भैया, कभी लाइव कॉन्टेस्ट भी दिए संडे को 8 बजे? अभी लाइव कॉन्टेस्ट, हाँ काफी बार, like it has been a couple of months since I have not been able to give, but उससे पहले I have given quite a lot. बाकी Umnesh, me, sure. Like for the other folks, any recommendations, if it seems fine to you guys or not, or like how is it going for this problem, what are your recommendations, all that stuff. Cool. We have built a graph with us. What we can do is simply go and try, what is the root node? Starting from the root node, you have to collect all the coins at a node. What is the root node? They exist in an analytic graph rooted at node 0. Okay, root node is 0. So I just simply call my solve with the root 0. I know I will have to pass my coins, right? Coins have to pass, and also the k. K was what? K was the value which I have to subtract from my this. I'll just simply do a solve. I also have to make a DP. Now that DP would be of size points dot size, so that will be a 2D DP. Again, make this as a 2D DP. So just simply do a dp dot resize of vector of int of. Okay, so when we do a resize of a 1D vector, we do something like this: resize of n comma 0. Now I'm just doing a resizing of my 2D vector, saying that how to resize क्या हो गया? How to resize 2D vector in C++. 2D vector of objects चलेगा यार, मुझे objects में चलेगा. ठीक है, resize and then m and then vector of that number. Cool. We'll do a just simple, we have n nodes and also vector of int of that size, which actually we are thinking of 15, and simply a 0, -1, saying okay, we have just put a dp with us. And our dp is global, so we are good. Now we'll just have a check that I have to also pass in the number of that is 0 that half operations perform. Half operations, and so I'll also pass in the number of half operations. Right now the number of half operations are actually 0. I can simply perform it anything, and also just pass in this vector of coins and k. Cool. Now just simply have a base case that if half operations are actually more than equal to k, so which means, sorry, return 0. Sorry, it's not k, it's 15. Return a 0. Else what I can do is I can just simply have a dp case if dp of I and half, यार ये half op बहुत बड़ा हो गया ना, half op. If that dp of high op is not equal to -1, so simply return a dp of I comma half op. Now for this condition, Smokey, hey Aryan, hey Shivam Negi, bro, remember me? Arre, why not? So like there are a few regular folks who had been regular since quite a long time in every live streams and every video. So sorry. So Shivam Bhai is one of them, and like there are many many of them. So that's the reason. Like that's a connectivity. Like I'm just wondering, like let's say one day if I'm gonna meet you guys kabhi in person, kitna maza aayega. But yeah, we can have this done. Cool. So yahan pe what we have to do for two options. One option is that firstly I just get the current value. It will be nothing but coins of I, but simply divide that number by 2 raised power half operations. So simply write shift by half operations. I've got the current value. Now with this current value, there are 2 points, no, maximum points you will get, and also these points. So it's just two options. I'm just wondering if integer is sufficient or not, but it should be sufficient. 1 है, ज़्यादा नहीं जाएगा. So for me option 1 is just take the current value minus k and just try to solve for the children's. Now children's, okay, so go on to all the children's. So all the children of this graph of I, which is the node child. all the childs. Now, okay, it's a tree, right? So I have to keep track of visited. So I have to say if my child is not equal to parent, I have to also keep track of who's the parent. Hey, keep track as the parent is -1. So if the child is not equal to parent, then simply try on this options. Now, okay, for every child I need the answer, right? So I'll have my answer as 0, and I will sum up the answer for all of my children's, but considering I want the maximum answer, right? Maximum answer, huh? Considering I want the maximum answer of the 2 options which I'm giving my children. Now, okay, the current so one option with me is I can just take off this current value minus k. Let's write here itself. Option 1 is I'll just do a current value minus k, and then my child will go and solve for same half operations, because I have just did a minus k, I got increase the half operations. Parent will become my node I, and coins and k will remain as it is. That is my option 1. Option 2 is I am doing a right shift of that current value by 2. Current value by 2 भी चलेगा, right shift, like right shift by 1 or current value by 2 चलेगा, and then solve for this child. Half operations will actually go on and increase. I will be my same parent, and that will be my node. So considering whatsoever you can get maximum from option 1 and option 2, just get that value. But current value is the current node's value, and this is seems like I'm repeating this stuff for every child. If I just go and repeat this, solve for children. Oh, so I have to actually like go and try for every child, which means if this is the value, go and try the minimum value for every child, right? This is the value, go and try for the minimum for the maximum value for every child, and then take the maximum of either this or this. So we did here wrong. We are actually repeating the calls for the current value to be again and again. We don't want this fact. We want instead, I'll just go on to all the children's of this node I. Let's keep it as I. I say if my child is not equal to my parent, and also to mention if you feel like if any mistakes are there. Okay. Cool. Option 1. So option 1 is taking maximum so of all the childs, right? So let's take it as option 1, which is 0. Option 2 is also a 0. So my option 1 will become a current value minus k, right? And option 2 will become a current value by 2, right? I'll just do option 1 and take the solve for the child, because ultimately I just want the score. I just take this value as option 1, the current value minus k. I'm just trying for all of its children. For all of its children, which is this. Just sum up the scores, give the maximum score to me. and solve will give me the maximum score whatsoever. Cool. Half operations will remain as it is. I and coins and k. Now same I have to do for my children's, which are if child is not equal to parent. If anyone can suggest any code improvement, because I feel like it's not the good writing code. Half operation plus 1, I, coins and k. So it's considering that I'm going on to all of the half operations, child, half operations, child, half operation plus 1, and then summing up the value. So when we are done with this, I just say answer is equals to maximum of operation 1 comma operation 2, and actually this should be returned to my dp of I comma half operations. Correct? Seems like. Now with this I will be solving it for this value of starting with 0. It will return me the maximum, and I should return this as the answer itself. What do you think? What is the error in this code? dp.resize. Arey yaar. As in, like, what's the logical error in this code? I'm just referring. 1116 seems like there is not. Accepted. Great. So just that, as we discussed, we just tried on. Let's take the current value minus k. Then we'll try on for every children and just give them the half operations only, which means, okay, I'll just have not increased that you should not be divided by 2. Else, if I just do a current value by 2, I just say, okay, bro, your half operations actually will get increased. And that's how you can simply get this solved. Cool. I hope that you guys got it. Now we'll quickly go on to the comments as reviewing some of the profiles, Leetcode profiles, and also meanwhile, if like you guys have not smashed that like, maybe can we please smash it and reach to 50 likes? We have completed one of the contest. Now we will actually start off with the next contest, which is the next previous contest. And also, whosoever folks are joining in new, or if you are new, can you please have your name, hi, hello, so that actually I can, like, because I can see very familiar faces: Ashish, Smokey, Shivam, Iman, and so just so that like I will remember that, okay, your name and also interaction with you guys. So we'll quickly go on and review and see some of the profiles and also some of the comments which we had, and after that we will go on to and jump to next contest, which is Biweekly Contest 116, right? Let's see. Oh, 7. We'll forget this. 7 तो नहीं हो पाएगा, ठीक है, but still we'll try. Cool. Quickly, Praneeth, क्या बात है? Sure. We will have this done too. Let's have some water. Okay, still that is remaining. Let's have this water. And if you don't know, the thing I'm recording it from, like, if you don't know, my camera, it has a battery limit of 2 hours, so I cannot live stream for 12 hours. So I'm using my phone. So any calls whatsoever is coming on this phone, so it will not actually come. So I can do one thing. I can just simply do a call up to कोई भी एंड से कि इस पे कॉल कर लेना but 7 oh fuck. I was about to, you know. अरे यार बताओ, I don't even have balance, but no worries. I like, even if I'm getting a call, I will get on this. But cool, no worries. We'll actually review it. Just have a quick water. आशीष गोयल, गुरुजी आपकी शीट पेल दी पूरी, गजब. Like legit. And like Ashish, like have you also made the notes for it, like specifically? If yes, then like not sure if we are connected on LinkedIn or not. If yes, then I would like to actually like see that how they are made and how you have actually approached and made those notes, because making notes is actually very important. So like Ashish, not sure if I am connected with you on LinkedIn. If the connection request had been Purani and not accepted yet, just hit me up on Instagram. एक बार ऐसे ही just write कि this is my LinkedIn profile and like link of your LinkedIn profile, and I'll just connect with you on LinkedIn and we can actually see the notes if you have made, and if you can actually like else discuss about कि ठीक है how was the problems and all that stuff. Again, Naji notes तो कोई नहीं बनाए, no worries, but still like we actually tend to forget things. लेकिन तो आप एक्सेप्ट ही नहीं करते. अरे I actually forget, मतलब there's a lot, so like I actually forget कि कहाँ पे. So like in Telegram itself you can just hit me in the like group, the actual group itself, or क्या कहते हैं, or maybe the personal Telegram, anything whatsoever. Or like if any of you have any doubts whatsoever, you can just hit me up on Telegram, LinkedIn, Insta. Like my LinkedIn is open for messages at least, so you can just message up. Now let's go to क्या करना था, प्रोफाइल ना. Let's see, what was this? There was hey 169, Hemang, HEMANG17. भाई साहब, I just love the consistency. Amazing, like legit amazing. With this consistency, for sure gonna be increased greatly. I just love, that's awesome. Considering like you're working in Byju's, but awesome man, awesome, like legit the consistency. Like I just like this matters, this consistency matters. And like this is it's the reason I'm saying always, like, and also like please don't fake it from yourself, as in I have seen a lot of people matlab maybe they would be solving the problem daily, but they just look at the logic, but they don't code it by themselves. So coding also is very important. So with consistency also coding, right? Now 169 bursted, 169 BURSTED. अरे यार BURSTED. If I'm spelling something right here, BURSTED. Space. There is no space in IDs, right? There is no space in IDs. Acha, 169 sheet bursted. Okay. I got something else. Yeah, here kabhi live. That is done. Just make. Shivam, hey Aryan, hey hi Smokey. Else remain. Just quick thing, like is everything fine, like, or lagging or something? Because I can see in the video something is lagging. Not sure why is that the case, but is everything okay? Oh, just skip ads. Yeah, I don't want to have. How to let नहीं कैसे करते हैं? We can't skip क्या? नहीं अच्छा now let's see if it is lagging or not. Cool. Just let me know if it still lags or not. Maybe it was because of that issue of ads or something, but cool. No worries, we'll actually go back on and see. Last year we'll actually check. Just a quick second. सर वैसे तो शीट मैंने आपके और साइबर भैया दोनों की लगा कर ली है, कॉन्फिडेंस अभी भी नहीं आया यार आशीष. फॉर कॉन्फिडेंस द ओनली थिंग वी नीड with us is contest, upsolving. Also there are many stages, as I have also previously told. Upsolving comes in 3 or 4 stages. First is you are able to understand the problem and able to think of a data structure or maybe something of what could be applied. Just able to think, okay, something like this could be applied. Step 2 is you are actually able to think of any logic. By that problem can be solved in considerable amount of time. The step 3 is you are actually able to implement that previous logic which you thought of. Maybe that is kind of a brute force. I'm not saying a very brute force thing, but roughly brute force. Let's say if I'm expecting an n log n, you came out to be n square or n square log n. Okay, that's a good. But if you got to me 2 raised power n log n or a 2 raised power n, so it's not a good one. Stage 4 is you are able to actually improve that particular code which you got in stage 2, right? Stage 5 is you're actually able to code that improved code of stage 4. So these are the 5 stages. Now from stage 1 to stage 2 comes the intuition part. For that intuition part, and the intuition part is only for stage 1 to stage 2 and only from stage 2 to stage 4. Only in that portion the intuition part comes in picture. You saw the problem, you know, okay, how it revolves around the other problems, where the intuition will come in picture. For that intuition you will end up bringing out some solution of that problem. Now from that some solution your practice will come in picture to actually formulate this entire solution and assign it to the problem and then replicate that and get the code done. Now this is the practice part. It is the intuition part. Intuition part is also on the basis of practice itself, but majorly it's 0.2, 0.3. Now when this 0.2, 0.3 is done, from 0.2 to 0.4, which was the optimal, like normal brute force above brute force solution to actually the most optimal solution. Again, from here to here, intuition will come in picture. Okay, what else you can able to think of here? Also the hard problems practice. Now from 0.1 to 0.2 medium level practice, from 0.2 to 0.4 hard level practice, from 0.2 to 0.3 was a speed. Now from 0.3 to 0.4 hard level practice. That okay, how you think for the hard problems logic, because for sure in hard problems it's just a small more optimization like this. It happens. Okay, when this is done, now from this, which is the optimized code, to implementing that optimized code, it actually require a bit more data structure. It's a complex, like let's say sparse table, segment trees, NVIC trees, LCAs, what we say, the concept in which we actually apply the LCA logic, I forgot the name, or maybe something like this. Let's say your rigid DP. So in this is okay, like if you have never solved a problem of LCA, you would not be able to solve it for sure. If you have not solved a problem of rigid DP, you won't be able to solve it for sure. Now here the part which would come in is your notes. Now notes will also come in picture in the part from 2 to 3 also, but from 4 to 5 also notes will come in picture, that actually I am able to grab, okay, I have solved a question of segmentaries, I have my notes of it, or if not, I can just quickly grab the resources, the static resources as in which are not changing. For example, the GFG post, it just keeps on changing. But if you have the static portion, okay, in GFG I have referred to, I have bookmarked this, I know it will remain same, it will remain forever here, it will remain like this only, I will use it forever for my notes. From here to here it will come in picture. And also a practice is nothing but the speed, how fast you're able to implement it. So that is ultimately how we should actually go about a problem. Just go stepwise, step 1, step 2, step 2, step 3, step 3, step 4, step 4, step 5. And if you're comfortable step 2, step 3, just skip step 3, step 2, step 4, right? Cool. Check pass here also for sure. Yes, Guru ni kar do review. Guru ji kar do review. ना जी नोट्स तो नहीं बनाए. I did not get आशीष भाई, मतलब क्या रिव्यू करना है as in like Leetcode profile, तो like what is the link? And Hemang, yes, like is it still lagging or something like that for you guys? And also if you have, like this is the last thing which we are doing with this, like we'll actually go on with the other problems itself, and then we'll actually start off back with this whatsoever we are doing. Cool. For last year, let's, oh, nice, okay, great, nice. So like I cannot judge entirely on the basis of just year itself, because in year you don't know properly that how many questions are hard, how many questions are easy, or something like that. But seems like that's improving quite a lot, as in like I just usually go on in the manner of submissions, and also like I can see that the hard work is immense, and for sure that's gonna fruitful, like that's gonna be fruitful. We actually go on in the review. Next, let's quickly jump on in the problems also, because I don't know, like it has been 12. Oh great, it has been 2 hours, and we don't have that much time, or like we have. Let's quickly have another contest. Now this is what, this is a bi-weekly contest 1016, and in this we are actually having again 4 problems. So let's make sub pages. Now we are done. Quickly going to the first problem itself. Subarray distinct elements of squares of 1. Why only after reading the problem statement itself I know that what we have to do. Subarray distinct elements squares of 1, maybe find the squares of distinct elements subarray, something like that. But yeah, seems like it's an easy one. Submissions are quite a lot. It's saying, okay, we are having a zero index integer array nums. The distinct count of subarray of nums is defined as nums of I to j be a subarray of nums consisting of all indices. Okay, it's a square of square 1. Square 2 bhi hai kya? Distinct elements sum of square 2. Oh, it's a 7. Earlier I thought maybe what we will do, we'll do a square 2 and then we'll paste the code of square 2 in square 1 and we'll get this solved. Didn't know it was a 7. But cool, we'll still solve it. Let nums of, because we have the folks, आ रहा हूँ भाई अगले साल, ओरेकल फाइनेंशियल में लग गई है जॉब. Best. Congratulations, Shivam. Let's I'll also read the above comments, but yeah, let's quickly have it. But yeah, for the folks who have joined in or are watching in, can we please just quickly introduce ourselves? That would be super great. Let nums of ij be a subarray of nums consisting of all indices from I to j such that, okay, the number of distinct values in this is called the distinct count of nums of ij. Return the sum of squares of distinct counts of all subarrays of nums. A subarray is continuous. So it's just that finding all subarrays. Now in that all subarrays, just go and find the count of distinct elements. We can keep a track of map, hash set, anything. Let's keep hash set. So I'll just have my I pointer. I will have my j pointer. Both are here. I to j. So basically what I'm thinking to do is simply okay, for example in this, and as you know that the constraints are pretty low for this, right? So we can easily do a n square n cube or like this. So one very beautiful thing is do a n square, get all these subarrays, for each subarray count number of distinct elements. So that's an n cube. Now the same thing can be implemented in n square also. How? Simply, and it is what we have done previously also many times. We have a I, we have a j, ij. I know I have to go for all ij combinations. So I will have this element a, I'll push it in my set, I'll increment my j, I'll push b now, and I'll just keep on counting also. Okay, number of unique elements, I'll increment my j, I'll push in again I, but still the number of unique elements are still 2. I'll increment my j, I'll push in my c, I'll increment my j, I'll push in my d, right? Next, I'll try for this I, again my j will point to here, and then I will again keep on going. So it's kind of, you can imagine as 2 pointers, or you can also imagine as not exactly 2 pointers, but yeah, I just, for every I, I'm going for every j moving on forwards. Again I'll just go on for every i's and for every all those, oh sorry, yeah, sorry for that, but I was just referring that that's the thing. How do you switch between computer screen and tablet screen? So the one which you are seeing right now is my tablet screen, and also please make sure that I am pointing to a correct screen. It's a tablet screen, it's my computer screen, it's my computer screen. So it's just that I'm projecting my tablet screen to computer screen. I don't have that app like a tablet, so I have to use SCR CPY, but that works. I don't want to spend money. I don't have. Cool. I will have a I will have a j. I'll just simply keep on incrementing my j, and meanwhile as I am incrementing my j, I am just using a set to actually keep track of what are the elements from I to j, and just keep on including my elements a, b, c, d into my j itself. So with this, let me quickly have it. Cool. With this I will just have it all my elements. So that will be a simple O of n square. Just I and a j. I and a j afterwards. Cool. Let's quickly solve this up. So I will have my answer. Now for that answer, as we told that we will go on to all of our elements starting from the 0th index itself, I equal to 0. Now we can also have a nums like n of nums dot size, right? Now I just say, okay, if I is less than n, simply do one thing, just have an unordered set, ERAD set of integer of s. Now I'll just go on to all of my elements in j. Now starting off with I itself, right? Now firstly simply just insert this element which is nums of j into my set, and also update the answer with the s dot size. This is what we want, right? Return the squares of distinct counts of all subarray. Okay, we want the square, so we can just simply do a s dot size into s dot size. Right, now I can simply return an answer. Seems like it will pass, so let's quickly submit it. Yeah, let's quickly go on to question number 2. So but I have a feeling like that we solve this question with O of n square, right? So the other problem, like the other hard part, this would be a O of n, or O of n log n. So we will have to think of something that we could solve that with a O of n log n. We will see that, but right now let's see. And yeah, for sure, do help me out with that question, and also like whatsoever you guys think of. Cool. Going on to the next question itself, we have this question: minimum number of changes to make binary string beautiful. Now with this you are having, let's paste this also. Minimum number of changes to make a binary string beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. You are giving a 0 index. A binary string is having an even length. कौन जिंदा है? कुछ तो है. ये 13 लोग कौन है? I just want to know who these 13 people are. But cool. Let's see. And yeah, it's a Saturday weekend. People are just relaxing, chilling on their couches, beds. मेरी body पे कर रही है. But still, no worries. Cool. A string. Okay, sorry. A string is beautiful if it is possible to partition it into one or more substrings, such that each substring has even length. Each substring has even length. Okay. Each substring contains only ones or only zeros. Okay. You can change any character S to 0 or 1. Okay. Return the minimum number of changes required to make the string as beautiful. Again, okay. Okay, so seems like there will be one change at max, like not at max, but yeah, in a group one change. Like what I could infer from this problem after reading is that firstly, there are few points which I will take care of, which is it is of even length, which means I will have all, like when I say like I have to make a groups, right? One thing I have to make a groups. Each substring contains only ones or zeros. So for sure I have to make groups. So I'll make a groups of zeros, groups of ones, then groups of zeros, groups of ones, and so on and so forth. Because I just want one thing. Now one thing is for sure happening. If this group length is even, why to change it? Why to change it? Now, why to change it? As in I'm just saying, okay, if this group length is odd, which means 1 is occurring odd number of times. So there will be, which means I will have 1, 1, 1, 1 and 1. So I have to make just only one of the ones as a 0. I can also say that maybe this particular 0 is 0, 0, 0, 0. So this 0 is also odd number of times. So I'll also make this 0 as 1. That is one thing. So I don't have to change other numbers. Don't change. Just change one of the numbers. So if one of my event is odd, and for sure I will have these odd length numbers even number of times, because odd plus odd is actually even. And I know one thing for sure, my entire length is even. So entirely my even plus odd sum should actually land to a even, which means my odd sum should land to a even, which means my odd will be even number of times. So that is one thing which I have inferred so far. But still, am I saying that I'll just grab all the odd length components and then just add their lengths. So basically odd length component here is a 1, here is a 1, answer is a 2. That's correct. Odd length component is a 1, 1, 1, 1, but the answer is a 1, because yeah, okay, answer is 1. Why? Because each substring contains only one beautiful pair. Is possible to partition it into, so you can change any character. Okay, yeah, okay, got it. So if I change this 0 to a 1, which means the pair will become, so okay, the consecutive change will be a 1 change for me. Pranav, I'm watching this from US. It's almost 3 a.m. here. Damn, buddy. Great. Hats off to you, man. Hats off. Great, man. Great. Nice, man. 3 a.m. Oh, like I was also alive at 3 a.m. yesterday, but 3 a.m. today. But yeah, cool. So yeah, like one thing which we could see is, okay, we can have these odd lengths, but for sure, this, if the consecutive odd lengths are consecutive, so I'll just need to change one of them. So I'll just say, okay, odd length minus 1 could be my answer, but that doesn't sound good. I could try to think of one edge cases. If this is, let's say, right here, odd, so because of this I will have 1 change. Because of this, basically I'm just referring, I will have an odd length here. Let's say again a even, again a odd, again a odd, right? So odd, even, 1 change here, even, odd, 1 change here, odd, okay, sorry, okay, it has become, sorry, yeah, with 1 change it was a even, right? I'm just referring ki I have even, odd, even, odd, even, odd, even, odd, odd. So odd are even number of times, so that's a correct validation which we can have. Now I'm just referring how many changes I can have. So 1 change is changing this odd to even, so I'll just modify one of the ones to the consecutive number, which is 0. So 0, and as it was an even, so it will become an odd here. Great, it became odd. Again, I have my odd, so just modify one of the ones. Again, I'll use one of the ones. Both of them become even. Become even. Okay, one used here, one used here. Even. Great. Even. Okay, even. Great. Now for this odd, I'll just modify this one of the ones, and I'll just simply get the answer. So I can simply see that one thing which can come to my mind is I will just group all of them to even, odd, and then for every odd I look for the next element which is even, and if that is even, I'll just make that to odd, and I just keep on moving to the odd elements if the frequency is odd. So with this concept, like what we could infer is we can actually group elements on the basis of just referring, okay, just club the elements on the basis of their frequency. So all consecutive elements together, frequency 3, frequency 4, frequency 3, frequency 4, frequency 2, frequency 3, and so on and so forth. So with this frequency, I know, okay, it's an odd frequency, so I need to change it. If I change it, so operation will be required as 1. Next element will automatically get changed to the lower value, which means it will become a 3, which means it will become an odd. That seems to be a way which we can use to actually implement it. If you guys have any other way to solve this question or any thoughts on this, I'm just thinking, okay, considering it's a question number 2, doesn't it actually require a much more code? We will have to change the zeros to the, although it's not a big code, like we can actually write it pretty easily. Or else we can also, or like, yeah, like I think of this code as it is. What are your thinking on this code? Huh? Say. it was saying that I need to actually make the string as beautiful. Many number of chances required to make string as beautiful, and I need to make all of them as even. But one thing I can also do, I know that all these numbers are actually even. So for sure, the two numbers will always should satisfy my condition. So these two should be same, 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 these two should be same. Yeah, right? Correct. So as we saw above, if these two are not same, which means it's 1 1 1 1 0 0, or let's say it's a 0, and let's say it's 0. So you can see I have an odd frequency, then I have an even frequency. For sure I will need to have an odd again also. So let's say a odd. So one thing is for sure, it will actually same, it's a even. So I've just clubbed it out. Okay, just go. It is different, but also why it came into my box, because these were at odd locations, which means I could not found a pair for that particular one. So I will need to actually pair it with the other number. That's great. So I will use one of the operations right here. Great. I'll just ignore this. They are same. Again, they are different. Again, I have to just apply one operation here also. And they are same again. So seems like that rather than counting the entire 3 and then 4 and then 3 and then making my 3 change, increasing my count by 1, and then moving on to the next odd element, which means here it will also become odd. So the next odd element is this, increasing the count by, again this will become 4, or let's say a 2 or 7, like become a even. So this will actually increase count by 1, and then this will be even, so it will not increase the count. So that will be count 2, and that will always be possible because I can just always club out, or basically separate out all the even numbers. So both these approaches are same, but the approach number 2 which we discussed is actually a shorter code. So seems like let's quickly write this down. So as I said that and like, yeah, any other approaches which you have in mind, that would be great. We'll quickly go on to the comments just in a while. So I just say, okay, if my s of I is not equals to s of I plus 1, and simply increase my answer. Are we not forgetting any edge case, or are we? Maybe not. Let's see. Let's test first on custom test cases. Oh, what's s dot length? Don't we have a s dot length? Int I is less than, oh, it's a I plus. I was confused. What's happening? Cool. Great. We can also solve it with making that clubs, as we saw. That's the root example of how we reached of separating those out. I am following you since for last 3-4 years. Used to watch your CF videos. You were quite fat back then. That's true. And like what I'm thinking like is because of current scenario also I'm like becoming fat again. I have to reduce that also. My entire body is paining. I can't just like, have you ever got a fracture? So how your hand just is just like this, like when your fracture is removed, so you cannot open, you just cannot open your hand because your muscles are just tightened up strictly. The same has gone for me. I cannot just open my hand itself. Just tighten up very badly. Let's go on to the next question itself. What is the next question for us? Let's see. Return the length of the longest subsequence that sums to target. So, doesn't it the repeated problem? Length of the longest subsequence that sums to target. Isn't that a very famous problem? Or am I wrong? Maybe the constraints are large. Let's see. Because like it seems like a standard DP problem. I'm not sure if how come it's not a repetitive problem. Yeah, constraints are also low. Like if we want what we want, the largest length now. You are given a 0 index integer array nums and an array target. Return the length of the longest subsequence of nums that sums to target. If no such subsequence exists, return -1. A subsequence is an array that can be derived from another array by deleting some or no elements without changing the order of the remaining elements. So a simple like one way is we can simply try off the recursion, but we know simple take it not take it, simple take it not take it. If I take it, my target will reduce by target minus nums of I. If I take it, so I will just try for I plus 1 and with target minus nums of I. Else if I don't take it, else if I don't take it, I will start off with I and target I plus 1 and target will remain as it is. Now I want to take the longest length of the longest subsequence of nums. So here I will add a +1 and here I'll add a +1. Here I'll add nothing. Now what could be the base case for it? Simply if I have reached, if the t has become negative, simply return a very low value because I want the longest subsequence, so return a int min, right? Now if I have reached the end, which means I is equals to n, now just see that if t is 0, again if t is 0, then simply return a 1 or a 0, because when I'm already counting length, which means I'm taking every element in this one itself, so I'm already counting it, so like return a 0, else return a int min number. One thing just to check, because we are using only integers, so will it not overflow? We are adding with the int minimum number, int minimum is already minimum, so we should not overflow. It will actually keep on increasing it, so it should not overflow. That is cool. Yeah, these two base cases. A simple DP condition. This is a recursive call. Take the maximum out of it. And simply return. If my DP in end is not int min, but like what is the length of this particular, it's 1000, right? So if in my final answer, if my answer, which is the final answer, which means if I completed my DP itself, if my answer is more than 1e3, so I'll return a -1, else I'll return the answer. So these three should go, and that's a very standard problem. I don't know how it is being asked here. Cool. Let's quickly solve this out. Simply having the answer, I'll simply call the solve functions. Oh yeah, we had a call in our college, but yeah, we will have a 2D DP, same as what we have been getting it earlier. Now the only thing is that we want this DP as a DP of I and target, so I just simply say that DP dot resize of size n, and also the target, which is target, and of size -1. With this I have got in my DP. Now simply solve it, Now if we solve it, I have to start from the index 0. What else I need? I need the remaining target, right? I need the nums. That's sufficient, right? I need the nums. Yeah. And if this answer, as we have discussed, if its answer is more than 1000, because the length is 1000 here, so if it's more than 1000, obviously you can see if it's more than n, then simply return a -1. Else it's always that return the answer itself. Now we actually have it dp itself. What is your AIR in JEE mains? यार AIR 5 साल पुराने की बात है यार, ये तो मुझे AIR it was 2000 कुछ 20 or 27, it was like around 2k. Not that good. Cool. We'll start off with ID. We will start off with target as remaining, and for sure this vector of nums will be the vector of nums itself. Now what we will do is we'll just have a small check that if my target is less than 0, bro, return a int min. That is not good what you are doing. And if my ID has reached the nums.size, again I just have a check that return if my target is actually 0, then I am actually good to return a 0, else please return a int min itself. Now simple dp check which we can have right here. If dp of id comma target, if it's not equals to -1, then return dp of id comma target. Now I will just have another check by just as you have two options, that dp of id comma target as maximum of, if I just take this current element, so I just ask for solve of id plus 1 with the target minus nums of id, and nums is passed as it is, or other ways just call solve as it is, means don't take it at all. So I'll just call as it is with the target also as it is and nums also as it is, and ultimately run that. It should work. Let's see what have we done. Or if any of you okay, it's a runtime error. Great. Hi Manikanta. So we have covered weekly contest 369, and now we are covering bi-weekly contest 116, problem number 2 or 3. Yeah. Okay, we have covered 2 problems, right? Minimum number and sum. Okay, so I have to increase the count. Oh, I did not increase the count. Count is increased. Okay, it's 2 more problems, right? 6. Yep. Cool. Oh, did not increase here. It increased. Cool. Now it's a runtime error. Let's see what we did. Is it because of this int min? I'm thinking maybe. I want the maximum length, right? Maximum length. So I'll take the maximum. It will return a 0 or a minimum number. If I'm returning a minimum number, why would it actually go beyond n? So what I can do is I can just return a minimum of nums of size. That's a minimum value, right? Let's see if that solves the issue, or else like any quick. Oh, again I have a runtime error. What's the issue? Like, where is the issue? Firstly, is it in this dp code? solve of id plus 1. If id is let's see, greater than equal to, if target is equal to a 0, return a 0, else return a minus nums. Target is 0, return a 0. Let's, the only solution which I have whenever this kind of issue comes in is to comment and see what is breaking. Cool. So something inside the DP is breaking. We'll actually now see. For sure something in this recursion would be breaking. Yeah, how is this possible? I do a 1 plus, I took the current. Oh, I want something. I want the length of the longest subsequence of nums. Okay, that's some target. Okay. Target minus nums. If it is less than 0. Target. Oh, if it is less than 0, then it is this. What if it is equal to 0? This target is actually equal to 0. And nums, sorry, and id, and id is not equal to nums dot size. Again, return minus nums dot size. Right, I'm just saying, okay, if the target reaches 0 and id is, but if the target reaches 0, I want a subsequence, right? I can right now also like return a 0. If the target reaches 0, I'm just good. Return a 0. But with this, I will not be able to try for the longest, but I don't even need the longest. It will work. Yeah. Oh, again a runtime error. Nice. Oh, that would be just because of this target being having gone a bit far. Just check this. Target is less than 0 or equal to 0. I am just going. ID is more than. I am just going. Need to write the return after DP check. Oh shit. Thank you so much. Array. Oh, again it's a kya? What's happening? Write it in the DP statement. Need to write it. ठीक है. The same thing, no? But still, it's giving a runtime error. Ooh. Again, okay. Let's see. Let's see. If DP is this, return this. Return the DP. And the best part, it did not throw error on this because it was returning that part. But yeah, target is less than 0. Well, something is going negative. The DP is not equal to -1. Return the DP, or else return the DP of ID target maximum of 1 plus solve of ID plus 1 target of nums of ID. Okay, your ID has equal to her, so that's like that's more conditions, but ठीक है, that will still work. Okay, solve this bad boy up. Pass in the nums of ID. Target plus 1. Target can be 0, right? Like if it becomes negative, it will stop here. If it becomes 0, it will stop here. If ID becomes out of bounds, it will stop here. So for sure, ID and target here will actually reach when both are in the range itself, right? Yeah. DP of this ID count target. What if yeah, it's target plus 1. -2, nahi -1. If answer is more than n, return up. Hey. acha हाँ, I changed that the minimum value if answer is less than 0, return -1, else return a answer. That's true. Okay, I outputted a -1 if answer is less than 0, or if it is also equal to 0. Return a -1. Adde yaar. That's a true Warzone gamer. That's a true thing. Target +1 needs to be there. Chi. And yeah. And here also, like, you can just increase it if the target is this, or if my ID is more than. But if the ID is more than. नहीं यार, सही है ऐसे. मतलब, it's just extra condition which you can have. ठीक है. Cool. Great. That was a very silly mistakes right there. Cool. Let's quickly jump on to question number 2916. Which is for sure. नहीं होने वाला. But still, we actually go on and think of whatsoever knowledge what we have right now, if we can build of anything. That's what we will try to do. Let's paste the entire question here. Do they have a like square sum, right? So do they also have a modulo? हाँ, modulo भी है. Cool. चलिए शुरू करते हैं. So let's see the problem itself again. Although we know the problem itself, but still we will read the problem again. This question was pain during the contest since I use Python, it always gives TLE and MLE. Like I don't know if it's and like I'm just stretching my hand again and again because my hands are like, it just feels like I have a fracture in my hand. Cool. How many folks we have right now? Nobody's, just 10 folks have gone by asking this hard question. No worries. Whosoever is here, we have seen Warzone has came in. Welcome Warzone. Long time. And Manikanta, sorry. Thanks for this. Thank you. Just a few comments we have not read. Do you switch between computer screen? Yeah, that was done. That's good now. Thank you so much. Review the profile. Yeah, sure, we will do. Praneet. College currently in third year, first sem. काफी time है यार. But still. Cool. Let's quickly have this question done. Then we'll actually review it, and then we'll actually go back onto next contest, right? Let's change this up, and I'll also okay. अभी पता है, by mistake I was about to stop record, but no worries. Let's also add in the comments current contest, right? Let's add now current contest this one. Let's go. Let's, क्या मुझे ये अच्छा लगता है, यहाँ पे पिन नहीं होने देता. अरे भाई पिन हो, हाँ, रिप्लेस पिन मैसेज, पिन हो गया है. करंट कॉन्टेस्ट इज biweekly contest 116. That is done. Cool. Let's quickly go back on to what we have right here for the folks are. So let's okay, we have Praneet only na. Yeah, let's quickly have the review. But yeah, meanwhile, like if you have also other questions any of you have also some other questions, just write that down in the chat box. And also, if the new people are coming in, can we please have a quick intro so that I'll just remember you guys. Okay, so you are in third year person. Considering you started off third year person, semester starts on June now, okay? Oh, like third year person. That's nice. Considering third year first sem, it's actually nice. But for the next 6 months, you will have to be very rigorous, like legit very rigorous, because it's a tier 3 college. And there's a high matlab, I can bet on you can actually be very good, like very good. It's just that you need to be consistent more and also practice more, like just to do submissions, one like solving more problems at least on weekends. That's good. Like I can see 22 submissions on like these days, but more on the both the weekends and also like on the weekdays also. But there's a very, like I can see also the replies from you guys. You can do great. Just be consistent and also increase a bit more frequency of hard problems, right? Especially whenever you encounter a hard problem, just take it. Okay, I will just simply solve it down. That's it. Easy, you can just skip it. But yeah, medium is going good. Hard need to be get increased thoda sa, but yeah, considering everything, just being thoda sa consistent, and just the next 6 months, that's it. Because after this 6 months, internship season will start for you, and that will actually help. Cool. I hope that was helpful. If any of you have any other doubts, any other views, questions, you can just simply write it down. We'll quickly jump on to this question. Subarray distinct elements sum of squares. Let's quickly have a bit water check, right? I usually need a lot of water, and with this, like I'm just afraid to keep water on my near laptop, because I've actually once I have poured the water on my entire laptop, and I was so afraid. It was so costly. Back in the college, a laptop worth of 50k was like dream come true. So it was such a thing. I just tried everything. I firstly switched it off, used hand dryer, always not recommended. I blowed entirely the entire laptop. I opened that laptop. I did what pata nahi kya kya. I just did not open it for the entire year, as in like open in the sense manually open it. But yeah, that was a journey right there. That's the reason this MacBook is kind of a, like I was just wondering, yeah, once I will get, but yeah. It's so good to drink water. You are given a zero index integer array nums. The distinct count of a subarray of nums is defined as the same thing which we read earlier. Subarray of nums consisting of all the indices of I and j, such that the number of distinct values in nums is called as the distinct count of this. Return a sum of squares of distinct counts of all these subarrays. Since the answer will be very large, return this. There is no good example, huh? These are all small examples. Okay, let's take this example, first example itself, because the next example is not useful. From this first example itself, we can easily go and build up something. The only thing important in this question which we can think of is, and for sure, if the folks are watching in, can we please just like just start thinking of the hints, and like after a bit time we'll actually ask for, okay, what can be the hint for this, and what can we apply if we are stuck at any point of time. Or meanwhile you can just keep on commenting your approaches, whatsoever you are thinking, or whatsoever you think could be the approach but it did not work out. We can discuss that entire part. But what I can think of is that one thing for sure, earlier I was going on to all my sub arrays, so it was costing me O of n square. Now I have to go on to every index exactly once, which means if I have my array like this, I can only afford to go on to this array once, which means if I'm at this index, I should be, if I'm at this index, let's say this index, I should be in O of log n time or O of 1 time, should be able to know number of distinct elements in this sub array whole square. That's what we want now. Square of distinct count of this sub arrays of nums. That is what we want. Okay, that is what we want. Okay, let's see what this example says. If I have, I'll just simply represent this as same 1 2 1, indexes 0 1 2, id 0 1 2, nums is a 1 to 1. At this index, I know I have, and when I say I'm at this index, I'm only considering the previous portion. Okay, previous portion, which means this portion right here. I have only one element, and that is itself unique. So I'll just simply say that's a one element for me, and that's unique. Okay, simply do a 1 square. Cool. I'm standing here. With this standing here, I will encounter a 2 and a 1 2. So it will just say the count. Now you might get confused with these nums value, but don't consider these nums. I'm just considering about the count. So the count will be for this, only this sub array, the count will be, okay, let's erase this portion. Let's okay. Let's erase this portion. Yeah. So with this as the only value, I'll just simply say, okay, it's a 1 square, and with this as the value, I'll just say it's a 2 square. Okay, now as this is the count, oh, now comes the interesting part. As this came here, so with this I'll get a 1 square. Okay, I'll get a 1 square. With this I'll get a 2 square, but with this I'll again get a 2 square. Okay, so it's actually making it a bit difficult to actually think for the square part. So let's think a normal, like take a big number, like take any big number, because it's a very small number and we won't be able to find the answer. Oh, this she was not visible. Oh yeah, thank you so much, Mohammad Imran. So like what we found out here was that that's the biggest problem. Like sometimes my screen is not visible, sometimes this is not visible, but ठीक है. Is it visible now, right? Cool. So like what we have seen so far is like we can try off for, like the only thing which I can afford off is at this index in O of log n or in O of 1, I can get to know this sum. Right? If I want to know this sum, which is simply the square of count, so rather than going on, like we can go on to square of counts, that's one thing, but like we cannot think of squares for now. So let's think of normal thing. that if, let's firstly make a bigger example. Let's say I have a 3 4 5 3 4 5. I will just simply repeat this 4, then 6, and then a 5, right? Here you'll see the 4 is repeating and the 5 is repeating. Now if we just go back and like, let's right now forget the squares, we will try to accommodate the squares. Let's think of a smaller example, smaller problem. Like we are at this stage, okay, we have understood the problem statement itself, but we have not yet figured out what's the data structure which is going to be solving this problem. We are still trying to figure out, but still we are trying to break the problem down. So I have break the problem down to just try for the smaller portions and try for the square itself. Now at this index I, anyway I need to know the number of distinct elements so far. When I was here, it's just this one element. Okay, it's just the one element. When I am here, it is just saying, okay, I have 2 elements, like 2 unique elements here and 1 unique element here. So I can just say I have 2 unique elements here and 2 unique elements, which means from 3 to 4, 2 unique elements, and then only 4, 1 unique element. Again, mark my words, I am just starting from this, when I'm only considering the left portion. I'm at this, I will only consider the left portion. I will again say, okay, I will have 3 unique elements, 2 unique elements, 1 unique element. And like ultimately you know one thing, I have to square these up, so we can just easily do it. Now at this index, I'll again say I will have 4 unique elements. No, not 4. Let's go from here. I will have 1 unique element, I will have 2 unique element, I will have again 2 unique element, I will have again 3 unique element. Because you'll see, okay, 4 4 5 4 5 4, again 2 unique elements, 4 5 4 3, again 2 unique elements, sorry, again 3 unique elements. Now if we just stop right here, what happened? Okay, like let's imagine, let's make 6 also. Just one more. I will have a 6. Okay, for sure it will be a 1. I will have 2 unique elements, I will have 3 unique elements, I will have again 3 unique elements, I will have again 4 unique elements. Sorry, it's a 1 unique element, 2 unique element, 3 unique elements, again 3 unique elements, and again a 4 unique elements. Cool. So like one thing for sure, I'm going on to every indexes one by one. Now I need to figure out some pattern in this. That's what I'm thinking. I need to figure out some pattern in this. Now the pattern and for sure, like let's see then, like what are your opinions? Just comment down below, like what you guys are thinking and what you guys think of the approach and all that stuff. That will be super helpful. But yeah, what we will do is we are at just this particular 3, we got 1. Now this 4 came in. What happened was, if I just take the previous array 1, I just added a 1 in it and I just added another 1. So I just added 1 in this array, I make this 2, I added a 1. I took this previous array 2 1, I added 1 on both the locations, and then I added a 1, right? Then I again took this previous array as 3 2 1, I added 1 on all the locations, which is 4 3 2, and I added a 1. Oh no, it is not the same. So else we are saying I added a 3 2 1 and I added a 1, which means I just directly copy pasted it. I did not add it, but I can see I added something. So I'm just saying, okay, my 4 was here, right, which is about to enter, which is, as you can see, my 4 is about to enter. So I just added until I encountered the previous 4. Okay, which means I was adding 1 on the on the entire range earlier. On the entire range, I was adding 1. But now I got to know I will just add only when, like I will just add only after the previous existing value of my current number. So my 4 was actually at this location. So after this location, which means after this location, I will try to add a 1 only after this location. And yeah, it is now making sense. Cool. Let's again copy this entire array again, 3 2 2 1, and again I will just encounter another new element, which is actually a 6. 6 is not repeating before, so it makes sense to add in all of them. So I'll just add 4 3 3 and 2, and that is how it is being built. So one thing we are actually making sense is, and yeah, one thing is also for sure, as I'm encountering any new element, so like a few things which we have got from so far, I encounter any new element, I will add a 1 corresponding to it. Add 1 corresponding to new element in the end, right? Now one thing also we have like figured out is we have to add 1 in the entire range. So that is, we have to do kind of a range update, which can be done either by using a segment tree or a Fenwick tree. Both are weak of mine. Fucked up. Like, are we saying that we will solve this using a segment tree? Is it this hard? This question will never be asked in an interview. Like, it's a very hard problem. Only 150 people got it right during contest. I can see only 64, 49. Okay. So okay, it is that although maybe we could have, although like it is possible that maybe we could have solved it using a different data structure, but right now, like, as we have to do a range update, so like we will do a range update by 1. Now as we saw that we will do a range update, but we will do in the range of like if I'm at the ith index, like if this index is I, so I'll do a range update from sum L to actually I minus 1. Now why this sum L? This sum L is nothing but the previous location of I plus 1, which is this L. So sorry, my I was here, right? So I'm just saying, okay, do a range update from L to I minus 1, where L is nothing but the previous location of I, which is actually at this 4, then do a plus 1. So I'll just do a square brackets L plus R range update. Range update, which means increase all the frequencies by 1. Range update by 1. Again, we have to do range update for all n operations, which means that we can use segment trees. Again, like, I'm not sure if there can be an easy way for it, but considering the people are saying that it's hard, so maybe it is hard. So maybe it is because of the reason that we are applying a segment tree or Fenwick tree for it. But if we use a standard segment tree, it won't work. We have to use a lazy propagation. Again, I don't remember back last 4 months back or 5 months back, I solved a problem with segment trees. So I forgot its code. I'm not sure, but yeah, I have a code for Fenwick trees. Oh, that's not a code. I still, like, I know it's as a black box. I know this as a black box also, but it was in my previous like disk, so that is not here. But yeah, in this we can just simply say, okay, it's we can just use a range update of Fenwick tree. Again, like we'll just simply use this code from CP algo if we need. We can also use this code from CP algo if we need, but that's a big code. So if both are black boxes, so we will use this code. It's a small code. just this itna sa. Cool. So one thing we have got, we can do the range update now. Okay, is it sorted? So we want, what we wanted was ultimately third point was just we have to add, which means sum of the count square. This is what we wanted ultimately. Here I'm getting the count. So let's forget I had square. So I wanted this count square, but let's forget I had this. Let's focus on because I'm simply getting the count itself. So let's focus on the count itself. I'll get the sum of the count. So what I'll do is I'll do a range sum again and again. From this point, I'll do a range sum. Like I'll do a range sum of 1. I'll do a range sum of 2, 1. So after doing a range update, I will do a range sum. After doing a range update, I'll do a range sum. Range sum from what? Now, as we are using a Fenwick tree, so indexing will be 1 based. So please. Right now, I'm just mentioning indexing will be 1 based. So please make sure when I'm writing the code, remind me to make indexing 1 based, right? But right now I'm saying, okay, I will be doing a range sum from index 0 to index I. After doing a range update. If we do before this range update, oh no, like after doing the range update, yeah. Now I'll do this range sum, and this every time this range sum I do, I'll get the count, and I'll simply add this count in my answer to actually get the sum of count of distinct number of nodes. Seems okay. Now we want to do a count square, which means can I do a range sum? Okay, now my task is to actually do a range sum, but that range sum, when I say a range sum, I just mean, okay, if I have a value a, b, c, d in this range from 0 to I am just doing a range sum as a plus b plus c plus d. Now I'm saying instead I want to do as, if I have a b, c, d, I want to do a square plus b square plus c square plus d square. This is what I want. Or is it not? We will see. Yeah, this is what I want. When I ask you when I want to do a range sum. But we cannot modify this Fenwick tree. Why? Because like back in the mind, we still remember how a Fenwick tree is being built. So yeah, still like even if you can use it as a black box, still you need to have a bit idea of how a Fenwick tree works. Fenwick tree stores for a segment what is the value. It will store, okay, for this range I have this value, for this range it is this value, for this range it is this value. So like let's say if I ask you, okay, Aryan, give me the value from here to here. So it will just go and query this range, get you a sum, query this range, get you a sum, query this range, get you a sum, and that will be the sum of the range from here to here. It is how a segment tree works, which means x plus y plus z, which is x plus y plus z. So while I'm building my segment tree itself, while I'm building my Fenwick tree itself, I cannot just do okay, just give me x square plus y square plus z square. That would not be equal to a square plus b square plus c square plus d square, right? Because a plus, let's say here it is a plus b, here it is c, here it is d. I wanted a square, but it will do a x square, which is actually a plus b whole square, right? That's not equal to, so basically like extra 2ab might come. So that is like extra values can come. So for sure, I can't go and modify my range sum query of Fenwick tree itself. I have to think of something else. I cannot do this. Sorry. How will I do a count square? Any idea? Anyone? How I will do a count square? So, okay, let's start off this. Let's take the example itself. let's take the example itself. But yeah, if anyone have any idea on how it is being done or what is being done, just quickly let us know. Meanwhile, we'll try to figure out how we can get the right. Now we have ultimately get this count, but now we want to get the square sum. So I'll just simply again replicate this entire stuff and see how we can get the count sum. Just to copy and just simply paste this down and see how we can figure this out. Okay, cool. Now we want a count square sum. So just imagine that we have got this entire array. What would be our answer? It will be 1 square, right? It will be a 2 square plus 1 square, right? It will be a 3 square plus 2 square plus 1 square, right? Now it will be a 3 square plus 2 square plus 2 square plus 1 square, right? I'm not going anywhere from this, but let's see. If we had this as a square plus b square, right? Or let's say if we had this only, or better, let's take what I would be building in my entire Fen victory. I would be building a 1 2 1, a 3 2 1, and a 3 2 2 1. This is like यही होगा ना अपना, like proof 100, Mohammed, Imran Sheikh, Praneeth, Pranav, Warzone Gamer, Pranav, Manikant, Pendra, Pranav दो हैं, Pranav Sood and Pranav Mare. What are your, like Shivam, Himang, Ashish, like I don't know, like who else is watching right now? If yes, then what do you guys think that how we could actually get to a solution that we are getting the sum square? What I'm thinking right now is if we have a 1 square is 1, initial will always be a 1. So I know I can simply add and get this range sum. Now, one thing, it's just nothing but AB. I want to get a square plus b square, right? If I just do something as a plus b whole square, it will be nothing but a square plus b square plus 2ab, right? Okay, I can get the a square plus b square. I'll do this square, which means I can just query this range sum a plus b and then just do a whole square, and then I can do a minus 2ab. But how will I do a minus 2ab? That is difficult. Okay, I cannot do this also, so that is not possible. Okay, or else one thing, like what we are doing right here, from this we are actually incrementing these values and then adding a 1. This is what we were doing, incrementing these values and adding a 1. Same I can do for this, incrementing the values and add a 1. So I'll do a. So basically, like I'm just considering, okay, I have this previous, let's say this value, so I can just increment and add a 1. So I'm just trying to go from previous state to the next state of right side only. I'm not using a left side right now. So I'm saying, okay, I have something. I have a square plus b square. Okay, I'll add a 1. I'll do a plus 1 whole square. I'll do a b plus 1 whole square. So I'll get a square plus 2a plus 1 plus b square plus 2b plus 1. It is right. A square plus 2ab plus b square plus 2ab plus t. So with this, I know one thing for sure, that this will be, and this portion is actually this portion right here. So adding 1 is also like 1 square of 1, adding 1 is one thing which we will do on side. But considering I had the previous result of a square plus b square, right, plus 2 of a plus b plus the 2, right? This a square plus b square is this previous result. So this previous result is this 2ab is 2a plus b is the corresponding range sum, which is a plus b. It is this corresponding range sum, and 2 is nothing but it is 2ab, right? 2. So it will be always be a 2. Will it always be a 2, or will it change according to the range I'm updating? It will. We will see with this previous range. Okay, like let's right now we are just okay, like, and we will also add some 1 in the later, so that will also be added, just 1 square. Okay, so all the variables are done, so we can easily find the new square possible. Now we are checking how these constants are gonna work. For that we have to again go back to this previous range, which is now like from this above range to next range we find the answer. Now from this range, which is this range and next range, we'll try to find the answer, and with this we can get to know how the constants are going to change. So we'll have again this a square plus b square plus c square. We'll actually be doing a plus 1 whole square plus b plus 1 whole square plus c plus 1 whole square, and for sure just another 1 will always be added. Now I'm just considering right now that I'm incrementing my entire thing as plus 1, which means I'm incrementing this entire range by 1. I'm considering that. No worries. It can also happen that you increase only this range, which is actually happening here, which means you are only increasing this range right here, right? So you can just simply say, okay, I did not increase my a, I just only increase my b and c, which I'm doing right here, in this range only, which is this only 2 square. Okay, also it will also not increase. This is what we can also do with this range update. Just update in the range L to R. Okay, so with this what will happen? But still, like, that question of doubt of how to update, we'll see later on, but let's right now focus on this part. So it will return me a square plus b square plus c square plus 2c plus 1. This one let's ignore for now. This is our answer for this. This is the previous state. Now this 2c, how to get this value? This is the range sum of whatsoever I did the range update to. Okay, which is actually range update I did from L to I minus 1. And then a plus 1 here. But still, this constant is still unknown to us. We know that, okay, we can just get this as the range I am summing up. So it's a range sum I want of this range itself. This I can get from the previous state. This is the range sum. Again, 2 constants are remaining. Let's quickly go for constants. Constants will be nothing but we have a square plus b square plus c square. Let's update everyone, which is a plus b, a plus 1, b plus 1 whole square plus c plus 1 whole square. I don't know why this question is so hard, but a square plus 2a plus 1 plus b square plus 2b plus 1 plus c square plus 2c plus 1 plus 2c plus 1. So it is a square plus b square plus c square plus 2 into a plus b plus c plus, oh, it's okay, plus the 3. Okay, so this is the previous state. This is the range sum of 0 to, sorry, L to I minus 1. 2, as we saw, 2 is always constant, so we figured out and we reached a conclusion that 2 will remain as it is. भाई कोई solution बताएगा इसका, as in like can someone help out? Are we going right, wrong? What should we try? What should not we try? And all that stuff. So it will be plus 2 itself, and that will be nothing but if I say it as L comma R, so it will be nothing but R minus L plus 1. Seems like, right? Which is nothing but I minus 1 minus L plus 1, cutting it out, which is actually I minus L. Now this was for this portion, but you remembered we have to add extra plus 1, so just simply add that plus 1 also, plus 1 also. So now what we have figured so far is, let's quickly small it down. Now with this portion we have figured that how we will get the range sum square. Cool. That will be actually, now step 4 was range sum square, right? I want to evaluate from 0 to I. I know I did the updation from L to I minus 1, which is I was always considering L to I minus 1, right? So I know one thing for sure, I'll do a range sum square of 0 to I. With that range sum square, it will be nothing but the previous number. Let's say the previous initially will be a 0, and I can just keep on assigning previous with the next number. So basically this square number is, it is keep on, as you saw, it is keep on helping the other numbers where it is gone. Yeah, a square plus b square, as it is computed entirely, it will help the next number. Just add a plus 1 in the end, that is make sure. So this previous number, will be actually improved to this previous number, previous, like the new number, or you can say this new value will actually be previous value plus 2 into range sum from what? Range sum from L to I minus 1 plus it will be I minus L, as we found out here, plus a 1 square for the current value which I am landing at, and that will be a number which can be helpful for the next number to compute on. So that will be a basically summation or square summation, and please make sure to do modulo at every step, which means here also multiplication modulo, like you have to do modulo at every step. That is what we will make sure to do. But meanwhile, one thing also parallelly, that your answer will be increased by this count, which is prev. So if we consider the base case, we had nothing but a 1, so previous value is 2 into range sum of L and I minus 1. L, I'll also point to 0, I will also point to 0. Range sum of 0 comma minus 1 is, that's not a valid range, right? So let's have a quick thing. Like in my range sum code, I will just have that, okay, if I'm asking for a L comma R as a range sum, so if L is less than R, return a 0. So it should be actually a 0, and then I just simply do a I minus L, which is a 0 minus 0. It's actually a 0. Previous L is nothing but the previous, like last occurrence character. Can't I do a L is minus 1? Shall I do a L as 0 or as a minus 1? भाई मुझे दिखाई भी नहीं दे रहा है, लाइट की वजह से बहुत जनरेट हो गया. हाँ ठीक है. तो what do you guys think? क्या चल रहा है बताओ भाई, ठीक है. मतलब आई एम थिंकिंग ऑफ द केस व्हेन L is actually a, मतलब let's say here I found my L, आ गया वो 2AB. Now with this 2AB it is the range this, which means from 0 to actually I minus L. I is actually 2. It is 0 1. So I is actually at oh god, my I is at this location. Oh sorry, for this value my I is at this location, which is I'll do a summation from L to I minus 1, which is summation from 0 to I minus 1, which is actually summation from 0 to 0 1 to 1, and then this will be 2 minus 0, which is actually I minus L itself, as we have found out here, and range sum from 0 to 1 will be our answer. Seems correct, right? Yeah, we can simply have a condition of if check that if my L is less than R, simply return a 0, because what if my I is 0 itself? I can also skip just saying okay, first value is always a L is the last location of that particular element. So I'm just thinking, but I'm thinking what I'm thinking right now. I'm just thinking how to fix this L, because this L, if not handled correctly, it can just give me bateri values. So L was the location of the last occurring element, right? No, L was the location of last occurring element's next value, right? So last occurring element is this. By default L is 0, where it is this. Last occurring value was this, so L will be pointing next location. ठीक है. We will just by default mark by default L is 0, and that would work. Just we will have this if condition that if my L is less than R, or that would also not be required if I just handle my I equal to 0 case separately, which means just start from I equal to 1 itself. That is one thing, and mark prev as 1 for I equal to 1, and also initialize your answer with 1 itself, because you are adding the squares of count. So these I will just do, I'll start from the I equal to 1. I'll not handle it separately. So with this logic, we think that we should be able to solve it, which means I can just go on to every indexes. भाई question बहुत hard है. Meanwhile, whosoever I know that hard question, Janta is kind of like, still if you have any of the doubts or something like that, or if you think that it would not work, so like what we have ultimately found out is that we'll go on to all of the i's starting from I equal to 1, right? We'll just have the I equal to 0 case separately in the beginning itself. As you go to all of the i's, I'll just do a range update from L to I minus 1, and then add a 1, or I can do also a range update from L to I, or range update from L to I by 1, increase by 1. That is one thing which I can do. Now when this range update is done, I will have to count for this corresponding square sum. So I'll just use this, that previous value whatsoever I'm computing, I'm just doing a 2 into range sum from L to I minus 1 plus I minus 1 value is the constant plus 1 for the new incoming value. Just do a mod always, and as we are doing a range sum, shall we do modulus in that also? We have to do, else range sum will overflow, because range sum nums of I is equal. Nums of I is this and length is this, so 1e10, maximum is 1e10. So rather what I'm thinking is, let's take a long, right? लक्ष्य रस्तों की कहाँ गायब थे, by the way, by percentage V, I'm thinking by the way, but yeah, अरे like गायब नहीं था यार, घर पे ही था मैं तो, like it's just that बहुत कम था यार, बहुत ज़्यादा, but yeah, quickly कौन फोन रख के सो रहा है and कौन जिंदा है, just quickly comment down below and just tell me if it looks okay or not. Although I'll not recommend to solve such hard problems, but it's good to solve it, considering you will get the behind idea of how a segment tree or how a Fenwick tree would work. I recommend, like, to understand visually, a segment tree is much more like a tree structure, so it's easy to visualize. Fenwick tree is not, but the code is much more smaller, so I can just copy paste that code or write that code down, very short. So I just prefer Fenwick trees, but still there can be a chance. There are many things which can't be done on Fenwick trees. Range sum can be done, but yeah, let's see. Again, if you want to find max or min, then we have sparse tables, range sum, range subtraction, multiplication. We have our Fenwick trees. For other range operations, most of the range operations we can have Fenwick trees. For other operations we have universal segment trees. Cool. Hopefully it should work. If not, we'll actually see why not, but I'm thinking hopefully it should work. And I'll also adding my prev in my answer. That's one thing. How many of you think it will work? How many of you think it will not? भाई सब सो गए भाई, बहुत बढ़िया। ठीक है, चलो, वैसे भी दोपहर हो रहा है, थोड़ा सोने का टाइम है, कोई नहीं, करो करते हैं। Cool. Meanwhile, we'll quickly jump on to the code itself. If any of you are here new, it will be great. I can't. Okay, yeah. Now it's visible. If any of you are here new, can we please smash, like, I can just get to know if you're new by just smashing that like and increasing that like count by 1, else we can just are good. That's a long way to go. Let's quickly see this code itself. Let's quickly code this up and see if we can just solve it. Before that, we would need code of range sum Fenwick tree CP algorithms. We'll actually just use the range sum code, which is right here. So we use this code with us. Let's copy and paste this code. Right. Like, I also made a snippet for this, but it's not, like, it's gone for me now. Oh yeah, we got this increase too. Like, we have one new person watching, so yeah, we'll just use this code. We'll actually modify this code. Let's, like, I'll quickly have a 2-minute break. I just want to go do some emergency nature task. I'll come back. Meanwhile, you can just enjoy the scenery हाँ जी, सो गए क्या सब? बारिश चल रही है, सो गए सब भाई। नॉट द राट ब्राड, कहाँ था भाई? अबे भाई, ये क्या वो सो गए सर? जिन्ना है सर? अरे यार, um cool, let's quickly resume um where we were. Cool. मौसम अच्छा रहा है। सही है। Cool. Let's have a quick check if everything seems fine. Yep, we have everything okay. Just let me know if anything is not good, or voice or something like that is a bit busy or something. Just let me know if anything is out of sync or anything like that. Cool. You can quickly continue, and we'll simply write the code down. Cool. We have simply copy pasted this particular code from EPL Golf Films. We will quickly write a class of Fun Victory, right? What should I name? What was the other name of Fun Victory? It's Fenvic. Cool. Okay, Fenvic. Now I just like making this class just for that key we can have a usable code, right? You can also name it as a bit. Usually it's named as a bit. So with this code we can easily see that we would need two variables, which is b1 and b2, right? Two vectors, b1 and b2. Now these two vectors are just representing my, because I can't do a range update directly, so I just need a b1 and a b2. So I'll just take a b1, I'll take a b2, and I'll just have a constructor that will initialize my end, just saying that b1 dot resize with n, and also it's a 1 based, so I'm just initializing my everything by 1. Same like for b2 also, I just initialize that by 1, because as you know that my Fun Victory is entirely 1 based. As you can see also, it's less than equal to n, right? Now just simply have if we will have these functions as sum, range sum, and range add. Now for range add we only have these two, so let's quickly write down if we need to add and do a range add. So here we will pass in the vector, which is b. Now this vector b, it can be anything, b1 or b2. So I'll just have this vector b. It is saying okay at what index I'm just about to pass it, and also what is the value, by default value, which is, let's say, x itself. Here I'll just simply say while my idx is, and see, like, it's the reason I've just referred that code itself of CPL, like, so that you will, like, you must know, okay, I'm just not doing anything extra out of ordinary, I'm just copy pasting the code. But it's just in Python, so I have to just read it in C++, but yeah, cool. Now if that is less than equal to my n, do I know my n? N is variable, I don't know it, so I'll just have another variable as n. That's simple, and just say that this n is equals to n. Cool. Now while this, and yeah, if you think like ये करना, आप बारिश में जाके किसी के साथ नाचते, लेकिन हमारे लिए ये करना पड़ रहा है. Cool. So we will have a b of idx, and I'll just simply add a x, and I can just simply do a idx plus is equals to idx and of minus idx. So that's just a hacky way to going on to a next bit, which is not set, which is like just going on to the next bit, which is set. Then ultimately I'm just saying, I'm just passing everything by reference. So I'm just adding things up, and I'm just adding this value x to all of my bits. So that was to add, but now I need to get an add in range. So do a range add, and same constraints I will go, but it's just that I will have to pass in my L and R, and both are inclusive. Both are inclusive. Don't need to worry for if anything is inclusive or not. So that's a like idea which you need to have, okay, how everything is being made. So I'll just simply say, okay, on v1 add from L, like add at index L. So basically, like, this is nothing but a normal point update, right? This is nothing but point update which you have already learned. This is nothing new for you. It is a point update which you have already learned. This is something what I'm telling you to do a range update. Just call this point update 4 times with different of the, which means just on a b1 at L add a x, on b1 again at r plus 1 add a minus x, so that like it is like, although I'm just like showing you the intuition just to remember it for the interview, for the interview perspective. From L to R I just wanted to have a range, right? I want to have a range sum. So I started adding at L, and it will keep on adding up till the end. At R plus 1 I started adding minus x, so that it will just subtract the after L added whatsoever was there, right? Now again for the b2, now you will ask, Aryan, what's the condition for b2? So that is the extra part which is handling a case for us. Multiply by L minus 1 b2 of L comma x of L minus 1. Like, just b2 is nothing but other case is to handle this range update and range query case. Cool. Because see, if I just have simply asked you, hey Aryan, I'm doing a point update and range query, so you would have simply seen, if I do a point update and range query, if I do a point update and range query, a point query, and I do a range update. So if I only had done a range update, so this was sufficient. Add a L, add a value starting from L, and add a minus val starting from R plus 1. So that would have been more than sufficient if I would have only done a point query and range update. But now here I am also would be doing a range query. So that's the reason this extra part will come in picture. Simply again, that's a win-win for you guys, that you are actually also learning about NVIC trees, and it's much more easy and short. You will be able to write this. You will be able to write this in your actual interview if it's coming up. But if it will not be asked. Cool. Now I will do a R plus 1, do a minus x into R. I also don't remember this. I just have it from here. Add b2 L x into L minus 1 and R plus 1 minus x plus R. Now this part completes our range update, but you know I have to do also a range query. So the range query is nothing but just mentioning that which vector to query from, right, and also which index. So I have my sum, right? I will just say, okay, while my IDX is more than 0, just simply add in my sum the b of that particular IDX. And also earlier I was just increasing my IDX with IDX and minus of IDX. I'll just not decrease it, IDX and minus of IDX, and with this I'll just ultimately return my sum. Okay, I have, okay, it's a sum variable again, so let's name it as a total ho gaya main total. No worries. So with this we have got in our sum, but we, as in this question, we need the range sum. So for range sum we would be needing a prefix sum, because see, it's a point. Now this will give me a point query. which is nothing but the point. At this point, from, like, if I use this particular value, which is b, and I have this, as you can see, like if I just go for and do a point query at that value, what is at that value, at that location, what is the value? It will give me that. Ultimately, I just want the range value. For the range value, for every point, if I can just keep on computing that, so basically I'll just do a prefix sum and just find, okay, what is the prefix sum up till that index, so that I can be able to get, and I can just simply get the prefix sum up till that index by simply querying b1 and b2. That is the reason. Only for this prefix sum thing I needed another b2. So I'll just quickly go back again, and in my this prefix sum code, I know I have my IDX. I will just simply go and query firstly my b1, but I want the sum, so I just pass my b1. Now I want to give the index I want to query, that I will simply give. I also multiply by index. There's an entire logic behind it, but I'm just showing you the intuition so as to remember code like this. Again, I'll go on to my sum and start from b2 and just give the IDX. Same b1 IDX comma IDX and minus sum of b2 comma IDX. Cool. Now I have got the prefix sum. Now you are very much familiar with how we compute the range sum. Again, one thing which we have missed here is that this range sum and all that stuff, it can be actually go beyond the limit of integer. So please do a long. I can also do a modulo in this code, but I don't want to do it, so because I want to keep this code as generic so as to use it later on. So I just copy paste it and use it in my snippets so as to use it later on. So I'm just using it as a long so as to universally use this code. Cool. Just modify wherever you have encountered an LL. Int for n is okay. Index, it will actually be okay. Value I'm increasing with, it can be LL, although right for us it's always 1, but it can be LL in worst case. Left and right index, it can be R. I'm just increasing this LL with X. Improve this to LL. Index will always be an integer. Total can go to LL. Return will also go to LL. Prefix sum can also go to LL. Index will go to integer. Now we are actually wanting to do a range sum. So I'll do a range sum. Now range sum, I will need to pass LNR. I'll simply pass a LNR, but you know the prefix sum, the range sum is nothing but prefix sum of simple R minus prefix sum of L minus 1. And that completes our entire Fun Victory code, which right now I have written in front of you, and not much of a code which you cannot write. Cool. Let's simply comment this out so as to just let in the end look onto it if we missed onto something. Now I will have my answer, which is actually the count sum which we referred in the code. So if you don't know, I'm just referring this piece of code which I've explained already earlier to you guys. Cool. CPP में चाहिए, हाँ CPP में कर दिया भाई सुमित भाई. CPP में ये रहा code. So this is the code in CPP, which what was that ID on now? I'll just give this snippet to you guys too. Let's take C++, comment this code. How to save the code? I guess on running the code it automatically saves. Yeah, so this is the piece of code which you guys can also use. Range sum query and update. This small piece of code you can actually use. Cool. I have just pasted it out. You can just use the snippet for you guys, like just bookmark the snippet and you would be good to go. And like again, I have not tested this code out, so if there's anything, we will correct that in the end. So like, okay, I'll just remove this for now. We'll just, when we will run this code, then we actually verify if this code is working correct or not. Then I'll actually paste this code for you guys. Cool. Now this will be a 0, which means the entire answer which we wanted. Now, as I referred in the beginning, I want a prev which will actually initialize to 1, right? And I also, that's the only thing which I want to write. I also wanted an L which is pointing to 0 by default. I will not update this L, right? Okay. So like, yeah, we'll just mention, okay, like as you remember that I'll just go on to every of these i's. Now initially my answer will be 1 because it's 1 square. I'll go on to every of my I. Also please mark my n as nums.size, right? Also initialize your fenvic tree by naming as fenvic of fenvic tree, just saying of size n. Will initialize everything accordingly by size n plus 1. Just make sure just add here itself. I'll add here itself. While querying, just make sure just say make sure to query and update based on one indexing, because fenvic tree is actually, because entire fenvic tree is 1 based. Entire fenvic tree is 1 based. So that is one thing you have to make sure, right? So just make sure to query and update 1 based indexing. So that is one thing you have to make sure that you don't get into the indexing scene of my. Cool. Now I have this current. I just go on to every of this indexing. Now considering the previous logic whatsoever we had, what we need to do right now is, firstly, do a range update. Like step 2, like step 1 was add 1 corresponding to a new element in the end, which we'll do by the range update itself. So I need to do a range update from L to R. Now this L is the last location of what? The current nums of I. If it's -1, then simply revert 0. So one thing is that I need to keep also track of unordered map or something like that, just to keep track. Okay, I have what's a previous location. So I'll just do an unordered map, just referring, okay, what is my previous location. Now I'll just simply have a check for my L. I don't think my L is required here. If okay, I just simply have a conditionary condition that if my previous location dot find my current value, which is nums of I, if it is not equal to previous location dot end, you can also use a count if you want. Count also works. Nav Oberoi, like we'll come on to it. Let's quickly just have it done. If this is actually not equal to end, which means I have the previous location, so just go on to what was that previous location. So previous location of nums of I, and I'll just go on to the next location after that previous location. Else my standard location always a 0, which is always good. So I've got a L. My I is the current index itself, so no worries on that part. Now simply do a range update, which means I'll just call the Fenwick tree dot what? Fenwick tree dot range add. So do a, if you are following the same criteria, then say a range add. We do a range add with what values, with starting from L going up to this value I, adding a 1. And that's ultimately what we wanted. Now okay, range update is good, but how will you add in your answer? Now answer should actually be added off with some value. Now for sure we have to do a mod, so that is one thing. So also do a hash define mod as 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. No, cool, it will be 19 plus 7. Now I just have to simply go, and as we have referred, we will have a previous value. So firstly just get that pref value prepared for us with nothing but the previous pref value, which is actually a 1 in the beginning. Pref value is 1 in the beginning, right? Plus 2 into Fenwick p dot range sum from what to what, from L to R or not. No, I want the range sum from L to I minus 1 plus I want this previous value, to be I minus L plus 1, and that entire thing will be a mod. So do a mod here, also do a mod here, and it's all LL, so nothing much to be concerned about doing mod at every step. That will also work for us. So that is, we have got the previous value. Now I'll just do a previous value because that will actually be computing my current value. That or you can just mention as current value and say current, and I can also assign this to a previous value. Now we should actually be getting our answer. Now answer was integer, have it as LL. I don't want to risk the integer overflow at any point. Now the result that with the modular value, I think it should work. If it doesn't, we are screwed up, because okay, unordered map, unordered map, previous location. Oh, we have not updated the previous location. So okay, when this is done, we have to also update the previous location of my current number, which is nums of I, with actually this index. One thing we missed, everything is 0 based, while we wanted everything as 1 based. Whew, that will be a pain. So previous location will be 0 based itself, nothing to worry on that part. My L, okay, I got the L. L is 0 based. Cool. So I need to consider this as 1 based. So I'll just do a L plus 1, I plus 1. Oh, one thing also, that we have the Fenwick tree. We added the first value, remembered, for this first value. So I also need to do a range update on or basically a point update on that value itself of add, because that also has added a 1 value. So if you remember, what I'm saying right now is I am doing a range update. That is good, but one thing I'm assuming right here is that I have already computed the answer for the first value. So on that first index, which is I is equal to 0, for Fenwick tree it will be a 1 index. I will need to do a point update also. So quickly just have this done and do a Fenwick p and do a point update, means simply do a add. That was add, right? Yep. add, oh, you have to have a vector. I don't know the vector, so I'll do a range update itself. I'll do a range addition from what? From index 1 to index 1. Again, index 1 is index 0 of that with a value 1. That will add a 1 in my value. I will have a L. I will simply add a range update from added 1. Just added 1 to make it one. Added 1 to make indexing 1 based. It's a tricky question. Cool. Then I'll just have a previous 2 into Fun victory of, again, it will be a L plus 1. I minus 1 plus 1. I'm again not doing that thing. It is just a distance, so it will not matter for us. Again, same saying for that. That added 1 for 1 based indexing. Answer will be a current mod. See, that will be simply a answer plus current. Simply modding that up. That will be simply it. Okay, now let's see. There will be spelling mistakes a lot. Let's figure that out first. Oh, incorrect answer. Firstly, at every point of time, let's first see that we are actually getting a correct value of our Fun victory, because we need to firstly test that out. Our Fun victory should actually result, or are we actually doing everything correct? We'll actually have a test this out. How? Let's take this example itself. Now it's a smaller one. Let's take a 2 to itself. So with this fashion, I added a 1 in the beginning. That's okay. I added a 1 in the beginning. That's okay. That's completely fine. Oh, let's like, I'm just wondering, what if we don't have made a mistake on our segment 3? Oh, I'm doing a plus 1 indexing, so I and plus 1, that will suffice. Let's do a quick check if our Fun victory looks correct. Added a B, index B, IDX, while IDX less than equal to n. Simply at that index, add a value x, IDX plus is equal to IDX and minus x. Okay. Range update is B1 LX, B1 R plus 1 minus x, B2 LX into L minus 1, B2 R plus 1 minus x into R. Cool. Sum is B and IDX. Total is 0. While IDX is more than 0, total is plus of B of IDX, and IDX is equals to minus of IDX and minus IDX. Correct? Return the total. Prefix sum is sum of B1 IDX into IDX, B1 IDX into IDX, minus sum of B2 IDX. That is correct. Range sum is nothing but L to R. Prefix sum of R minus prefix sum of L minus 1. Cool. Everything seems good. Now let's see that what is the issue with our code. So for sure, this will actually land down to just one location. Here, L will point to a 1. Cool. L will point to a 1. Oh, I did not update the previous location. Prev location of this first value, which is nums of 0, will actually be a 0. So that would be 0 itself now. Okay, if the prev location is actually not found, if the prev location is there, for 2 it is actually there, or for 2 it is not there. Yeah, for 2 it is not there. Cool. I just put in this prev location as 0. Any other issues which you guys think is actually here? For those 5 folks who giving correct example. For those folks who are right here watching and they think 21 aa gaya, shit, debug this. Now first thing for sure, our Fun victory is correct. Now we'll actually go back and look into what should be the output. So For those folks who are right here, what do you guys think? What is the issue in this code? 1 to 1. Now our answer is coming. Our answer is coming as 21, while the answer is 15. How? We will have a 1 unique elements. We will have a 2 1 as unique elements. We will have a 2 2 1 as unique elements. Square 1 square, 2 square plus 1 square, 2 square plus 2 square plus 1 square. It is 1. It's a 5. It's a 4 plus 4, which is 8 plus 1, which is actually a 9. 9 plus 1 plus 5 is actually 15. How the hell we got as a 21? One thing, it is already in my answer. So that is, I'm just finding my pref values and all that stuff, which I was previously finding, just to see what is the answer. Okay, my answer is 1 here. My prev is actually also 1. Now with the formula whatsoever we have, last location, 2's last location will actually 0. So let's go back onto, like, it's just a thing of what should be our actually answer. So we'll just say, okay, let's copy whatever is our answer. L is nothing but, so that is, we have to do a +1. We did a +1, right? We did a +1. So let's quickly copy this part and see that how we can get the answer. Copy it where down? Cool, let's copy it here itself. So we have this portion, we'll use this portion. Now just considering my segment tree is working perfectly fine, so I should be getting this value. I'll get the prev. Now prev is 1 plus 2 into range sum. Now let's say it as rs of from what? From, देखो यहाँ पे l the last location of it will be 0, so it will point to a 0 to I minus 1. I is currently here, I is 1, I is 0, I is 2. Here I is actually a 1. So 0 to 1, the range sum, 0 to 1, the range sum is actually a 1. So it should return a 1 to us. Let's see. And then I minus L, which is minus 0 plus 1. So it came out to be 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1, 2 3 4 5, for the value is 5, and that is what we wanted also. That's correct. Okay, cool. Now my prev will become as previous prev, which is 5 plus 2 into range sum of what? From L to R. Now my L was the last location, last location of 1. Last location of 1 was actually a 0. So L will be pointing to my 2. Sorry, my index 1. L is 1. Last location was this of 1. So L is pointing to the next element, which is actually 1. So I just want to find the answer from 1 to what? 1 to I minus 1. I is 2, 1 to 1. Again. Now plus I is actually what? I is right now 2. L is actually 1 plus 1. That will give me a 5 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1. It's giving me a 9. So if I'm adding everything correctly, answer is 1, 5 added and 9 added, it should give me a 15. I'll just simply now print out my prev. If my prev looks something like this, which means I am doing something right and my Fenwick tree code is wrong, else I can just simply say that my prev is wrong. Cool. Let's simply write a current. Now simply see out and then just simply see outing my current, and I've got a 7 and 13, which is not what I expected, right? Yeah, correct. So prev added correctly. Now this might be one case that would be giving a wrong result, because rest cases are just constants and should follow the correct criteria. So what we can do instead is, if any of you are watching and think like what's the issue in this code, just let me know. Else I can just print out this range sum and just sketchy about this, because I have seen indexing just going something. Just add a comment, rs, and oh kya haal hai. Cool. With this, if it's giving a correct value, which is RSS2, RSS2, both are incorrect, and that's the reason I'm getting a wrong answer. That is great. So okay, the only thing issue is now in the range sum we are getting the incorrect value. Now why? Let's see. My L, the only thing incorrect is this, the range sum, which means I'm just doing incorrect range addition. So if I had to do a range addition from L to R, L to R, I'm just at the current index, I'm just adding a 1. So if I just see out just range addition at range sum at range addition itself, right? I'm just printing out what, like, or if any of you have idea what's the issue, what we have done, just let me know. And it's printing out like what is it actually adding up on the correct indexes or not. Cool. And see, once you get this code correct now, there is no going backwards. So range sum, if I added a 1 from this range to this range, I'll get a summation of 3. It is same, which is correct. 2 plus 1, which is 3. Now for the next, it is actually again a 3. That is also correct. But if I ask you what is from 0 to that index, it should actually give me an entire result, which is 1, 3 and 5. Really? So 0 is never counted, so I have to for sure start from 1. So 3, and it should have been a 5. It's a 3. That's an issue. Sorry. I have to do a range sum. Let's put a 1 here. That is a 3 and 5. 3 and 5. That is correct. That's absolutely correct. So my range addition is working perfectly fine. I don't have to doubt on this. I'm just doing a range sum. I want to do a range sum from L to I minus 1. So I'm just incrementing both of them. L to I minus 1, range sum. Ransom. Any of you like think if I plus 1 to I plus 1, like which line? Warzone, like last time, also corrected this mistake. This I plus 1 to I. I'm doing a range addition. Okay, doing a range addition on this range itself, and then my previous will become the previous value, this value, which is the range sum from 0 to 1, range sum plus 1 minus 0 and यार ये इंडेक्सिंग में फंस गए हम तो. See, damn. Okay. There's some issue with range sum. I'm doing post addition of that in that index of 1. So that is what I'm wondering right now. I'll just make sure I'm correct. Like what I'm thinking right now is I'm doing some mistake right here, that I did a firstly I did a range addition on this entire range. Firstly I did a range addition on this, and also have to do +1 on this. So I did the entire range addition on this. So this had become this. So entire array looks something like this. Now if I'm just querying a range sum from 0 to 1 plus 1 minus 0. Okay, it is range sum is L to I minus 1. I is actually a 1, L is actually 0, so I minus 1 would be a 0. Why did I write a, okay, that's a 0, so it would give a 1 plus 986. Previous location of this is I minus 1. Line 86, previous location of this is actually I minus 1. No, like what I'm doing is I'm actually marking the previous location as the index itself, and then I'm doing a +1 to get the new L. So that is one thing which is correct. And like previous location also, like, okay, we did not print the previous location, but yeah, previous location is doing a +1. If I just do a, oh, wait a second. Okay, like +1 I have to do because I'm just going on the next index. So that is true. So something here that I'm doing a R minus, I'm doing a R minus, sorry, I minus L, and I'm adding a +1. Now this +1 I'm adding because I wanted the square sum. That's true also. That's also true. Okay, so why is my range sum like that? Is so visible issue, and that's a visual issue in that one line itself, but still something is fishy. So what happened here is I did a range addition from my desired range, which is L to I, which is L to I, and then I'm just doing a range sum, and the range sum also looks good from 1 to this. It looks good from 1 to this. It is not good looking from L to I minus 1. It would have been a 5 and a 9. It's coming as a 7 and a 13. This range sum is 2. This range sum is 2. This range sum should have been a 1, because 2 into 4, 4 plus 1, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. So this range sum is a 2, which is of 0, 0, which is of index 1, 1. So just print this out also, that just print this out that at 1, 1, which is ultimately saying at 0, 0, or like in my code at 0, 0, what is the range sum? And that actually should be a 1 with 1, 1. Just run this out and see at 0, 0 it's giving me a 2. That's an issue. Why? So that's true. That's true. So that's true. Like it's giving me this value which is actually 2 itself, and I'm asking for it. and it's giving me that value. He's correct. I am wrong. I have to find the range sum. When I say a range sum, oh god, what we did, we wanted a a plus b, we wanted a range sum in that range. Oh yeah, like now the visible issue is this, but was the issue in the formula itself? Range sum from L to I minus 1. If I am here, I want to find the range sum in the previous array before updating. Got it. I am updating, but before doing this range addition, find this range sum. What was this range sum previously? Right, or wrong, because this got the one way. What the issue was, like, we were actually encountering that before this range sum, like, see, this range sum is just saying that give me a value from this range to this range, and I'm asking it for the previous range. I'm computing for this current range, but I'm asking this corresponding value for the previous range. So this range sum should be of the previous range. Matlab, before updating, which means before updating. And that should work. So what I will do is, I'll just simply go and get this value of range sum, and before this range update, so we'll just say that ll prev range sum from what? From this L plus 1 to I minus 1. No. Cool. And just do a prev range sum mod values, and then it should actually work. Let's see. 15 seems okay. Let's use all test cases. Oh, don't say me what. Like, the way it is loading, it is feeling like it's giving TLE or something. But okay. Any other comments which we need to remove? These comments. Oh, this C out. Any other comments? C out. No, right? We are good. God, please submit this. Please. भाई आज तो पार्टी है, मेरी तरफ से पार्टी है. We solved a question, like, although we took a lot of time, but still, we solved it. Like, now I'll just paste the Biweekly code for you guys. So, just make sure that you are using a correct Biweekly code. So that is this. Let's remove this entire portion also, and let's submit this again. Sheesh. Nah, bye. Like, cool. I'll quickly paste. The code was correct, I guess. Yeah, right. Yeah, the code was correct. Just like I have added some comments, so I'll just edit this code. I will do this. ID on it. Oh, just remove this, bro. Cool. I'll just quickly paste this code for you guys. Just having a more so that you can just copy. Sorry, not this, but yeah, this. So that you can just always, anytime, copy paste this and use this. What's called? Yeah, Biweekly. कोई आया गेट पे, बट मैं नहीं जाऊँगा. Range sum and range query with this small piece of code. Lovely piece of code. Cool. Let's just quickly copy paste this. I'll also make sure I have this as copy pasted. Where we used to add a new snippet, right? Just add this right here and simply add a Penvic tree range. Hey, chal ja. Range sum and range update and what, everything in off and login, like just showing that how we can actually make a snippet and we can actually use that snippet for later use. Like I've seen many of you guys, so like currently as you saw, like if I had that snippet earlier I would have used it, but I had that snippet but I missed in my previous. So like I usually keep here, you should also keep on GitHub, but I only keep on here. And then like I also try one thing that I also keep this piece of code where I just mention how to use it, like so that like you might have some code like as you are using my snippet, so you might forget how to use a code. So, and I have forgotten many, so how to use the code will come here, and in that piece of information we'll just keep track of that how we're actually using our snippet. So as you saw, I'll just add one more, so like just add one, added one to make indexing one based, just remove it from here and add it here. So here's a piece of code just referring that how I'm using this code. I am not at all I'm just copying these lines, like these a few lines that just refer me that, oh, like just add here also adding one in range L to R, where L and R is 0, 0 in actual array. So make it as a 1, 1 in bit array. So that is how you can just like, that's how you can just simply remember that break Aryan, please, brainstorming for 30 minutes. I don't know how the breaks works in continuous live stream. Like I don't even know that how the live streams work. If like what how we go about eating and chatting, or like how like just let me know that how these continuous live stream works, as in do we have a break in between? So like I just copy it firstly, I just quickly copy paste these lines, or yeah, who cares, just copy paste this entire code. And also wait a second, where is my code gone? That is this. I'll just copy paste this entire piece of information, just referring that how I use this code. And also like I'll also paste a link of my solution itself to this problem, just so that I can come back to it, where I can find my solution, more details, and this is my submission. So I'll just paste, okay, I still forgot, I'll just paste this in my snippet. So like this is how I go about making a snippet. Now I'll just save this snippet. Now what should I name? I should name this snippet as sublime dot snippet होता है ना, sublime hyphen snippet, yeah. So I'll just name this as pen. Oh, okay, one thing I forgot, just to name that snippet. So how we used to name, yeah, trigger now. So name this snippet as Penvic tree range query and UERY and update. So you can just like it is how IME snippet dot sub lime hyphen SNIPPET. I guess this is it. Let's try if our snippet is working. Fenwick. Oh shit, man. Oh, I have written a. Okay, I'll just rename this. Oh, this is the issue which I have encountered. Mac, it doesn't. Oh fuck. Now I have to make a new snippet and rename the previous thing because I don't remember. Well, like, I don't even remember how to go about that. Where I can look for this snippet location. New file, nahi. Where is this file location? Reveal in Finder. Yes. Okay. This just changed this name to this name. Correct. Now this name is changed. I'll close it down. I'll now try for Fenwick trees. Fenwick trees. Oh, I have two snippets now. Why two? This is how the snippet would look like, and it will just on a click of button, it will actually land back to your location. This is how we do. So yeah, cool. Let's quickly jump on to the next location. Sorry, next problem. Will actually increase. Yeah, that was a big, tough question. So kudos to you guys for staying up to that point. But yeah, if we have a few folks like whosoever is here right here, I think Warzone would be here. Vamsi is here. If others are also here, the actives just say that hi, hello, something like that, and we actually go on to next question of ours. Sorry, next contest of ours. Next contest of ours is this one. Like Pranit, we had done yours, right? Your review. We remember that, yeah. Cool. That is done. Let's quickly go on to contest. Oh, again, oh my god. Again, a problem with a 7. Cool, no worries. We will still challenge this up. Yeah, just like I have never done for the folks who are right here. Firstly, like, just quickly let me know. Quickly let me know कौन कौन है, and also just let me know that how the continuous live stream work, which is more than 4-5 hours. As in, when is the person bounded to eat or like sleep? तो नहीं होगा खैर live stream में, but between like when I am supposed to eat. One thing. Shall I? अभी तो I cannot even order because my phone is right here. I only order from that phone. That I have to disconnect, and for which I have to bring it back to me. For which I have to maybe switch on some different camera which I have. But yeah, we'll do it after this. I just wonder that how you guys, yeah, I just wonder how you guys can study so much. Like that's immense. Like even if like one thing, like there can be two things. We will eat and we will join. Give us a brief for at least 30 minutes. See, like in this live stream, I cannot like break up. Like you can just eat. See, like you can just have it on your phone or like laptop while eating it. Oh, bhai sahab, pani aa gaya. While eating it, you can actually like keep on streaming. Like seriously, I'm not sure of how these continuous live stream works. How like when I'm like when you are supposed to take like you can take breaks anytime whatsoever in between, but it's more of me when I will I will not because we have for sure kept it 9 hours just because we don't want it, because 12 hours just because I had to catch a flight and I have to go for at 10 p.m. sharp, and I have to pack all these technical stuff, which means this tripod, this laptop, this tablet. Oh, I have a keyboard pack at my home or not? Okay, I have a keyboard, this tablet, phone, camera, so like everything I have to pack it up, also put my luggage and then go. So that would be one thing, but but apart from this, we will be actually doing questions itself. But if meanwhile you have any doubts whatsoever other than like I guess one person had a doubt, we'll actually see. But apart from this, if you have any other doubts whatsoever anyway in between, just comment down below. We'll actually go on to every of those doubts one by one easily. Cool. Now let's see if we have something. Cool. Oh, I have not pinned anything here. Current contest is done. Current contest is this. Now we are going on to the next contest. Cool. Let's go on to the next contest. We'll actually pin this up also. Weekly contest 368. Cutting off. अरे यार ये बवाल है मैक का. अच्छा वैसे like if any of you are here and don't know Hindi, and if I speak anything in Hindi, you can just quickly say वैसे why you can just get to know that, or I can just simply paste a link instead. Now why I'm pasting this for you guys? I should paste a link instead, that this is the current contest which we are going, and just simply pin this up. So just replace the pinned message, and yep, pinned this new message. Now let's see how we can go about it. Everything is good, everything is fine, everything is visible. Yes, it is going great. Oh, it has been 4 hours. It has been 4 hours. Damn, 4.5 hours we have been live streaming. Cool. Again, for any one of you who want to have breaks, you can have break. We'll also have break, but thoda sa let's do thoda or problems, and then probably we can have break. Yes. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now is we will have this one more contest, then maybe I'll just like we'll not have, like I'll not have break for sure. I'll bring something here itself. I'll just have to replace my camera with this camera, and with this I will be able to order from my phone, from which it is actually recording right now, and then we'll actually. But yaar जनता कहाँ है? Like सब सो गए, or like actually like just a quick thing for the folks who are still watching, just write anything, hi, hello, just 1 2 3, so that I can just know, like at any point of time if you're watching, just quickly just get to know, okay, that what you are looking for, or if you want to just know agenda of why this is happening or anything like that, just quickly just type anything out whatsoever you want from me, anything from me, any questions, doubt, anything whatsoever, just type out. Maybe they went to eat lunch. That's true, but that's great. Like first, like one thing I liked about a few of you, like Vamsi, Aryan, Warzone, and there was 1 second, there was also Hemang, Shivam, like Praneeth. Like the best part about like recently more communicating with you guys is I can just get to know that you are actually trying on and seeing those hard questions, and like, because see, it takes courage, like it takes fucking mind to actually solve for these hard problems and still continue to do it. So kudos to you guys. Meanwhile, order pizza in Zomato. So elegant, so beautiful. Just wow, thank you. That's so great. Cool. Yeah, we will actually order something. Meanwhile, let's see what's happening in the Telegram channel. Okay. Yeah, वैसे ये बात तो है, like situation is very, मतलब after this, if you don't know, like after this this entire session and stuff, even if we say that companies are still hiring, for example, Goldman is still hiring, like it's hiring at a bit more scale than that. Like it is comparison, like it's not for every company, but as we're expanding a bit, like we have got a new office in Hyderabad, so we are expanding more in Hyderabad, so there are many locations open for Hyderabad. But it's like even if the locations are still open, but still the criteria of a selection, the interviews, they have rapidly, like the bar was earlier here for the, like I'm still referring, the openings are still same, but the bar has rapidly increased. I don't know why and what happened, but even if, let's say, the openings were 100 previously in lockdown and the companies were hiring, bar was low, people were getting hired until this last year. In this last year, bars suddenly raised by twice amount. Companies are still hiring, like a few of them like stopped hiring, but then the growth still started increasing. We saw that. And it's also actual in my company also, there's actually a peak in hiring, and it's comparable to the hiring which we did in lockdown. So, but still, what I've seen is the bar is still up because more people are actually there to interview. So earlier the bar was, let's say, at 100. So let's say the bar was earlier at 80. Now because of this recession thing, it increased to, let's say, 120. Now 120 increased, people are actually more. Now the bar is 120. Again, openings have increased, so for sure the bar should have reached to 100, but still it had reached from 120 to 115, not 110 or 100. So that's the reason, like I think that we need to do much more work and stuff because of this bars being increased, and that's not fair, to be precise. Just imagine a person who was placed in 2023, not like 2022 or 2023, has a much better advantage than a person who will be placed right now, for example, like you guys. So रोहन जी वैलोरेंट जी, आर्यन भाई आप यहाँ कैसे हो? रोहन वैलोरेंट खेलो जाकर. Like I'm not good at playing games. Even if I try to, I won't be able to. So first thing, like I won't be able to play games. Like I was thinking to join you guys and have some game live stream or something like that, but yeah, I won't be able to do it. But yeah, बकचोदी अलग फॉर्म में की जा सकती है, which we can do. इंग्लिश में नहीं हो पाती, बट मीन बीच बीच में थोड़ा बहुत चलता है. करेंगे ना भाई, प्लेसमेंट ही नहीं है यार. वही तो, मतलब इट्स नॉट अबाउट कि, मतलब इट्स अबाउट द अपॉर्चुनिटीज भी कम है, एंड ऑल्सो जब है तो कंपटीशन तो ज्यादा है कि इट जस्ट फील्स लाइक so much like burden or boiled out. So that is one thing. Like I'm also of this, like I've seen this. There is a bird inside my home. My tag, it is open. Cool. IT से हो जाएगा. IIT से हो जा. Yeah, that is one thing I have seen, that there is actually a, and that's not like, that's nothing about which you can control of. It is nothing but there's a concept called as there is some as perception bias, or like view bias, as in when you view something, you just try to perceive it based on the information which you have right now. For example, as we have seen that the first impression is the last impression. That's true. How? Let's say if I just ask you, okay, you are from let's say a big company or a big MNC, or let's say if I ask you like you are from Harvard or a big college. So like with this, a first impression which might come to my mind is, okay, a person has done something in his life, maybe it's good. So it's not I'm consciously thinking of, but it is in the subconscious mind which is actually inferring. It's a like perspective which is being changed just because of this particular fact, and that is not which is in our control. That is how a bit bias comes in when we are saying, okay, we are from a tier 2 or tier 3 college, and also if we have not done something. But the only thing which we can do from our end is just one thing: work hard and beat those ones who are in tier 2 and tier 3, because they have a bit luck on their side. Now when I say luck, I mean the extra opportunity, or as in the extra perspective they have from IIT or NIT, something like that, or basically a big college or big other thing they have done. But what we can do in turn is we can just try on any of the years for us. Let's say we have the first, second, third, fourth year. If any of the years we are in, we can just try off just try off anything you can do, just so that you can just beat off those guys in anything. Let's say you have contest, just try to say, okay, if a friend of mine, just make a hypothetical friend of yours, online, offline, anything, and just say, okay, if he's from IIT, if he's getting a rank of let's say 1500 or let's say 1900, so I'll get a rank of 1400 at least. Like I should actually maintain a gap and just try to paralyze things. Okay, he is not good at developing, I'll be also good at developing, so get some extra points on top of him, because he had done something. As like you have seen now, there's a perception or there's something like that you will always judge a book by its cover. As in, you will meet someone, you will for sure by their appearance, what they are wearing, how much they have maintained themselves. I'm not saying, okay, if they are like having a dark skin or a light skin, but how they have maintained. Let's say if there is this a big rapper, I forgot this name, like take any rapper, like for that matter, any rapper, so like how they maintain themselves, or like how they dress themselves. So with that, for sure you will have a first judgment. Okay, and with that first judgment, you will end up treating that person differently. So that is one like hypothetical thing which you won't be able to control. Again, you won't be able to control. Just as in, if I just go back, even if like back around 2-3 years back, by my face, people used to say, okay, like ye bachcha hai, as in he's maybe in school class 8, something like that, when I was in college itself. So, and by the perception, they have not gone into an entire background and see, okay, you are in college or not, but yeah, you have not introduced yourself, but still by your visual appearance or by your structure of how you are treating yourself, you have got to a point that people are assuming something about you, and that is a perception which will stay with them. So, and you cannot change it. One thing which you can do from your end is just to try out anything extra which you can, and going beyond that to get that thing out. भैया हमारे IIT नहीं है, भरोसा भैया हमारा IIT नहीं है, भरोसा रखो कि IIT में ही नहीं आ रही. So yeah, that is what I'll say. Like, just think that you will have to work harder than that of folks from IITs or NITs, and still, even if you are in NITs, you will have to work harder than that of IITs. If not, still you will end up getting the same job, but you might not end up getting the same package. And also the environment, it is a bit, like the environment is a bit, thoda bahut wo hota hai, environment matters a lot. But even if not, then you can build an environment, you can build the community. I have seen in the community itself, there are people, but the people don't post questions. As in, like, let's say if I just post a question, as in, like, for example, like on the last question, I was just trying it out. So Warzone suggested, like, he suggested a few things which can end up actually having an issue in my code. So I just tried, I just looked at onto that. So it is just a discussion which actually happened between us, right? That okay, we should try this. Okay, it's not working. So it is that if you just keep on asking someone, it will not help you. So just bring onto a table and take from the table. Bring and take, bring and take, bring and take. Try on bringing on first and then taking, then it might actually help. Just delivering something or something like that. But yeah, cool. We have done quite a lot of bakwas here. Let's quickly, Manan, what's the impact of recession on GS? Is the number of hirings is less than the last year? So like what happened recently is, as the recession hit, so last year it dropped significantly, as in from January to August it dropped like a very high number. Freeze, hiring freeze, exactly. Just a few hirings in a few divisions if the people are going out. Now it has increased quite a lot. Like if I just compare off, I can't give a number, but just a ballpark number, it is reaching to a level, because, and it's not because of okay, like we want more people, or because it's the entire pattern, but we have office, we have something going up and all that stuff. So hi Prajit, why you keep deleting my comments? I am requesting you to review my Leetcode profile. Bro, I did not delete anyone's comment yet. And also, like, we don't have a moderator yet, but yeah, we are planning to have moderators. So a few of them which I've seen regular, like quite regular, is Vamsi, and also there were like when I say like quite regular, it means like legit every live streams, so, and entire contest and stuff. So like I'm planning to make you guys as moderators. So right now I guess one moderator will be like although we won't be requiring like moderator as of now, but like we have a few people in mind for moderators. So if, but yeah, like Prajit, you can just simply comment down again, that would be great. Could you make a preparation playlist to ace a TCS code beta? It will be helpful for us. Yeah, that's a great. Can you just give a ball, like can you just like help me out with what all comes under this? Matlab, I have, or like I've got onto it. Preparation playlist, like cool. And like when is this TCS code beta? Like just Manan, just a quick question, like, or if any of you are watching this, when is the TCS code beta? How frequently is it, and how many attempts you can give? Just these three questions. If you can just please answer this, or else like if not, then still I will just research onto it and just make an entire schedule for it. But yeah, if you can just help me out, so it will be quick, more on priority than other. Bro, how is Triple IT Bangalore for placements? Triple IT Bangalore, yeah, Triple IT Bangalore, I'll say like with whom you want me to compare it. Just give me two, then I can actually compare this. One more question. Currently my Leetcode rating is around 1800. What should be my target? Prajit, like, okay, like I did not get the Leetcode profile, but yeah, I said the Leetcode is 1800, then your target should be solving known problems fast, which means DP and graph problems. And also like the main priorities for you is to solve, like for sure, if it is 1800, which means you are able to solve problem 1 and 2 for sure always, problem 3 sometimes, problem 4 sometimes. Now problem 3, there can be an 80% chance you are always able to solve it, but maybe in a long time, like it takes 40 minutes or something like that. For that you can just increase the speed. Along with it, just see, okay, if it was an existing question, were you stuck on it? Like for example, what are your weak points? For example, for me, the weak points of me are line sweep, range problems, as in if I give you n intervals having like n different intervals, if I give you, or like the problems of line sweep. If you have seen the line sweep, it's just a range interval problems. If you have seen the intervals problem as meeting rooms 3, or where actually you are actually doing a two-pointer kind of approach, but also a line sweep parallelly. So an independent two-pointer or an independent line sweep, it's okay for me. But still, these two independently also I take a time to actually code that up. So that's one like negative point for me. Other point is if they combine line sweep and two pointers, I'll take more time to implement it. So you should be knowing, okay, what's your weak points, so that I always, whenever I actually encounter a problem of line sweep or two pointers, I know one thing for sure. It is actually a backend. Like for me, coding in DP of a graph, it's actually pretty easy, like pretty fast. If I have any problems of directed graph, undirected graphs, or graphs in general, it will be very fast for me. If it's a problem of try, it's fast for me. If it's a problem of maths, but yeah, on Leetcode maths question are pretty less. But if it's a problem of maths which is involving, let's say, prime factors, HCM, GCD, HCM is something, right? Or it's HCM is ek to apna HCM wala HCM, but okay, no worries. But yeah, GCDs, we have other steps also. So that is one thing, like, okay, binary search is also a strong point, but the two, like, it's the only reason. If you just go back and look for my playlist, now let's make it playlist. So you will just look for that who is this? Oh, it's a sponsored video. Cool. So if you just go back and look for the playlist, so you will see that the Array Intuition playlist has the most number of videos. So if I just go back and see complete Array Intuition building playlist, it has 58 videos. You can see. So by this you can just easily see that like how I specifically focus on array questions too, because these look very easy, but they are actually pretty tough. So that is one thing which I will highly recommend, that you should actually try and focus on. Else, so sab changa si. So it's just that, okay, just get it and focus on that part more. Cool. I need to think. November 13, code Vita region 1. Okay. Let's. Okay, so seems like November 13. Well, it's round about the corner, no? It's just next week. Okay. It's 6 hours coding competition, which consists of 6 different coding questions. Visual performance. A candidate gets offers from TCS for 2 job profiles. Got it. If someone with a 200 to 2000 rating on Leetcode comes to you for a referral, would you refer him? Rajit. See, I would refer even if the person has a rating of 1800. Because, see, again, I have seen people cracking the interviews or cracking the all these, you know, these interview rounds by just having a rating of 1600. You can just imagine this fact. Now, this was possible only because of just one concept I told you: luck. How was that luck? If you just go on, look for the problems, just go on down, search for your company. Like TCS would not come, TCS would come, but for sure would not have those questions which are asked in Code Vita. But if I just say, okay, it is this. Now, if you just see, okay, these are the very old problems. So for sure, the Code Vitas are not these kind of problems. But if I just refer any other company, let's say any other big company, if you just heard of, let's say, okay, Goldman itself, or you can take any of them. So if I just take last 6 months, sort by frequency. So you can see, okay, these are not much frequent. Let's take it as one, not again much frequent. Let's say it is more of key how many interviews are how many interviews that company is actually taking and what is being done. So what I'm thinking is, if a person who has done, let's say, these problems, and I'm not saying entirely, but let's say these problems up till this yellow point, which means these 25 or 30 problems, has a better edge than the person who has not even seen this problem, because the time is less and you have to get this done. So it is a reason, like, that's not a good trade-off. If I just open any other company, let's say, and especially the companies which are actually recruiting the masses, which are actually having the large scale population, which are actually Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft, these actually recruit in a large number, which means in their office you will find many people because they require many people. For Goldman Sachs itself, they don't require that much people, so they don't recruit that much. Oracle require many people, but still the problems will be more or less linked in, if let's say you say so, like comparable numbers are there. So that's the reason, like we have also, like I also build this if you just go back, where is this gone? So if I just go back onto the playlist, so you will just see, okay, like we also had this one thing as like I have also that one thing of premium questions. I don't know, like where is that gone? Yeah, not this, but there was one playlist, company wise topic. Yeah, the company wise topic questions. So that is the reason. How important is this? Like, you might not know, but that might look easy, that okay, it's not that important, but it's actually important going on to the company wise specific questions before your interview. And that is, if someone has done a rigorous amount of questions and he still remembers that at that point, it's done. So like he has a better edge. But yeah, it's something which we can't say, or we don't have a, you know, oh, we have a two open. Let's close one of them out. So it is something that we don't control. We can't control. So I just say, okay, let's prepare by ourselves completely and just also try. And when I say that try, also go on the discuss page and just look for the problems itself on discuss page again. There is a thing on discuss page. The problems which you will see most frequently are the ones which are actually also on the company task most frequently asked questions, while in the actual interview you might not see them all together. It has happened with me last year, so just referring. So it's just again, just try yourself best, and luck is something which we can just try for, hope for best. Cool. Let's quickly jump on to the next weekly contest which we had. Again, we had these 4 problems with us. Cool. Minimum sum of mountain trips. We are having a zero index integer array called as nums of integers. Cool. Okay, Manan has if someone last 4 hours. Oh, we had been 4 hours here. Oh, we have been 5 hours. Damn. Cool. A triplet of, that's a lot. We should actually is everything okay? Yeah, it's okay. Cool. You're given a zero index integer array called as nums. A triplet of I, j, k is a mountain if I is less than j. Nums of i's and this minimum possible sum of a mountain triplet. So that is a well-known question. Again, that's the thing. If you see a well-known question, so it's obvious for you to actually solve it out. So and if the folks are watching in, if any, like I know that many of the folks are don't watch such long live streams, but if the folks are watching in, and if you are the one who wanted all October contest discussions being happened, then if you can just smash that like baby, that would be super 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 great. And I know no worries at all, but yeah, we can have it. Cool. Now return the minimum possible sum, like return the minimum possible sum of a mountain triplet nums. If no such triplet exists, return the -1. One brute force way which I can think of is go on to all ijk and then see if that ijk, just simply, that's simple, as simple as that. Wait a second, let me quickly paste this up. So it's just one thing which comes very standardly. Not sure if it is possible or not, because let's see the constraint firstly. Oh, the constraint is 50. We can for sure go n cube. We can for sure go n cube, so that's completely fine. So what we plan to do is we can just simply go and have a check, just simple check. First thing I can just simply go and iterate on all the ijk, simple 3 for loops, just check if this condition validates. If yes, then simply return the minimum possible sum, which means keep on trying, and whatsoever possible triplets are there, just keep and track the sum of them and return the sum as minimum of existing sum, comma this triplet value. This is one way which will take O of n cube time. That's a pretty basic, which we already know. Now other thing is, now you can also do it in O of n square, considering you have a vector, right? You can just go like let's say you are just standing here, right? What I can do is I can just simply go and check for the minimum value in the right, then for its corresponding value, the minimum in the left, minimum in the right, minimum in the left, and that I will do and check for every of those indexes I. So if basically, which means whatsoever is minimum in this right, minimum in this left, if it is, simply go and do for all the i's and get the minimum of the answer. It will be O of n square. Now as we saw this, one thing which comes in our mind is we can just simply pre-compute this. How? I can just simply keep track of minimum left. I can just keep track of, and like I can keep track as an array, minimum left, minimum right, and I can just do a minimum left from the left, minimum from the right, and I can just do a O of n operations entirely, and I can do that done in O of n operations, which means I can just keep track of the, let's take this as an example. I'll take my array is 8, 6, 1, 5 and 3. So like firstly, if any of you are watching and have any other, so basically whatsoever I have thought right now has a time of O of n and space of also O of n. So what you guys think, is there any improved solution for this? If yes, then what is that? So what like we have thought of right now is we can just keep track of minimum so far, this at this point. So let's say I have this vector entirely, so I'll just keep track of minimum to the left and minimum to the right. Now I will not consider this element as of right, and I also know that my nums is actually from 1 to 50, so I can just say has a very big value. What should be the big value as a big value? Let's take it as int max, I max is a big value. Now left minimum 8, left minimum 6, left minimum 1. So it's a left minimum and 1, right? Same way I'll keep a right minimum. Again I'll just do I max, which is nothing but integer max, because I want a minimum. So I'll just do a 3, it will be a 1, 1. So if I'm at this index, I know left max is this, sorry, left minimum is this, right minimum is this. firstly I just have a condition that okay, if my 8 is more than my left minimum and also my right minimum, then it's a good number. If this is the case, I will simply just do and ask the same stuff for this number, which is sum. As simple as that. I'll do a sum of, again initialize my sum with I max, which is actually int max I'm saying. Now sum is the minimum of sum comma this value, which is nothing but current sum. It is nothing but the sum is equals to minimum of sum comma current sum, and with this I can easily solve it. Cool. Let's quickly, and if any of you have any other recommendations of any, so like this will take O of n time and O of n space. So if you have any other recommendations which can take a lesser time and lesser space, just let me know. We'll actually can discuss that also. So let's code the optimal approach itself. Now I will have an answer initialized with for sure int max value. Now if ultimately I know that if the answer is if the answer is actually again an int max, which means I was never able to do it, so return a -1, else I know I need to return the answer. Now I know that my current length of nums is actually nums dot size. So like one thing for sure, like I actually knew already that how to solve this problem, and that is what like I was referring earlier, that when you know how to solve it, it actually like reduces your time quite a lot. So I just simply keep a track of left and right, just initialize that with int max, and also right same initialize that by int max. Now I'll just simply iterate from the very beginning up till the end, and I will just keep track of whatsoever I have. Okay, it's a left. Cool. I just keep track of left of particular I is nothing but minimum of left of I -1 comma the current value, which is actually nums of I. And the same I'll just keep in track do for nums of I -2, I is greater than or equal to 0, and also I minus because I want to get for right, which is right of I. It is actually giving me a minimum of right of one thing, I did not consider the previous value, right? I should actually be placing a left of I -1 here. Cool. I'll just do a right of I +1 and also nums of I +1. Just, is it okay now? It seems fine. And then we can just simply iterate on all the numbers from वैसे तो like we can just start off from 1 and end off from n-1 because for sure. Now if for sure left of I is actually less than equal to or less than, it's less than my nums of I, and also nums of I is actually more than my right of I, then simply I can actually update my answer, which is actually answer is equals to answer of minimum of my answer comma left of I plus nums of I plus right of I, and with this I can just easily get my answer done. And just simply check this up. You wanted answer, you wanted the code, and it's working. Cool. Let's go on to the next question. It's the minimum triplet. No one. It's the same question with a different constraint. Here in this constraint, we are checking the values. We are summing those values up. Now this value on being summed up, Summing up three values will give me a 3 into 1 8, so that's not okay. That's okay. So you can just simply copy paste this code. Simply do a copy paste. How to do a copy paste? Copy, okay, paste, and that would work. Yeah, that's that's just extension of the previous question which we saw, and that's okay. Like, you guys saw all three approaches. That's okay for you, right? Cool. Let's quickly go on to the next question. Okay, it's a good question. Teams with the user tried and the number of acceptance raised. We actually solved it. Cool. Oh, we did not increase our count, right? We did 2 more questions. Yay. भाई क्या बात है, क्या बात. Cool. Let's see. Now, just have a quick water. Wait. Quick Manan, if someone doesn't get placed till his grad, how much time gap would be okay till then? And does a gap year creates a negative impact for the interview? See, if someone doesn't get placed till his grad, how much time gap would be okay? If someone doesn't get placed, firstly, I just highly recommend you, rather than, one thing is, you can just start off with any company whatsoever. That's one way. Other ways, you just take a gap, try for the best company you want to actually go into. Let's say Goldman, D-Shop, Google, and so on and so forth. One way is you can just settle down with the first startup or the first company whatsoever comes in picture. In these 2 conditions, one will say just prepare, just leave it. I'll say okay, go other way. If by any way possible you can get any job whatsoever in tech field, like when I mean any job, I mean in tech field. If still you want any job, you can just still have it another. But yeah, in any way whatsoever you can have any job. That's the reason I have full emphasis on give as many interviews in as many companies, apply in as many positions, as many places as possible. Now, when you are able to achieve it, just if you have any of the offers, just I highly recommend grab that offer. Meanwhile, prepare for the next interviews. Now, coming on to, let's say if you have no offers whatsoever at all, still have something in the resume, which means either you can just say I worked on, let's say, my own educative course, or basically just saying okay, I worked on let's say you can just make a website of educating someone, or basically just say I worked on my own product. So think of an idea, because see, you know and I know only that if you have a product, let's say XYZ, let's say for me example, I can just say okay, I worked on my own startup, and that startup was some XYZ thing. Thinking of, I did not work on it, but still I can represent, which means I had my time as 100%. I had 16 hours of my day in which I could work. So I spent 8 hours on my startup, which is I'm just thinking of, and when I say startup, you can just do a freelancing, you can do anything. Just mention, and like don't just mention freelancing, just mention okay, your own startup where actually you have video editors who actually edit videos for others, or basically something all of that first sort. Maybe you make websites, maybe you have a bunch of people. So basically it's showing that okay, you are actually working on a business part. You can also mention freelancing, but that is something people think okay, freelancing, they might consider, they might not, you might actually get customers. So keep on something at the back of your plate just to show you. And I'm saying you have 16 hours, spend 8 hours on that, and spend your 8 hours preparing for your next company, so that even if you would not have a blank space in your resume, and I'm not saying it's not bad to have a blank space in your resume, you can have a blank space in your resume, but still Why to actually, if you know that's, if you know if that's gonna happen, please be prepared and start something parallelly, because you never know. No matter how smart you are, no, again I'm saying, no matter, again, if I am also right here now, I'm saying I am being in Goldman itself, or in, let's say, if I would have it in any company whatsoever, if I am gonna go in the interview again and perform the interviews again, there can be luck chance that I might not be able to solve the question in the given time. So again, I might be able to give the actual solution. Yeah, I might be able to think out of the box, all that stuff. But maybe I might not be able to solve that and do a code. But maybe the interviewer expecting, or maybe he's not in a good mood, or maybe whatsoever reason, there's a chance that we might not get selected. No matter how hard you try, there's a chance we might not get selected. So with that, always keep a backup plan, and always continue the backup plan way before the actual plan fails. Which means it is not like, okay, I'll just try for 8 months and then I give the interviews and then I'll see, okay, if I fail, then I will do something else. If you are so much emphasized, okay, I'll do only, still give less time but give time. Give less time but give time. That is what I will recommend, because something is better than nothing, and there can be a chance you tried your best, but in the end you would have nothing on your plate, and that's not your fault. That's not your fault. That's a luck, and the luck is a bitch. It helps and it doesn't. So luck is up. That was a good one, right? Not cool. I left IIT Guwahati CS for Triple IT Bangalore. Huh? CS for Triple IT Bangalore CSE. It was the right decision or not? IIT Guwahati CS. IIT Guwahati CS. Am I reading right? IIT Guwahati CS for Triple IT Bangalore CSE. मतलब एक मिनट, let's see, that is something GUHATW, पता नहीं क्या होता है, yes, see, so that is like, I'm not sure, like I have not been in touch with I have not been in touch with these stuff. Are you referring MTech or BTech? If it was MTech, I can still consider. If it was BTech, BTech, like I would consider, like IIT Guwahati CS is BTech is. I have a friends from there. They're awesome. Like Rajat, are you referring MTech or BTech? And I'm letting right IIT है ना, वो ट्रिपल IT नहीं है ना, आंसर ट्रिपल IT बैंगलोर, ठीक है. Like or the chat can just say like what they have their opinions on, but meanwhile let's jump to the next problem, which is minimum number of groups to create a valid assignment. Cool. सब चंगा सी ना, सब चंगा सी ना, बताओ यार, हाँ है ना, सब चंगा सी. I don't know. Acha, like, what do you think is the best time for you guys to live stream? Just comment down below. Like, on weekends, what's the best time for you to actually watch these live streams? Is it evening? Is it morning? Is it afternoon? What I thought from my pattern was, it was morning after contest or evening after it. Like, what was your opinion? Like Vijay, नहीं लिखा है, बट नहीं किसके लिए लिखा है ये नहीं पता मुझे. Cool. Like minimum number of groups to create a valid assignment. You are given a zero index integer array called as array nums of length n. We want to group the indices, so for each index I in the range from 0 to n minus 1, it is assigned to exactly one group. Okay. It is assigned to exactly one group. A group assignment is valid if the only if the following condition holds. For every group G, all the indices I assigned to the group G have the same value in nums. For every group G, all indices I assigned to group G have the same value in nums. Okay, matlab, a group will have for sure same values. For two groups G1 and G2, the difference between the number of indices assigned to the G1 and G2 should not exceed 1. Which means the number of count of number of elements in G1 and G2 should not like differ by 1. Return an integer denoting the minimum number of groups needed to create a valid group assignment. What do you guys think? It's a hard one. It's for sure a hard one. I am not just referring the number of submissions, but also you want the minimum number of groups. Considering you have the groups clubbed together of the same value, and when we have clubbed together the same value, we are more concerned of the fact that their group size should be not differing by 1. Amazing. So up till one point the problem was easy. Morning after contest. Yeah, that's true, but like for the other live streams, let's say for the live streams like these big ones, or for like for some different contests or something like that, what's the best suited time for you guys? So like one thing which we could infer from this is that we will for sure club the same values together. So 3, now it is a value, it is a frequency. I know that 3 is a frequency of 3, 2 has a frequency of 2. I'll club all the 3s together, I'll club all the 2s together. Alright, it will be a bag of size 3, it will be a bag of size 2. Now these group 1 and group 2 are good only when their count difference is differing by 1, and that is true for this. So minimum of groups required are actually 2. So that's okay, that seems easy, but I'm just concerned with the fact, okay, like making groups is easy, peasy. As you can see also, making groups is easy peasy, but is easy peasy. And like Vijay said, okay, it's morning. What about the other folks? Like, and just like say, okay, for the ones of the contest itself, okay, it's good, but for the ones which is outside of the contest, what do you guys think for them to be ranked? For groups, okay, it's good. Now for this part where the group size are not, the group size is actually, let's say, something as different, the group size is something as different, the group size is actually something as different. Now I just want that all the groups ultimately should have the group size, let's say name it as group size as either group size as, let's say, value, let's say something, group size as, let's say, x. So the group size can be x or it can be x plus 1. That is one thing. Do they have an example? Would they have this example, right? Let's look at it. So it's just that the problem kind of boils down to getting a good group size. Now I just want ultimately one thing, that my group size of 10 is okay. Group 1 is actually of 3. When I say 3, I just am referring only frequencies. I am no matter concerned about the number. Group 2, 2, group 3, 1. Now these are the group sizes. That's okay. We cannot increase the group size, one thing for sure. So for first thing is maximum group size maximum GSZ, which is the group size, is minimum size of groups. So whatsoever is minimum is the maximum group size. That is one thing. So I will just try to make everything as 1 or 2, which means it is a 1. I'll make this as a 2. That's correct. This is a 2. This is a 3. I'll make this as a 2 1. Right, 2 and a G1. Sorry, just break this down to a G1 of size 2 and G1 of size 1. Now everyone has a group size of 2 and 1, which is having a difference of 1. We are the 4 groups. That's okay. So one thing we got to know for sure is I will have a group size. I have, let's say, and just have everything. I have entire array of length n. Tick. I have, and let's say I have group size of A, group size of B, group size of C. Now for sure, as we have been seeing the example itself, I am just having group size in decreasing order. In a decreasing order, which means A is more than B is more than C. It's just a 2 actually. I'm just assuming this part right now for sure. So when this is okay for us, I can just say, okay, I can try on for this group size. So basically I just want the minimum, what I want the minimum number of group size, minimum number of groups. I know one thing, that as we saw here, I might need, what I want it is what I want the minimum number of groups. So I previously saw my max group size was actually a C, which is the smallest value. Again, I'm reminding you, it is A, B, C. Group size are actually decreasing. Now, maximum group size was C. So I just tried one thing. I just tried to make everyone as in a group size of, I just tried to make everyone as C or C plus 1. That is what I was doing. I had a group size of 1. I was trying, okay, if that is a 2, I'm good. That's a 3. So just simply make this 3 as something. Well, just break this down to 2 values, where one thing is actually a C, other thing is actually value of C plus 1. So ultimately, I am breaking this number down, C plus 1 multiplied. It should actually result to a group size, current group size. Let's say it is A. I need to fill these values, let's say X and Y, so that I'll just, in the block of E, which means I will have X such dots, X such dots, X dots, and I will have C, group size of C, right? Group size of C, sorry. I will have C dots, I will have C dots, I will have C dots, and I will have X such groups. I will have C plus 1 dots, C plus 1 dots, C plus 1 dots, and I will have Y such groups. Okay, so as to get a, which is this value, which is actually constant. So this I know for sure. I know a C. I know a C because I know I will try for this C. I need to find 2 variables X and Y. Okay, so that is one thing. It's kind of a problem where you have ax plus b. Oh, let's change the variables because I've used a, b, c quite a lot. So let's take it as p1 x plus p2 y is equals to d. You know p1 p2 D. You just have to find the valid x and y coordinate such that x x plus y is minimum. Oh damn, that's a too mathematical stuff. Any ideas? Anyone? How this can be done? So it's just that, okay, I just want some xy for this equation right here such that there's this theorem, no, but no, so you can just only, there's this Euclidean theorem by which you can just get to know the factors of that, the values of that number x and y. But again, for that specific values of x and y, there's some way around in which you find the GCD, and then like I have in my notes, if I'm not wrong, wait, I'll just see, because there's some concept in which if you want to find the equation of this x and y, what you do is you just firstly find the GCD of this P1 and P2, and then you just try and find for all the possibilities of some x and y. And what we want and what we are concerned of is a possibility where x plus y is minimum. That is one thing. Let's quickly, I have a look at my code, at my notes, to see how that number theory logic came in. That was Euclidean theorem, right? Euclidean theorem. Okay. Euclidean theorem is just finding the GCD of two numbers. That's it. What I want is finding the equation. Where is that? Okay. It's just that what we want of is an equation which can actually solve this Euler-Tolsche segment, find common divisors, format primary test. So there was this thing I cannot find. Let's Google search it now. How to find values of x, y in equation ax plus by equal to c in programming. Like this is what I'm thinking right now. Sum of minimum values of x and y satisfying the equation ax plus by equal to c. Voila. No solution exists. There should be something related to solve the problem. Find the solution x and y of the given linear Diophantine equation, and then accordingly find any solution of linear. We find one solution of this, and then accordingly find the values of x to minimize the sum below of x dash y dash. We find one solution. From that one solution, we find the why I don't have linear. Oh, I have linear Diophantine equation. I was just wondering why I don't have it, but yeah, I have it. So my solution is there are cases for it, and also like when these cases are done, I will have to go on to all my. Oh God. Will it work for the complexity? What's the complexity? So basically, what is the complexity of linear Diophantine equation is, I guess, root n or log n. It's just finding. Okay, let's see. So it is doing multiple things. It is actually time to use to find the GCD. That is okay. So like with this piece of code, like we can just infer one thing, that it will take log log n time, which is for us log c time. Just simply finding a GCD and stuff, that is okay. If a is less than b, we need to select the smallest possible value of k, else if a is equal to b, all solutions will have the same sum, x plus y. We find the GCD of two numbers a and b. Possible solution, just simply getting the GCDs and okay, just finding a possible solution, that's also simple. Function to shift the solution, shifting to obtain another solution, find the minimum of the values of x and y. Shifting, okay, that's shifting, but how would they know that how big that shift could be? That's one question. Is it necessary to solve it with this? I forgot how to use, and I don't feel like reading it. Too much maths. Is it too much maths? भैया इतने दिन कहाँ रह गए थे हरी लाल चंदानी? अरे भाई बस क्या दुख भरी कहानी सुनाऊं, मतलब like, you know, my eyesight number has increased just because of continuous work. Like, there was a lot of work, so did not have, मतलब, I tried once, but then I could never used to wake up at 5:30, like, or maybe at around that time to solve it. I used to sleep at around 4ish, wake up at 10ish, 11ish, go to office-ish, then come back-ish, have a sleep nap-ish, wake up again, work-ish, again, then sleep-ish at 4ish. What the fuck I'm doing? But yeah, that was the schedule. But yeah, now I have thought of to take out time whatsoever, not like take out time whatsoever goes. Take out time and just do things done and get things done. No matter what. Cool. So one thing, we were actually at this location that we will have p1 of x, p2 of y, and d. We will try for all the possible x and y's, but that is one thing that we need for c. Now I'm just concerned about trying for all the possible. I don't think complexity wise it will actually suffice. Let's see. Okay, I cannot paste here, right? I can paste here itself. So cool. The constraints say that my nums of length is this. Cool. Now with this, as I was simply referring, my length is n, my a, b, and c are the group sizes. G, S, Z is this. Minimum group size is C. So firstly, how much big can be the C? That is one question. Let's simply divide everything equally, every of these equally. So that could be the maximum group size. Oh, like I'm just referring, okay. What is the minimum value of C? Because minimum, or you can say maximum possible minimum value, right? Now I just referred my maximum group size which I have to try off is actually a C, and I will try off with every group size, which means C, which means when I say I will try a group size of C, I will just say okay, I'll try a group size of C and C plus 1. Now it is if I just choose this group C as the ultimate god, but what if I break this group C also? I might actually have a C minus 1 C, I might have a C minus 2 C, I might have, sorry, C minus 2 C minus 1, C minus 3 C minus what 2, and this can go off up till I get a breakdown of one group and two groups. That's a small breakdown which I can have. I can have a one group and two group breakdown. Now this is what my groups can look like. So one thing is for sure, I will have to try for all the groups, which means all of these C's. So whatsoever value is a C, I will try for all the C's, and for every C, try to find this answer, which means best X and Y. That is the condition for us. I have to find best X and Y. Now again, for this best X and Y, I might one ways best X and Y is something that of that sort that my X plus Y is minimum. So one way we saw linear time fed time equation, but we can just have black box as the code. But maybe we can use these concept of C's and C plus 1, because earlier here we have a P1 and P2, but here in P1 P2 we also have a relation. P1 is equals to, sorry, P1 plus 1 is equals to P2. So there's a relation between P1 and P2, so maybe we can just formulate out something that we can just get this out. But one thing is for sure, I have to try on for all the C's. All the C's. Now, which is all the C's. Okay, cool. And for all the C's, which means I am saying, okay, just divide this group C. Just, and like when I say all the C's, this is one of the, let's say it is X1, X2, X3 up till XC. All the C's I'm just referring. I just have to try all these C's. So if I'm referring any of the xith partition, which means I'm just saying, okay, I will just break it as xi, which means C of some I and C of some I plus 1, something like that. So I just know one thing for sure, I will partition this at a xith partition and will see, and will see in the sense, and will see, view and will view that how many number of like gucha, what do you say that, groups, how many number of groups it will form. Now one thing is for sure, I can apply a binary search here also. So that is one thing which comes in my mind. Okay, maybe we can apply the binary search if you want. Now if you guys want, then we can apply a binary search, but let's see if, okay, let's write it down that we can apply a binary search here. Oh, that's a pretty maths, binary search, arrays. Oh, data. Cool. This xi, just say, okay, just partition this group of size C into xi, and when xi will say, it will just say me as a ci comma ci plus 1. Just referring that. Here in this case, for simplicity, let's only imagine this first one, which is x1. Although I'm trying for all of them, but simply for now, let's imagine we did like this. We'll try for all of these group sizes, which is x1. So firstly, I'll just try for x1, which means I just say, can I divide this group size C as C and C plus 1? It will say, yeah, why not? Just do a 1 into C plus 0 into C plus, sorry. Just do a 1 into C and a 0 into C plus 1. You'll get a C. Oh, wallah. I can just use one partition. Okay. And you can see 1 plus 0 is actually minimum, which is 1. Now, other thing I will just say, can I partition this as a C plus 1 or a C minus 1? Whatsoever you want. Which means I will have a value as, let's say, P1 and it's a P2, and I can get a value as B, because it is a sum which I want ultimately, right? I'm just breaking this group size down to C and C plus 1, because I want to make all of these groups. P1 is saying every, like, these group of size C will be P1. So I just ultimately want P1 plus P2 should be minimum. So ultimately saying that, okay, I will just making all the groups as C1, which is actually C and C plus 1. So now my task is this: get me the best P1 and P2. So like a quick help, if any one of you can help out, that how we can get this P1 and P2. If any of you know or can just suggest, or like, firstly, if the folks are watching in, can we please see who all are here? I can see Hari, Vijay, Rajat, Manand, Mamsi. Anyone else here? You can just refer. So what we can do internally here is, like, one thing which I'm pretty much thinking of is maybe break it down. P1 plus P2 into C plus P2 is equals to B. That doesn't seem nice to me, but okay. Now this entire thing should be minimum. Okay. So like, it's just the fact how I'm gonna divide my particular partition into some number of partition such that every values is either a C or C plus 1. So rather than taking this entire stuff, let's take some values. So I know that my this sum, which is B, is a group. So this group had, let's say, some number of balls. Now some number of balls. Now let's say these balls add up to a value. What should we take? Let's say these balls add up to a value. Let's say take a good number, 14. Cool. These balls, okay, we are just saying that we have 14, which means in a group this B is 14. I have 14 balls with me. Now I am saying my C is, let's say 4, 5, 4. Let's say my C is 4. Cool. So I'm just referring my C is 4, which means that in each box, firstly, how many boxes will be required? We will see that. But in each box, I can have 4 balls at max. 4 or when I say C is 4, I can also refer as, I'm taking as 4 or 5, because I was referring, right? It's a C or C plus 1. I can just have a plus 1 also. So I can just referring, I will have 4 balls. Now it's 12. The remaining is a 2. The remaining is a 2. 4 to 12 plus 2, 14. Cool. Now with this fact, I know one thing. Now I just want, okay, now this is what ultimately we wanted. How many number of balls? Firstly, that would not work because we have 2 balls here. We want if the maximum value is C, it actually will be a C and C minus 1. It cannot be more than C, or can be more than C? It can be more than C, no? It's okay. It will be a C and C plus 1 because the difference is 1. Cool. Now with this fact, I'm just referring that my C plus 1 is actually a 5. So my balls should be of 2 and a 5 range, which is not the case in here. But one thing. What I can do is take this ball, make a 5. Take this ball, make a 5. Now I have 3. I will make out of this one group of size 14. I know the maximum, the groups which I can make is actually 4 or 5. So I know one thing for sure, that I make 5 groups and a 4 group. So 5 groups of 2, 4 groups of 1, and that's the answer. And that's actually what the question says. 2 into C, so 1 into C, C is actually a 4, plus 2 into this 5, which is actually R, this is actually our C, this is C plus 1, this is RP1, this is RP2, and this is the value which we wanted, which is actually a B. So like mathematically we could not able to find it. We just have to somehow figure out how this can be done. And like as I was building this example, I saw one thing, that I can easily put my values here. If the folks are watching in and please have something episode khan chale gaye hain batao. Cool. So now we have just one fact, that divide this 14 into as less groups as possible, trying to keep every value as high as possible. So I know that the maximum group size is a C plus 1. So what I'm thinking right now is I'll divide my 14 by 5, which will just give me a value 2, saying me you can have 2 groups of size 5. Whatsoever is the remainder, which is 14 modulus 5, which is actually a 4, will give me it's a 2 groups of size 5. It is saying me 1 group of size 4. That's true. So maybe I can just do something like this, but is it always possible? Just one thing on that part. Let's see. What if this would have been a 13? If this would have been a 13, so this 13 by 5, because again it will remain same. So 14, this 13 by 5 will actually give me a 2, just giving me the same values, and this 13 mod 5 is actually giving me a 3, which will be a class group size, which will be a 1. But again, that one thing was that my group size, this C, it can be a 4 or a 5. It cannot be any other value. It cannot be a 3. It cannot be a 3. So that's not okay. Can I make it okay? Seems like I can just move one of them here. It become okay. It became okay. Which means I can still make things okay. I know one thing for sure. I will have these many number of my remaining values, which are having 5. Now this value, which is the remainder, whatsoever I have, this is a remainder. If this remainder, whatsoever I have right now, for sure this remainder needs something. It will be for sure less than C plus 1, right? So I just say, okay, 5 minus 3, or basically just referring 4 minus 3, which is actually this value, which is a C plus 1. Or I can just say, I will just only consider, because see, I'm concerned this number, I should make it as a 4 or a 5, right? So I'm just thinking, I'll just choose this number 5, and I'll try to make this number 3 as a 4 or a 5. Now the nearest number I can make it as a 4, so I'll try to make a 4. So I'll just say C minus this remainder, which is R, which is actually here in this case 4 minus 3. So I need one extra ball. Can you give me one extra ball? So he say I have 2 groups which are having 1 ball extra. So for sure you can take one extra ball. I will take one extra ball from here itself. Right? Which meant one thing. I can take extra ball from here. What if he did not have extra ball? Which means he did not have the groups. Let's say if my remainder, if my this difference would have been okay. Let's see. If my this difference would have been a low value, something like that. If my difference would have been a very high value, which is impossible, right? This difference, what maximum value it can have? It can have maximum value of if my remainder is 0. If my remainder is a 0, so this value will give me a 4. But remainder is 0 is a good thing, na? Yeah, remainder 0 नहीं देखना है. Remainder, let's say if the remainder would have been a 1. If remainder would have been a 1, so I would be needing what? I would be needing 4 minus 1, which is 3 number of extra balls. It has only 2 balls. I need 3 balls. It's impossible. So there I will have to handle a condition that if the remainder is not equal to 0, then I will just check if this value, which is let's say quotient, if the quotient is less than my remainder, it's impossible, which means that group partitioning of C is impossible. Nahi, return -1 nahi. Group partition, firstly I should let's keep it here. I'm just referring ki this group partition of C is impossible. The partition of C is impossible. Else what I can do is I just simply need to make some groups. So I know one thing for sure, that I'll just use those Q groups plus one group. If the remainder is not 0, the remainder is 0, I'll just simply have Q group. If the remainder is 0, I will have Q groups. Q plus 1 groups, and here we have Q groups. So it is just nothing but what was that? It is nothing but that value B upon that value C plus 1. As simple as that. So my Q is nothing but B upon C plus 1. R is nothing but B mod C plus 1. Right? And are we going right? It can have a multiple edge cases. Not sure. If any of you are here keeping track, can we know if we are doing right? If not, then what else we can do or something like that. But yeah, we can have a Q and R. So that is done for us. Now for this Q and R, what we need is answer, which is basically separate B to X, separate B to some X groups with size of C or C plus 1. So that was the case for us. Now this X groups, what we would have is nothing but Q plus R, right? Or sorry, it will be X, which is actually these number of groups. So that should actually give us the optimal way to actually separate a group of size B into a group of size C and C plus 1, and that would be our answer. If it is impossible, then we can simply return a -1 from here. Cool. Now that is one thing. We have got the optimal answer, and this optimal answer we can get this in O of 1 time. Okay, we are good with it. Now what was this case? Now we have to try on for all the C's, right? This is one thing. And also for all the groups, all the group sizes. So I have to try for all the A, B, C's, and also for the group size, which is the minimum group size length. Because you saw na ki that entire thing, as I was referring, this thing went from x1 to xc, so its count is C. Now this is the 3 groups I have to try for. So I will run this loop for 3 times. For every time I'll just say, okay, for this group of size A, so this thing is running my, let's say I have n numbers, and let's say I divide, let's say for now divide every group by equal values. So I'm just referring that first group will have n by 3 elements, second group will have n by 3 elements, next group will have n by 3 elements, right? So I will just run this loop 3 times for the first group, second group, third group. I'll just run this for 3 times. Every time I will just go and try for all of the count of C, and C is actually n by 3. I just try for n by 3 counts, which is n by 3. So it's actually complexity is this 3 into n by 3. Now again, I generalized it so as to actually grab out the maximum length. So I'll just say, okay, if I have, let's say Z groups, every group is of size, let's say if I have these 3 groups and the size is n, so every group will be of size n by 3. If I have Z groups, every group will be of size n by Z, considering I'm just dividing optimally. So that why equally, so that my last, which means the smallest group size, should actually be also having my Z elements. So I'm just considering I divided everyone equally, so that everyone will have equal group sizes, so that minimum group size will actually be maximum possible. So Z will be the Z will be the number of groups, and every group will have n by Z elements. N by Z elements. For the last, which means smallest group size, I will just go and iterate for all of these counts, and that will actually be nothing but a O of n itself. So with this, what we can infer one thing right away is that our groups are like, we can actually just go on to all the group sizes, which is A, B's and C's, and go for the minimum group size, try for all the values of C's, actually from 1 up till the value of this, which is n by Z, and or basically the minimum group size, just try for 1 to minimum group size, and just try for all the values. For every value correspond to, okay, we just for every value, which means I just try for all of these group sizes. For each group size, for each C, find minimum partitions, which is actually what we were referring, right? Minimum partitions, because I wanted the partitions of this divided into, let's say it divided into this and this, it into this and this and this, it into this. So minimum partitions are 2 plus 3 plus 1. So it will just go on to the entire loop for each C. Now for each C, find minimum partitions in those Z groups, which actually be summing up, let's say 2 plus 3 plus 1, as I showed earlier. So just get the minimum group size, find the for sure for every for all the groups, for all the Z groups, for let's say the first group, which is of size A, next group of size B, to actually know to have a B bifurcated into C and C plus 1, we know one thing, we will just use this particular formula which we use right here. So this will always work. Just have a bit sanity check for this, that will it work or not. So let's quickly have another example where I took where I take some different value of C, of let's say B, and see if it's possible or not. So let me take another value. I didn't. Firstly, how the fuck is this question medium? Like, give me total submissions are 17,000. So that's the reason, like, it's a medium question. Oh, like, God, you need a next level. How much time did we spend on this question? A lot, right? Oh, it has been an hour, around 40 minutes. That's way more. We started raining actually. I love rain. Cool. If any of you can confirm if that looks good, this variation looks good to you or not. Because hey, in this I just referred my if my remainder is not equal to 0, and also if my quotient is less than my, okay, let's move it back. My quotient is less than my R, which means I cannot give my remainder some values which it wanted. That's true ultimately, because if it's actually equal to R, which means I have two here, I can give 2s, so it will all become 4. That's okay. So ultimately, if I can just give a question plus 1, as I just give a group. Yeah, like, it seems fine to me. Let's quickly code this up. Coding would not be that much big, considering we code it correctly, as in should not have any HSO stuff. Now we want the answer. We want the answer, and for sure the maximum answer can be n, which is you divide everyone to one size. So one thing is for sure, the maximum answer is n. So what I can do is I can just simply get the answer, and with this answer, with this answer I can just say that the minimum, like, for now the answer is n. Now one thing for sure I needed was the group sizes. So for that I'll use an unordered map to actually get in the group size, right? So for every corresponding number, what is the group size? It's raining cats and dogs. Why? You can see it's raining cats and dogs. Cool. I'll just go on to all of my nums, and then what I will do is I'll just say my group size of that particular element increases. Now I will have some now I will just have only group size vector. Now group size vector. Now with this group size vector, I'll just simply go on to the entire map which I had. Auto P. I'm just going on my entire map, and I'm just only concerned with the frequency of the of my group size. So I'll just go on the group size vector map, and I'll just say group size vector dot push back the actual frequency. You know, I'm just only concerned about the p dot second. I'm only concerned about the frequency itself. Now cool. Now one thing what we have to do is we have to get the minimum minimum group size. So we can sort it, or we can just simply get the minimum group size, which is actually a C for us. If you remember, we just marked C as minimum group size. So let's say now I'll just go and do let's have a minimum group size. I'll just say a minimum group size, actually a minimum of minimum group size comma current size, which is actually p dot second. Now I've got the minimum group size. I know one thing, that I will move my C. Like for us, the explanation, we have only only got the C. Now we will just say, okay, I'll just try for every group size. Now try this size. Try size from 1. Now I need to try the size up till less than equal to the minimum group size, right? Minimum group size. And I'll also do a try size plus plus. Just trying for all the group sizes, and for sure this answer will actually keep on updating. But for this current try size, which means I just try for that size, for this current try size, which is actually, okay, try size I've already put in. For this current try size, okay, let's put in a C, which is actually a try size. I'm actually putting in. I will try to find for all the groups which I have with me, which is actually iterating on all the group all the group. I have used group size so a lot. Cool. I'll just go on the entire group size vector. So I'll just say a group size element in my group size vector, and I'll just say that for this group size element, just try to break this group size element into try size or try size plus 1. That is what I have wanted ultimately. And for this, we have actually desired the entire formula which we had, which was we will have a quotient which will actually Q. So that will be a quotient which is nothing but this group size element. So this group size element divided by C plus 1, which is try size plus 1, right? Try size plus 1. Now this remainder can be again group size, just copy the same stuff and just put a remainder on top of it. Here is not equal to 0, else if the remainder is 0. So that's one thing which we can infer. If the remainder is not 0, which means my current answer will, okay, so the current answer I'll just try, okay, see the try size, right? But I want the current answer. Okay, if I choose this try size, then the current answer will actually be a this value. So I just try for every size. Now I'll just mention here that if for any reason whatsoever I'm not able to break it, so I have to just mention one thing. Possible to separate. Initially it's true. Let's name it as a Boolean variable. So possible to separate, initially it's true, but if it's not possible to separate, I will just mark it as a false. Why is this required? Because after iterating on all of my group sizes, if still this possible to separate is true, only then I should say that my answer is equals to minimum of answer comma current answer, which is just saying if I use the current try size. Now if for sure, if the remainder is not equal to 0, then we put a condition that if my Q, if it is less than R, then sorry bro, just one thing, that it is not possible to separate, just mark it as a false, and also bro break it from here because it's not no more required. Else if it is not, then I know one thing, that my current answer will be nothing but query like a question plus 1. Else I know one thing, if my remainder is equal to 0, then the current answer actually is equal to 0. Current answer actually equal to my Q, because I can just separate to try size plus 1 values. Now when this is done, so I will just have a possible to separate, and if it is possible to separate, just simply get me answer, simply return the answer. Oh my god, if it fails, debugging, this would be a nightmare. But like meanwhile, if the folks are watching in, can we, oh yaar, cool, we know one thing, that the try size is actually a 1. So one thing is for sure, if we just try to debug this, then one thing is for sure, if we try to debug this, then try minimum group size is actually a 1. So I can just simply print that out first, just to make sure that I am not doing some mistakes. Right now, if this is a fact of any of you if you're watching, and no, okay, it's actually a 1. That's correct, and we wanted that also. Now, so it will just try for the group size of 1. Then it will try to bifurcate that group size of 1. So it's it will go on to all the group sizes. It is a 3, it's a 1, it's a 2. So if it's actually a 3, cool, group size, for sure I just only have one variable, so I have to get my possible for sure. Group size currently is 3 divided by 2 is actually a 1. Okay, and that makes sense also. And remainder is actually again a 1. Remainder is not equal to 0, so it will come here. Quotient, if quotient is actually is 1, not less than my remainder, so I can for sure break it, and I can break it with a quotient plus 1. So this will give me quotient. Quotient is a 2, so quotient is a 1, because 3 by 2 was actually a 1, plus 1 is actually a 2. So this gave me a this goddamn, this gave me a 2. Okay, 2 I have got so far. Now again a 3 comes in. Size element is 1, group size is 2, divide kiya 0. Remainder, okay, if the group size is actually, the remainder will actually again be a 1, not equal to 0. Okay, oh, so with this thing, I'm just saying that it's not possible to divide by the group size of remainder of 1. If the remainder, and also one thing, that my remainder should not, like remainder, if the remainder is equal to a C, then it's bullshit. So it should not be equal to C. Like if it's a C, I can for sure actually have it. So it should not be equal to a C. So that is a one condition which we forgot, and I think it should work now. Oh, if it's equal to a C, then if it's equal to a C, oof, how the, if it's equal to a C, group size, I'll just simply, okay, remainder was not equal to 0. Remainder, oh ये क्या हो गया? Remainder was not equal to 0. What the? But yeah, if the folks are watching, can you please कोई है? Hello, knock knock. No worries. So what we can do is simply, Hari, Vijay, Slick. Okay, the folks have just thought it easy है. ऐसे ठीक है. Q was less than R. If the Q is more than R, एक मिनट. The Q is more than R. Oh fuck. Quotient is, let's say, 6. My remainder is, yeah, it is always possible. If the Q is less than R, in this condition, it should have landed onto this case. Oh, I am just assigning the current. I should assign with a plus. That's one issue. 4. That's quite a hacky thing which we did, to be frank. There was something or the other I was thinking that might. Let's see. How many ones we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On 3 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now how many 2s? 3, 1, 2, 3. So the answer is 4. Oh, so I'll just try for 0, 1 and 2. 1, 2 and 3. Okay, expected is 5. I am getting a smaller answer. That's strange, but cool. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 elements. Cool. Let's take this example itself, and that's some issue which you are thinking of. Maybe we would have forget just for a dry run. But और भाई सब सो गए भाई, सब सो गए, सबको बारिश लग गई. Cool. We have one. Like, let's take it as a count itself. We have a 5, 4, and 3. So firstly, we were actually saying that okay, expected is actually a 5. My is actually a 4. Now let's go back and let's simply solve this out. Now let's say my C is actually a 1, C is a 2, and for sure C is a 3. Try for the C equal to 3. I'll divide it as 1. This I'll divide it as can I divide it as a 3, 1? 3, 1, but the I'll just use 1, 1. Okay, I'll just use 1 as quotient and 1 as remainder. I will have 3 blocks here. So I'm just wondering if I can make a C and C plus 1. I divided by C plus 1. I'll get a quotient of 1, remainder of 0. I'll also get a 1 from here itself. Again, I'll get a quotient of 1, remainder of 1. It's less. Oh, it's less, which means I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, and remainder is 1. I have only 1 wall. I can give 1 ball to him. It will become a 2. It will become a 3. Oh. So basically our condition says that if the Q, okay. So one thing is I can give only 1 ball, right? So C minus something tha na wo. Acha, I did not write the condition properly. If it was not Q less than C, it was R minus where was it R minus thing which we found out? Oh yeah, so like we are saying that this C minus R, which is what we want, if that can be delivered by quotient. So if that C minus R, if it is less than equal to this, then it's actually, that will not be required. That is what we are missing previously. That's the reason it was actually getting a answer. So we just wanted that C minus R should actually give in the value. Oh, like they actually solved it. Yeah, we actually solved it in our actual code, in our actual notepad, but we did not write this here. That's the reason it actually ended up turning out wrong. Cool. Cool. If we still have the folks with us, that's a very tricky problems for right here. But yeah, cool. Hats of Aryan bhai, 6 hours straight. Kapil, thank you so much, bro. But these questions are dying. Minimum changes to make K semi-palindromes. What the hell is this? It's also a 0.7. Shall we do it? Shall we not? We'll firstly read it. If we feel like if it's a moderate problem, we can just try it out. If not, we'll simply skip it because these problems might take hours. We can also do this. Given a string s and an integer k, partition s into k substrings. Partition s into k substrings such that the sum of number of letter changes required to turn each substring into a semi-palindrome is minimized, such that the sum of number of letter changes required to turn each substring into a semi-palindrome is minimized. What is a semi-palindrome? Return an integer denoting the minimum number of letter changes required. A string is a palindrome if it can be read the same way from left to right. It seems doable considering complexity. So it's pretty less. So like what I'm thinking right now is basically a string is a palindrome if it can be read forward and backwards, right? So one thing is what we can think of is like, okay, let's firstly, that's gonna be a hard one. I'm thinking that I can just anyhow get things done and maybe then get the answer, which means like I'm just wondering that if what we could do is we know one thing for sure, we need to partition these substrings, partition this string to a substring such that a few conditions satisfied. Again, what is this? So what we want in this question is, let's see, we have this portion. Let's oh, I don't have. एक तो यार started raining heavily, तो अब तो if even if you order something, that will take time. Cool. और भाई क्या चल रहा है ये बताओ मुझे फटाफट. We have this iPhone camera display, and then we have a camera right here. Simply place it here. Now I'm just like trying to quickly modify my camera to be looking straight. Right, just a quick stuff. I'm just trying to order something. बहुत भूख लगी है तो कुछ पेट पूजा. My hand. Have you ever encountered? I am for those 6 guys. And these 6 guys are for me. like यार 6 लोग नाम बता दो, मतलब 6 लोग बहुत पहले से ही थे. What I'm thinking is Kapil, रिमेनिंग, सॉरी यार, जरा थोड़ा दिस इज बेचारा फोन मेरा 80% पे है बहुत टाइम से. सो लाइक इट्स जस्ट आई एम ट्राइंग टू ऑर्डर समथिंग. ठीक है, लाइक लेट्स ऑर्डर साइमल्टेनियसली. विल सी कि क्या थोड़ा चीप मिल रहा है, बिकॉज वी डोंट वांट there's a, like, we cannot order something which will be messy. We can order something which actually can be eaten with spoon. So let's take out burger. Nah. So thalis we have, wraps we can have, but hey, so like acha theek hai, it went thoda वैसे. just showing you guys कि like ये क्या था, ये कोडिंग स्ट्रीम चल रही थी, अब खाने की स्ट्रीम चल रही है, बट ठीक है. the only thing I can think of is this. I'll just see, मेरा कहीं एड्रेस तो नहीं आ रहा ना. हाँ, I don't want क्या किया जाए बताओ. छोले राजमा, व्हाट इज द ऑफर. ठीक है, 249 पे 1, हाय 249. Let's say if we just order rajma chawal, like, I'm just referring, if we can just order like rajma chawal, then what would be the price, and else if not, then we can order something else. Save 99. हाँ चलेगा. 125, so it's for 135, right? Now it is, if I order rajma chawal 135, that's quite high amount. But if भाई साहब सब सो चुके हैं, सब सो चुके हैं, जनता बैठी है सो चुकी होगी. कोई नहीं. कोडिंग्स आर इन जनरल नॉट मच इंटरेस्टिंग, तो चलता है इतना तो. What if I just try to change and masala lemonade. Okay, there are 2 rice balls. एक ही राइस बॉल चाहिए भैया अपन को. अमर सारी छोले, छोले नहीं भाई, दिल्ली वाला ठीक है. that seems okay. What was that previously? पुरानी दिल्ली. So there is Delhi wala paneer makhni, and there is Purani Delhi paneer makhni something. What the? ठीक है. We just try adding this and see कि what is, how much off we can get, because last Rajma thing was for 135. If it actually for 160, so it would be ठीक है, but if it is more than 170 है, कॉस्टली है, काफ़ी कॉस्टली है, बट ठीक है, इट्स सस्टेन कर सकते हैं ना. बताओ. भाई 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 हेल्प करेगा, भाई मेरी भाई भाई हेल्प करेगा. नो वरीज, that's the reason you should not have long live streams. You end up doing cool. No worries. Let's see. Let's see. 170s are high, but ठीक है. Let's choose Jujal Pay and pay. Let's Jujal pay it. We will just simply pay it. आज तो खर्चा बहुत होता है यार. हो लिया भाई, ठीक. Now we will continue. Watch. Continue. चलो भाई. अरे भाई साहब, कंटिन्यू करते हैं वापस अपने उस पे आता है आईफोन वाले पे, देख रहे हो तुम देख रहे हो, देख रहे हो बस, तुम देख रहे हो, देखो ये रहा लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रहा है यहाँ पे, ये रहा मेरा लैपटॉप, ये सब यहाँ पे काम चल रहा है स्ट्रीम, देखो तुम देख रहे हो बस, तुम बस देखते रहो, ऐसे चलती नहीं है। अरे भाई साहब लगा लो वापस, हाँ लग गया, आ गया ना व्यू एकदम झक्कास। चलो जी करते हैं वापस शुरू, कहाँ थे अपन, ठीक है जी, अपन थे हार्ड क्वेश्चन पे। Why did I switch back to English? Hindi, sorry. I should have not switched back, right? Look here. Cool. Let's. If the folks, anyone is here, don't want to write, can we please modify that like count? Just reduce it and increase it back. If you have liked it already, if not, then yes, simply increase it. Cool. We're actually on this condition that a string is a palindrome if it can be read the same way left to right. Basically, if I want to compare that a string is a palindrome, so if I have a 0 1 2 3, my length is n, I'll compare the ith index with actually n minus minus 1 minus I, right? I'll just compare these two, I'll go on moving forward, and with this I will be able to actually compare if that's a palindrome or not. So that's one thing that we can do simply. Now, a string with a length of len is considered a semi-palindrome if there exists a positive integer d such that d is between the length and d is a factor of length. So d is actually the factor of my length. Length can be 200, which is actually n. So I can find factors of d in n root n time. That's n root n time, right? Which means, let's see, just finding the factors of n, which is actually a d. D is nothing but the factors of n. So I can just find the factors of n in n root n time by simply doing I'll try for every of the number where I equal to 1, I is less than equal to n, I plus plus. So this number is a factor to what all locations, right? So I'll just do a int of j is equals to I. J is this number is a factor to what all locations. So I'll just do a I into I, because I know one thing that a number, let's say a number, I have a maximum length of 36. Let's say my n is 36. So 8 for 36. 8 can be a factor, right? How to use to find the factors? ठीक है, देखते हैं. Like it just means I am just iterating on all the numbers which are actually smaller than that number. So for 36, let's imagine we have a 3 as a factor, we get a 12, we have a 2 as a factor, and getting the prime factors only. Or just simply saying, okay, I just start from that number itself and I can just simply go up till n. I'll just simply do a j is equals to j plus j, which was my I itself. Now my new j will actually become a j plus j, right? With this, what will happen is, if I have, let's say, a number 2, so I will just start off with 2. Now 2 will have a factor of 2, not I into I, let's keep it as it is. 2 will be in a factor, 2 will be a factor of some number. What that number will be, next number would come as 4, next number would come as 6, next number would come as 8, and so on and so forth. Same way, 12 to 24, 13 is the same way. It will just keep on going up till 36. So just simply have it done. Now for the next number, which is, let's say, 3, I'll just say, okay, 3 can be of 3, 3 can be at 6, 3 can be at 9. Just referring, okay, 9's factor can be 3. So just that I'm just kind of trying to compute the factors of a number for every number. So I'll just keep on pushing. In 6, I'll just push a 3. In 6, I'll just push a 2, and I just keep on pushing these numbers. 4, and go on and so forth, so on and so forth. Now this D is actually from 1 to less than the length. Okay, so it was that D is from 1, which means I can start off my prime factor, but I cannot have it the same by factor, which means it should be less than the length itself. So 2 cannot have a prime factor of 2. 4 can have a 2, so 2 cannot have a 2. So simply say that start with I plus I itself. All right, cool. So with this O of n root n, I can just grab for every number, n, for every number, let's say x, d factors, not prime factors, d factors, and that is like d is from 1 to n, length modulus d. So d is nothing but the factors of that number. Cool. And now yeah, firstly, just shall we switch? We are on what thing? Weekly contest. It's not hovering up यार. व्लॉग्स कब आएगा भाई सचेत? अरे भाई क्या हाल है, काफी टाइम बाद, मतलब कि ड्यूरेशन बाद व्लॉग्स एज इन जल्दी. I don't have anything like I did not do anything in the last 2 months. I just worked. I did not like, vlogs can come when you actually go out of home. I did not go out anywhere. I had to work, so yeah. But still, like, as soon as I try to step out, do anything, I just try to bring vlogs. But for sure, such it आएगा जल्दी आएगा. Coming on back to, we can just find the factors of every number. Okay, now we have got the factors. Now what it says is, now if we take the indices that have the same modulo by d, then form a palindrome. For example, AA, okay, ABA, AA are semi palindromes, and this are not semi palindromes. So for example, this, and if we take the indices that have the same modulo by d, they form palindrome. Okay, for example, for this, it just says I am just having this A D, so same modulo by d, which means this is the length of 6, n is 6, d can be 1, right, 2, 3 and 6. 6 cannot be there because length cannot be there, so I can just separate these 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 6. So I can just have these Three possible cases. Paste. And let's paste here. Oh, let's have it here only. Yeah. Cool. So I can have these three possible cases. What I'm thinking of right now is these three possible cases can only come, right. One case is that I take these and they should form a palindrome. One case is I should take a size of 2. One case I should form a size of 3. Now when I say these should form a palindrome, it means one thing. What's that one thing? It just says na form palindrome. For example, this are semi palindrome, and this are not, have the same modulo by d. And if we take the indices that have the same modulo by d, d here is 1, d here is 2, d here is 3. So this and this will have a same modulo, which is actually 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So this and this will have a same modulo by d. This and this will have a same modulo by d, right? This and this will have a same modulo by d. This and this will have a same modulo. This and this, this and this, this and this, this and this. So ultimately it's just saying that these should form a palindrome. These should form a palindrome. Okay, so it's just saying if we take the indices that have the same modulo by d, then form a palindrome. For example, this are not a sub palindrome if there exists a positive integer. So if any of these exist, exist, that's actually a palindrome. So that's actually a semi palindrome. That is what the question is saying for us, right? Yeah, makes sense. It came out to be harder than what I thought, but no worries, we'll solve it now. If it's actually semi palindrome, so one thing is for sure, that a substring is a continuous subsequence of characters with a string. Now what is the scale? Okay, oh, then this string is a, then this string is semi palindrome. But how will I check for these? For example, like if I want to see, like it just says that if we take the indices that have the same modulo, then form the palindrome. So these should actually be a semi palindrome. These should be actually a palindrome. So if by any how whatsoever I can know, okay, I know one thing for sure, it's a n, it's a d by 2. So I will start off my L from here. I can start off my L is nothing but 0. I can start off my R from nothing but I know the number of blocks I have to go to. Number of blocks I have to go to are actually nothing but length by 2, which is 3 blocks. So I'll be at the third block, and every block, sorry, n by 2, every block is of size what? It's just saying, okay, n by 2 is the third block. But third block kya? Of what? Of a 0, 2, or just a saying? Just do one thing. You know that the first block is of size 2. Block every block size into let's say it's a BS, not bullshit, but block size, into the number of blocks minus 1. Oh yeah, why I'm doing all this shit. I know that these two, so for sure r will actually be pointing to a n minus, if the n is 6 it will point to n minus d. As simple as that, right? Now I know one thing. If I need to count for palindromes, I'll check for this particular block. Now I have to go and check for all these blocks, which means this is for, okay, like one thing is I can just go and do a plus d in this and do a minus d in this to actually go on and keep on checking. But this is what I'm doing. Okay, plus d and minus d. If I do a minus d is minus d. Okay, let's take a bigger block. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This is 1, this is 1, this is 1, and this is 1. So I'll do a this and this. So these should match, right? If I do a minus d, it will land to here, which is minus 2, which is for sure true. Plus d, it will land to here. Okay, plus d minus d will actually help me landing it, but I have to do it for all the starting blocks, which means for all L from 0 to what location, which is n, which is actually a block size d itself, which is n to d minus 1. I'll do this for all of these locations. So with this I can just get to know if any string is palindrome or not. Okay, great. So this is one thing. Now we have got to know if the string is palindrome or not. Coming back to the question, we have a string s, an integer k. Partition s into k substrings such that the sum of number of partition s into k substrings. Why it feels like a db lagegi yahan pe, but okay, cool, no worries. What we will do is just grab a piece of code, as in like firstly again just go back and copy this. Now like one thing we have got to know so far is how we can actually go and find if that string is actually a semi palindrome or not. It is what we have achieved so far. That's the only thing which I have achieved so far. Now what we will do again here is we have a string s, integer k, partition s into k substring such that the sum of number of letters changes required to turn each substring into semi palindrome is maximized. Sum of number of letters required to turn each substring into k substrings. What I will do is I know, okay, I have this particular substring, this particular string. I will just take one. I'll just take the first substring. भाई hello जनता किधर है? Oh, it's actually my screen seems like actually gone. No, it's still same. Like just let me know if it's hacking or like, oh sorry, hacking around, if it's actually if it's actually buffering or not, or like if it's okay or not. Just let me know that part. We're actually going forward with our approach. So like, so up to so far we just have known that, okay, if I want to know for a specific string if it's actually a semi palindrome or not, I can just easily go and find that out. And also I can just simply go and find that out for all of my devices. Now a number can have at max as n root n devices, roughly between n root n and n log n. And also I can have a string, so I can just know for sure that for a string right here, I can know for the string of length n, I can know in n root n time. And root n is nothing but just the number of divisors. I can just get to know in n square root n time if it's palindrome or not. If it is palindrome, semi-palindrome or not. That's one thing. But here what I'm saying is that I'll just choose this particular substring from 0 to, let's say, ith index. From I plus 1th index, let's say this particular substring gave me x number of what was that? X number of minimum letter changes required. Minimum letters of minimum, return the minimum number of letter changes required. Return minimum number of letter changes required. I have to change the letters also. Such that the sum of the number of letter changes required to turn each substring into a semi-palindrome is minimized. So in this, I'm just considering that this is a semi-palindrome substring. If not, then I should be able to get the number of letter changes it requires to form a semi-palindrome substring, semi-palindrome string, let's say this. Then I just simply go and ask for the recursion to solve for from I plus 1 with the reduced value of k, because ultimately I'm just concerned of getting the k substrings. This can be the case, but this part we have only found out. We have to also find one thing, that so in this I was just checking if that is a semi-palindrome or not, right? Here I will have to also give out the minimum value, minimum operation to make it semi-palindrome. Now how that can be done? That can be simply done by just choosing and referring choosing and referring. If I'm just at this index, if it is not equal to this index, simply increase the count by 1. So let's say this gives a count of 3, this gives a count of, let's say, 2, this in this what happens is this should be equal to this, right? Every block, for every block it should be palindrome, right? Every block's palindrome. So this and this and this needs, like, let's say, gives the count of 5. So I'll just take the minimum out of all these, which is actually 2. Take minimum, which is 2, and simply update this minimum with this value. So one thing for sure, I can get this answer. Now this is actually I and k, so recursion, I try to split my initial index I for every location, which means my recursion will try for all the starting values, which means from 0 to this I, 0 to some other I. So we'll try for every of the start index, for every start index, or every index, every start index, it will just do the recursive call. Now this recursive call will actually be a O of n into n into this k value. This k value. Let's see what is this n and k is. So the complexity has reached quite a lot. K is s length of by 2, so it's actually also O of n. So let's take it as also O of n. So it's actually n into n. Now this, every start index, it will just give me a string. It will give me a string. I have to build this string, which is the O of n operation. Now to check this string, semi-palindrome, it's actually a O of n square root n operation, as we saw above. To check any specific string, or just to find out what is the minimum operation to make this semi-palindrome. This string semi-palindrome is actually O of n square root n. That would not work. N raised to power 4 root n would not work. Max I can do a n square root n, right? Any recommendations, suggestions? Oh bhai, there is Sai. Hello. Hi Sai. Sir, I am from Triple IT. I'm from. Okay. Oh yaar, my eyes are getting blurry. At the start of my first exam, you started and I completed my second exam, and still you are streaming. The start of my first exam, you started and I completed my second exam, and still you are streaming. You're great, sir. I want to gain knowledge as you have. अरे भाई knowledge तो है ही नहीं अपन को, but still हो जाएगा सब हो जाएगा. Thank you so much for turning back in, Sai. But yeah, what we will do is we have to try off for 200 into 200 into, what is the root of 200? Let's say 20 into something, and let's take it as 100. Will be around like just like roughly upper bound. It's a half, but yeah, cool. Yeah, let's take some other value. 13, 15, 20, 10. 20 ले रहा हूँ तो थोड़ा. It will be a 8 into 10 raised to power 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you think that O of n cube might also work? ठीक है, that's true. But something we have to do for this. I have to go and find the answer for all these strings. Okay, how to optimize it? Now, if let's say even if I do some pre-computation, but still I don't feel like that pre-computation will help us. Let's see how we can solve it. So we have this ouch. Cool. So it's kind of that for every one second. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. Because what's happening here is maybe we can just think of some amortized time complexity, because strings substring will be of shorter length. So even if I just do a pre-computation of those n square substrings, so n square substrings, for every substring, do anyone know that exactly how many divisors do we have for a number? Like roughly how many? As in if I say okay, a number of length n should have, let's what was that? Alpha. Fuck, what topology came in mind. Okay. Fuck, what was that? Divisors of a number. Alpha numeric. There was this alpha maths website. Yeah, Wolfram Alpha. Computer devices of an integer. Cheek. Now let's have a smaller value, let's say 100. Just referring that it's actually a how many devices this number 100 have. I have root n devices only, right? Yeah, these are just root n devices. So what? Oh, okay. I have only root n devices. So for this length, for this devices, I have n root n as to find for this particular thing of length n root n devices. I'll just need n root n time to find for this particular string of length n. Now I'm referring I have n square substrings. I have n square substrings. For each substring, I will take a n root n time. It will be a n cube root n. 200 into 200 into what's that? 200 into 200 into 200 into how we do a root. I forgot. 200 is 3 into 15. 15, not 15. It's a 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 point. So that's the issue. It's a 1. It's a 1e8 in time complexity. It won't pass. We need a 1e7 to 1e8 के बीच में. So any of you have any idea how this can be solved? बोलो भाई. Like my complexity right now is n cube root n, right? When I do a pre-computation, because this I can just give out the value. So that part, this part will be a n cube part, which means the dp, which means the recursion part. You know, obviously the dp part is actually a O of n cube part. My previous memorization will be a O of n cube root n. But I don't think this would work. But there is no other optimization which we can have. We have root n devices. Like, I'm just thinking of one thing, maybe it will pass, maybe not, because of the amortized time complexity, which means these n square substrings will be corresponding to this length. Now this n square substrings will all not have the same length. So roughly n square substrings, what length will we have? That is the question. So if we can just simply, what length entirely? If we can just simply solve it and we can bring this down to maybe, if rather than saying, oh, I have a n cube as the entire length, which means for n square substring everyone has a length of n, I'll just say, okay, if it's n cube. But if I can just say, okay, the amortized maybe O of n square, so maybe this should work. Or maybe if I can just say, okay, if it's an n square root n, still it should work. So I just have to give an idea that amortized time complexity of this n square strings of length will not be n. It will be actually roughly root n. So that is something which we need to prove. Shall we prove or shall we consider it as an example, as a case? But yeah, let's actually prove it. So what we will do is we will actually go on to small example. What usually happen? Starting off with this index, I can have how many substrings? One substring of length 1, length 2, length 2, length 3, length 2, length 3, length 4, 1, length 2, length 3, length 4, and length 5. So this is what I have. As you can easily see that it is somewhat similar to n into 1 plus n minus 1 into 2 and so on and so forth. I don't think I have a summation of this. I can sum these up. That seems summable. So what I can do right here is I will have a n plus 1 by 2. Now decrease the n, so it will become a n minus 1 n by 2. Decrease the n again, n minus 1 n minus 2 by 2. Decrease the n again, n minus 2 n minus 3 by 2. Decrease the n again and keep on going until it becomes a 1. And I have to just do a summation of these. And we are saying that it will not be O of n cube. It will be less than this. That is for sure, obvious, but we have to just prove it out. So we can just simply remove these baby children's. Now it will be a n square plus n, right? It will be a n square minus n, boom. Plus it will be a n square minus n square minus 3n plus 2. It will be a n square minus 6n plus 6 and so on and so forth. So with this, it might seem like I have a n into n cube because of this n square, n square, n square, n times it will come, right? This seems to cancel down, but I have a negative of n and some values which is 3, 6. I'm considering the next value will be actually a n minus 3, n minus 4, which actually is a 12. So minus 12n plus 12. That's one thing. So that will be actually a 12. So 3, 6, 12, which is into 2, 24, and so on and so forth. Plus same value, which is it's a 2. Oh, it's a 2. Oh, sorry. It's actually not a 12. It's actually a 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a 7. It's a 5. So it's a 3, 5, 7. So it's just odd numbers, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, and so on and so forth. This number will be a 2, 6, 12. This number will be a 2. Where is this 2 gone? 2, 6, 12. The next number will be a 4 into 3, which will be a 5. 4 into 5, which is 20. Next number will be a 5 into 6. Sorry, 4 into 5, which is 20. 5 into 6, which is 30. 6 into 7, 42, and so on and so forth. Considering my n is large, if I just copy a 1 out, so it will be a 1 plus 3 plus what? Plus 6 plus 10. Like consider this is a constant and this will be less, then for sure this, especially when n is large. So I can just kind of say that yeah, it's pretty tricky to actually say out loud, but as soon as my n grows large, oh yeah, we have a 200, right? And n has 200. So let's compute for maximum number 200. So what we will do is we will just find pattern 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus up till so on. ठीक. It gives us infinite sum, which is ठीक है, partial sum formula 1 plus 2n, this k square plus 2k, so it will be a k square plus 2k. Then I'm doing sum for k times. What the hell is k? Let's say k is 200 itself. So नहीं k is एक मिनट भाई लोग, जरा थोड़ा कॉल आ रहा है. अरे कॉल काय को आ रहा है यार, जरा एक मिनट. अरे यार ये क्या हो गया? माता श्री का कॉल आ रहा है, माता श्री का. वॉइस नॉट ऑडिबल. अरे यार वो हेलो 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 वॉइस. जरा एक मिनट. माता श्री का कॉल आ रहा है और कॉल भी इसी फ़ोन पे आ रहा है, तो ज़रा उठाना पड़ेगा. एंड उठाने से पहले ज़रा एक बार भाई साहब, ठीक है ऑर्डर वगैरह तो ज़रा just call to माता श्री. It is audible. अरे मेरी आवाज मुझे आ रही है. Let's call again. मुझे गरम ना आ रही है मुझे. रोक सकते हैं लाइव स्ट्रीम. हाँ हेलो, लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रही है. लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रही है. हाँ बैग लग गया. मैं कह रहा हूँ कि लाइव स्ट्रीम चल रही है. बैग लग गया. हाँ हाँ लग गया बैग लग गया यार. कल तो लग गया था बैग, घर वाले भी ना. हाँ 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 सब है सब है. हाँ हाँ सब है सब है. हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल 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 बिल्कुल. हाँ 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 हाँ. अभी क्या है आप भाई घर वालों से, मतलब you just not imagine. ठीक है चलता है. देखो अपन का ऑर्डर भी आ चुका है, पर ठीक है. वी हैव सीन दैट थोड़ा आफ्टरनून में कर लेना चाहिए था, बट दैट डजंट मैटर फॉर अस. इट्स जस्ट दैट आई एम गोइंग बैक होम टुडे, वही दिवाली के चक्कर में. तो फॉर दैट रीजन माइट, मतलब the tomorrow's Sunday's daily question might come a bit late, but it will come. So yeah, that would be it. Great. This is not working. Oh, this is working now. Cool. Let's quickly connect back and continue our question. So like roughly, if we just look for it, so yeah. This also. So as we saw previously earlier that it's nothing but the sum of k integers. Let's say the k is half of the number, which is 100. So it will be a k square, which is 100 square plus 2 into 100. We can ignore 2 into 100 in comparison to 100 square. It will be into 200. Now do we have a pattern for multiplication of numbers? So like I just usually refer for this as a math. अरे यार अब क्लियर ऊपर भी नहीं आ रहा. कॉल क्यों कर रहा है भाई? कॉल क्यों कर रहे हो तुम यार? तेरे बहुत ड्रामे हैं. एक मिनट. I'll just ओके देखो यार, मतलब दिस शुड नॉट हैपन, बट क्यों भाई, क्यों मिस कॉल मार दी भाई लॉन्डन ने? ठीक है, मीन वाइल विल एक्चुअली डू इट लाइक दिस ओनली. Cool. Count. Let's quickly jump on to what you are actually having. So we were trying of our this particular equation, which is 3 into 5 plus 5 into 6, and just see, okay, like how's the pattern looking like. So if this pattern is also, we can actually make it up. 68 आ गया यार, वो लेके आऊँ क्या मैं? हाँ, आ गया वो बंदा, जरा मैं लेके आता हूँ तब तक. 1 मिनट लगेगा बस, 1 मिनट, ठीक है, 1 मिनट. पॉसिबल नहीं है. हेलो सॉरी यार, वो थोड़ा काम आगी थी. I tried switching that my main camera but it's not turning on. पता नहीं क्या बीटी है उसके साथ. But still we'll just try to see how we can get this done. That is nice, but yeah, काम नहीं कर रहा हूँ मेरा भी. But ठीक है, लेकिन we can just continue the problem itself, which we were actually solving out. Now that problem was, let's me quickly go back. Now this was because of the reason, everything visible? Yes, we have the screen visible with us. Let's quickly jump on. And yaar, ye just I don't know why this is not working now. It should ideally be working. Oh, is it working now? Yep. पता नहीं यार, मतलब I have not done it yet, so now it's good. Yes, let's quickly go back to work. I think everything is good now. Cool. So like we're just actually proving out how this actually works. So we're just actually figuring out this formula, which is actually 1/3k cube plus 6k square plus 11k. Okay, so it is 1/3k cube plus 6k square plus 11k. Now, okay, for how many numbers? It's 100. Oh. Why did I put out k as 100? 3 plus 5 plus 9 for how many? So see, matlab, we're just trying to figure out that its sum is 1/3 into k cube, its sum is k square plus 2k into multiplied by n minus n into n cube. So depending upon what's the value of k, this thing will be figured out. But still, no matter what we are doing right now, if we can just consider this as for n square, sorry, what we are doing for, yeah, if we are just considering for n square substrings, if we have each entity length as n, so we are just saying we would need to find, it would take for us n cube time, but actually it should be less than n cube, but still we are not sure of how exactly less than n cube. So it's a very tight complexity which we would be dealing with. So the solution which we are configuring, it may or may not pass. And again, we are actually writing the recursive call. We are also not writing the iterative call, which in turn make it which in turn make it kind of more complex, like in complexity wise it in turns, because we have n square substrings. For each substring, I'll just be taking the length as n and root n divisors, and that will be a n root n. So that time it will be actually n cube root n. Again, I think it's actually roughly n cube. This dp is actually also roughly n cube, so it should be n cube, but still n cube is also what I think is actually higher. Yeah, n cube is also like what I think is high, because 200 cube is actually 200. Like, just let me know like if everything is okay, right? It's 8 into 1 is 1 is 6, so that can work. But yeah, like mine is a bit of, yeah, it might work. Let's see. Let's implement this. It should work. If it does not works, like if it does not work, then we can try for something else. We can not try for something else. We look for the solution itself. Cool. So let's try and see if this works or not. Or if any of you have any other recommendation or suggestion for this question, will be super helpful. I'm just drinking water since then. Oh, like also had a few like kind of पता नहीं क्या था वो, that we discussed, right? So I hope my audio and audio is correct, right? I will have a quick check of audio. Seems correct. Yeah, cool. So yeah, let's just quickly go on to the entire code. Now I'll just use the reference of whatsoever we have computed as the formulas. Ultimately, one thing is for sure, that what the fuck was that? I'll keep track of for every pair of kind of INJs. I just pre-compute what could be the, what could be the possible minimum value, minimum substitutions required for that particular substring. Yes. So I'll just go on to my entire pre-compute part. Now for that pre-compute part, we'll actually have to assign a length of n, roughly देखा जाए तो, right? If the folks who are still watching in, any hi, hello, voice is not audible now, it's okay. Cool, Elon Gaming. Hi Elon Gaming. And yeah, for the folks who are watching, if you have any recommendations of what should we try for this question, we have discussed multiple ways, multiple things, multiple stuff. But yes, it's a very lengthy problem, देखा जाए तो. Now I will just simply initialize my vector of pre-compute. Now this pre-compute, I'll just simply do a resize in vector of n of size again of m, and storing the answer of 0. Just saying that for that INJ, let's have a value of int max, or let's have a value of more than 200. It will never happen, so 200 is the maximum value itself. Cool. So what I will do is I'll just go on to all the substrings now. But firstly, we need to find the divisors of every number, right? So what I will do is I'll just have a unordered map of integer comma vector of this number, just saying okay, this number x has these all divisors. So divisors. Now what I will do is, as I showed in the code, I'll just go on to every number starting from 1, I is less than equal to n, I plus plus. Then I can just simply go on to I just want that it should be I plus I, or you can just say 2i. But yeah, let's say I plus I, and I want that j is again less than equal to my n. So it should be equal to, no, it should not be, it should be less than, but here the length is n. So divisors of that length n can be, let's say my length is 10. For divisors for 10, I also need right there, right? Because my entire string. It's just that I will not consider 10 as a divisor itself. So less than equal to n, and also j is equals to j plus j, or I should do I plus j. If I have a 3, I just add a 3, 3, 3. 3 plus 3, 6, and plus 3, 9. If I have a 4, I'll simply add a 4. So it's just a j plus j. Now for this, I'm just referring that this number j has this prime factor, like has this divisor of I. So divisor of this number j is actually a I. And I can just simply keep on going for all the numbers. Now with this divisor done, now I would simply know for a specific number what all are the divisors of that number, right? As simple as that. So I will just simply now go on to my entire all the substrings, which is less than n, I plus plus. Now for int j is equals to I to j is a substring, right? I to j. So starting with j I itself, less than n and j plus plus. So now I'm just interested in a substring from I to j. Now when I'm such interested in this particular substring, I should know, okay, the length of this particular substring is actually j minus I plus 1, right? Now what are the divisors? I'll just push, I'll just try for all the divisors. So divisors, I'll just try for all the divisor of this particular divisors of length, because I know one thing. I'll try for this divisor and current answer. So like for this current again, that would be a maximum length, which is actually a n, right? For this basically current length of ij, I'm just grabbing out my answer, and then I can just say pre-compute of I and j is actually this current answer, and I just try to minimize this current answer. Now when I have this divisor, I know one thing with my let's name it as d with my codes, with this the logic which we have written previously. Let's quickly have see if everything is okay. Yeah, so with this logic in place, which we have written right here, if you can see, so like with this logic which you have written right, with this logic which you have written right here. So with this logic, as we saw that we will just try on for all of my segments. Now for each divisor, what I can do is I can end up turning or end up happening just doing one thing, that I have a divisor with me. Try for that divisor and see what is minimum changes required. So I'll just say, okay, for like minimum changes will actually be like right now, let's say it's 0. So I just try for that particular divisor. Now for that divisor, as we saw earlier, we will go on from L to my specific d minus 1. So for my L, my just left pointer will actually start off from 0 to L is less than equal to my d minus 1, and then L plus plus. Now for this particular L, I just simply have to keep on checking, and I just correspondingly I just get my R, which will be nothing but for this corresponding L, my R will be n minus d, which is n is the entire length, which is 6 minus 2 minus L, or I should say plus L, because I'm actually going in as you see here itself. I'm saying, okay, I'll go from L equal to 0 to 3 minus 1 for that particular Sahil Anand, big fan sir. Arey, fan kya baat hai? Sahil, just thank you bro, thank you so much bro. Aryan, does referral means we will get interview call for sure? No, even to actually get in a coding round with referral. So basically, like, referral is just, it can have multiple things. It can just happen that, okay, you might end up getting a interview call. It might happen that you might end up getting a direct on sites. It might end up happening that you might get nothing. So yeah, it's actually flexible. So I'm just saying, okay, I have a L. For that L, corresponding R would be n minus d plus L. N minus d plus L. So that would be corresponding R. Now for this corresponding R, I'll just simply say, while my L is less than my R, just simply say what is the minimum changes required. Now, if this value, which is S of L, if it is not equals to S of R, minimum changes increase कर लो, minimum changes plus. I have to change one of them. Now when this is done, okay, one of the L's is done. I have to do for the entire segment for that particular D. Now when this entire D is done, I will know current answer should actually be getting a current answer, comma, minimum changes required to actually get this value, minimum changes. Now with this minimum changes, I just get, okay, for this current string from I to J, what is the minimum changes required, right? This will give me pre-compute of this particular value. This will give me the minimum changes required for my entire string from I to J. Okay, when this pre-compute is done, now comes the part where I will try for all the substrings and make substrings to k, like substrings, make substrings count as k. So it's just a simple DP as we discussed before. So what we will do is we will start off with our DP itself, just saying, okay, I'll start off with this index. I have a k with me. Now what will happen and what needs to happen is we need to have a DP vector. Now let's simply have the same kind of DP vector which we had for our pre-compute. It will be a DP. Again, same kind of pattern for our DP, that just simply resize my DP with the count of n and k. Now k can be what? Should I do a k plus 1? K is just referring if I have reached my, okay, here the k is, let's say 3, k is 2, k is 1. So yeah, I can actually, as soon as k reaches 0, so I should have a k plus 1. By default value -1 as we want for DP, and n is sufficient because it's indexing, so n is sufficient here. Now let's say I just asked to solve it. Now I'm just at this index, I have this k remaining with me. I just simply go and ask if my ID is actually reached. Now this can be a string. Now we'll pass by address because we don't want anything to happen, and that's it. Now we'll just have a length also, if s dot length, so that they just don't calling that length again and again. Now if that is actually reached the end, okay, it can be good, it cannot be, depending upon what the k is. Now if the k is actually also 0, oh voila, return a 0, or return what? I want the return the minimum number of integer characters required. Cool. Else what I can do is I can simply return a very high value. For this number, high value is 200, because 200 is the maximum length of the string. Or I can also say the n as the high value. You can also return the n if it is variable for the interview itself. So that is for the interview perspective. Now what we can do is later on, if my id is equal to n, what if my k becomes equal to 0, because ultimately it will keep on happening, right? So if the k becomes equal to 0, which means I just dropped off in between. I still have to take one more. So that is not a valid thing, which means like just referring, okay, it is not my string, like I was making substrings, it is not yet ended, but I am just right now saying, okay, my case has ended. That's not okay. That is not okay. Correct, that is not okay. That is okay. Just referring, okay, let's take this as an example. If we have, let's say I make this as a, so I just take this, then I start from this here, I'll take this, I start from this here, one remaining, I take this, my k has become 0, my I is pointing to this. Seems like it would work. If the k is 0, simply return a high value, which is n for us. Now if our dp of id and k, and there's a high chance that it might give TLE because of that tight constraint, but we'll try that it should not. Try optimizing a few stuff here and there, it might start working. Cool. We'll have, if that dp of id and k is not equal to -1, we have to simply return a dp of id and k. Now as we saw that we have to try on for, so starting from our index id up till actually the length. What I will do is I will just refer you answer as the n. Now my answer is actually minimum of answer. If I take a substring from id to I, so I'm just saying just get me whatsoever you pre-computed, so pre-compute from id to I, and then simply go and solve for id plus 1, k minus 1, because you have taken one string, and also s. So this I'll just simply store in my dp of id and k, and simply just return that as my answer. Modulo वगैरह तो कुछ नहीं करना था ना? Yeah. So this should actually solve our problem and return the solve from 0 to k with a string s. Just hoping that, oh, it's TLE with the small cases also. Weird. Which means there's some infinite loop going on. Or maybe there's some recursive call going on quite a lot. Are we handling all the cases properly? We are increasing. Oh, let's see if I just comment out this, will it work now? I'll just see. Oh, int answer is equals to this, and return the answer. If I just comment okay, if I just put a 0 in this place. अरे यार क्या हो गया? Return a 0. Will it work? If yes, then there's a problem in that. If no, there's a problem in the above we should put. Yeah, so there's some problem in here that we are getting a TLE Any ideas whatsoever for anyone? Why is that the case? We got the length. I'm just referring that which piece of code could give me a TLE. I is less than I plus plus, j less than j plus plus, length is j minus I, current is this, devices is the length of auto elements. Just go on to this, go on to all the else up till a d minus 1, go on to, oh, this piece of code might give TLE. So yeah, n is the entire length. D is the divisor, which is okay for us, and plus 1. This, yeah, this piece of code, this portion of code where, you know, R L is 0, R is n minus d plus L. This is actually while L is less than R. So this is giving a TLE because we never increase L and R. Acha. So do one thing. Do a L plus equal to D and do a R minus equal to a D. Sounds perfect? Yes. Let's see if it works now or not. Okay, very abrupt values. Great. It's giving the length itself every time. It's not doing a minimum at all. It is giving the length. So firstly, we have to just go on doing the standard debug procedure of firstly checking that we have correct divisors of every number, which I'm thinking is correct. Then let's have a quick check. No, let's see ABC. Let's take this smallest. That's the worst part about these long problems. You would never know that where it is actually having issues. Okay, so right now here I can just print the D itself, and I can also print the divisor, the length, which is actually length. Now when I'm printing this, I will just refer for all of these pointers and give the minimum changes. So with just this minimum changes, we should be like good to know at least that where it is breaking, or like if any of you have any idea that where it can actually break, then you can actually solve this in that way too. So we have to also check manually. So okay, D is 1, length is 2, D is 1, length is 4. What? I'm checking for all D's. For this current D, I'm just going on to all the values, right? So it should be correct. Why is this? Oh, 4. Why is this? D is 1, length is 2. I'm going on to all the divisors of this length. Divisor is 1 of length, so this length should be fixed. No, okay. It's actually going on the I and J basis. This is the length. This is the length. Got it. This is the length. So rather than L equal to 0 to D minus 1, here we have to change to actual indexes, which is actually as we are going to all the divisors of this length, so we know that it's the length, but we have to start off our left index with that particular value, which is actually Ri, and we can go on up till the value of I plus d minus 1, because that would be the d. Cool. Similarly, for r I was doing n, but that is not true. I will have a j pointer instead, so rather do a j plus 1, because n was actually a last index n minus 1 plus 1, so rather do a j plus 1 minus d plus l. Now with this, if we just go back and look, what is the answer? It's still 5, but oh, I can see it's a, I can see I can get a I can see that we can get a 2, just saying. So isn't it okay? Like, I'm getting actually a 1. So let's also print I and j, and then with that I and j itself, we would be knowing that that I is my this value, and also j is my this value. So 0 to 1 is actually of length. Why not 0 to 0? Why not 0 to 0? Initial should be a 0 to 0, right? Length is 1. Divisors of 1 is just a 1. Or there are no divisors of 1. Seems like for 1 there are no divisors. Oh yeah, divisors of 1 doesn't make sense. D's 1 length is 2, 0 to 3. I'm going on all the D's. D's a 1, D's a 1 and a 2. Achha, for a 1 there would be not a small, like not any smaller values, so it would not actually work. Here the D is 1, again that's of length 2. For length 4 I have again 1 and 2. For length 2 again I have only 1. For length 2 again I have only 1. That is a 3, 4. That makes sense. Be frank. Divisors are from 1 to that number and should be less than the length of. Okay, cool. So I'm going on to all the divisors. Why it feels like that this portion of code is correct? Maybe DP is wrong. Maybe. Like how come it reached to a 5? Like I'm saying I have to do a 2. I have to do a 2. I have to make a 2 size, right? So what I can do is I can just start from 0 to a j, let's say 3, right? 0, 1, 2. I from, like here it is, from I 0 to, where is the j2? J2 भाई मिस हो गया क्या J2? I is this. J, if the J would have been a 2 when I was a 0, did it never go to the length? So if the J would have been a 2, the 2 minus 1, which is a 1, and 2 minus 1 plus 1 is actually a 2. So length is of 2. Length is of 2. 2 has divisors. J1 from 0 to 2. 0 to 2, the length is 3. It still has a divisor. Boom. What the, like, when you can see that we have a length. J is 2. 2 minus 0. I cannot see I equal to 0 and j equal to 2. I equal to I equal to 1, j equal to 2 I can see, 4 I can see. Why is this skipping some values? I don't recognize that. There can be a chance that, okay, the length is odd, but odd also length have a divisor of 1. No, our divisors are not correct. Iska matlab. Okay, for integer I from 1 up till, let's say, 5, I plus plus. So firstly print out this node, which is actually a I, and then print out all the divisors for auto divisors. That's the reason, like, you should use snippets rather than writing your own codes. You just do mistakes in these silly codes. Cool. That would be a C out of T of end L, not end L, but a bracket or comma instead, and then C out end L. Let's see that devices I'm printing. Node is 1, nothing. Node 2, 1. Node 3, nothing. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. So 1, 2 and 3. One started off with a 2, then went to a 2 plus j. I'd rather do a 2 plus I. Rather do a j plus I. Zero 1, 0 2, 0 3, 0 3, 0 4, 1 2, 1 3, 1 4, 1 4, 2 3, 2 4, 3 4. ठीक है, that is correct. So this we can just simply ignore. This also look perfectly fine. Or we can have just a small check of a few values. Oh god, this question, like, do any of you see any mistakes in this? Or else I'll keep on debugging this. That's not true. If this is 0, the length is 2, d is 1, that's true. I just need to change 1. For length of 2, I'll just only need to change a 1. Length of 3 also I'll need to change a 1. Length of 4, which is 0 to 3. Length of 4, which is 0 to 3. Length of 4, which is 0 to 3, 0 to 3, 0 to 3. I can only change one of them. That's correct. Considering I do a this. Oh, divisor is a 1, then this. Actually, what in this? That's correct. This and this. If the length is 2, which is this portion, and this portion, so this should be same as this, and this B should be same as A, which should be 2. So I from 0 to 3 with a D of 2 and a length of 4 should actually would have given me an answer of 2. It gave me an answer of 1. Why is that the case? A, B, damn. Can we skip this question? It's quite a lot of debugging. If this is a for my L, I is 0, G is 3, D is 2, length is 4. I'll go on to from 0 to 0, 1, 2, 3, 0 plus D minus 1, which is actually 1. My L is this. Now my R is J plus 1, which is 4 minus T plus 1, which is actually a 4 minus 2 is actually a 2 plus 1, which is 3. Oh, J minus 2 plus L, sorry, J minus 2 plus L, J minus 2 plus L, is a 0, so it's actually pointing to a 2. So while L is not, if L is less than R, which is true, minimum changes, which is minimum changes. Oh, okay. I'm just updating the minimum changes required because I'll just use that changes from. I'm just scouting the minimum changes. L plus T. R minus नहीं करना था, R plus करना था. अरे यार, that's the small issues which you don't. 0, 1, and then 0 2 never came in. 0, 1, 0 2 never came in. So at 0, 2, it would have gone to 0, 2. Length is this. It would have gone here. But it did not print anything, right? Which means it did not go here. Like it broke at it broke at 0, like, okay, 0, 1. My J is 1, which is saying me that my I is 0, J is 1. I is 0, J is 1. Length is for sure a 2 and D is 1. It did not go here. I is 0, J is 1. 1 plus 1 is a 2 minus D, which is a 1, plus L, which is a 0. So I have R as 1, I as 0. Is it saying that it's out of index? No, it should not be. It cannot be. Oh god. That's the reason, like, I told like 2 pointers. Why null? Why runtime? God knows. Go to I plus D minus 1, R is this. Which portion is causing this? Is this the portion or what? This was the portion, right? So this was giving a sum L, which is L is less than R, but L should be like L might be coming as minus 1, something like that. Which is not the true. R might come. If R is higher negative, like L will always be positive. That is true. I just comment this condition out. It will still run, which means But my D can never be a 0. Oh, both are moving forward, so it will never be L is less than R. Arey yaar. So it's just that I just have to move my R forward. Cool. Delete condition. ब्रो एलएलडी सीखना जरूरी है SD1 के लिए? नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं प्रजित, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। SD1 एलएलडी कोई नहीं पूछेगा, पूछेगा ही नहीं कोई। तो yeah, earlier to cool, like we just have to see that how far we are going for this L. Just keep on increasing it, man. But okay, I should actually decrease my R, but decrease in a strategic manner. That we referred now. We have R here. It should actually point to minus D. I was correct. Arey yaar, minus D was right. I can't simply keep on increasing my R, because I need to compare two blocks pointers. I have pointed my R here. Will decrement. Now comes for 0,3 D2. Minimum changes is for 0,3 D2, right? 0,3 0 1 2 3 DS2. So I'm comparing this with a this and B with the A. Both are not equal, so it should actually be a minimum change should actually be a 2, right? But no. Why no? Because my L was here, my R, acha, I was just referring the same example and I was doing my L increased by D 0,3 and 2,4. ठीक है, my L increased by D, which is 2, my R decreased, which is 0. It overpassed, so it will not come. Cool. Now for my next L, which is actually I plus T, L plus plus, which is actually here, I'll do a J value, which is 3 plus 1 minus T plus L1. So it's just incrementing the value by 1 also, yaar. 1, actually 3, yeah. R will point to here. Again, this is not same. Minimum, but okay. And then 0 plus D minus 1, which is actually a 0 plus D minus 1. Hold on. My L was, my I was 0. D was 1. Oh, I have an issue in this. I'm just referring it as a D minus 1. D is okay, D minus, acha, theek hai. D is actually a 2, so D minus 1 will be a 1. So it should actually go on to this next L. Next L, next R, got it. Why did it not
count the minimum changes. It should have gone into this, na? How is it even possible that it's not going in this particular loop? That's so strange. Zero, 3 and this, huh? ठीक. Now in this just simply print what is an L, what is S of L. अरे यार L तो print करो पहले. L, then also print SL, and then print an R, and then print an SR. Oh god, S of R, and then boom, that would work. Let's see. For us at I0 J3 D1 4. Cool. L0 with, oh, I just did not print here. S of L. Oh, S of L, then R, then S of R. What is printed here? This. What the? Eh? Where is S gone? Somewhere in the string I have seeming like, I don't even know how to print. कैसे काम चलेगा? Is it good safe to join in startup companies in this recession? अरे सब चलेगा भाई. मतलब if you have a better options, like the startup is just for a work growth perspective. No, it's good. It's great. Wow, bhai, gazab. Yeah, it's actually like good. Like if you have other options, you can just try for it. But if not, then startup is also actually super great. So don't think that okay, startup is not great. I0 J is 3, D is 2, length is 4, 0. We have a we have a C. Yeah, that was what I was wondering. It never went inside the next loop, which means L++, which means L1. R. If L is 1, minus 2 plus J plus 1. चलिए 3. यार, I'll go mad with this. Although, like, as we have Leetcode, so we have actually that option to debug via debugger, but still we would not use that. Oh, Canadian. I0 J3 D1 अच्छा D2 I0 J3 D is 2, length is 4. L0 R2. That was what I was wondering. L0 R2, then L should have got increased. It never got increased. Should have come here. I is a 0 plus D minus 1. D is actually a अरे यार, I have been looking at both of them अलग अलग. D is 2 here at the bottom and length is 4. Two plus 2 minus 1 is actually a 1. I is actually a 0, so it will actually be a 1. Oh, okay. My L is getting changed here. Array, shit. I did not consider this. LL is equals to, array yaar, L int L copy is equals to L R copy. R copy जरूरत नहीं, we are computing, and then just change my L back to my L copy. Oh shit. Cool, so that makes sense now. Everything makes sense now. Yeah, these make sense now. Every of these numbers now makes sense. So now we are just sure of one thing, that these look good. We'll just spend a few more minutes, then we would actually look on to something better. This thing is very tiring, but yeah, still we just try out something. Now I just wanted to print out that for this range I to j, what is the answer? That is like the only thing now. Like, I'm just concerned that why DP would give the wrong answer. So for that, just saying key answer is recompute of I and j. So you'll have a 0 0. You also have a 0 0. अच्छा हाँ, by default we provide the value, ठीक है, that is okay. This 0 1 0 2. Let's actually have a quick check if that is true or not. But anyways, I can just do a, I need to make a 2, right? So I can just do a 0 1 is actually a 5. Only single element is a palindrome. Only single element is a palindrome. Oh god damn. Only single element is a palindrome itself. Shit. If I is equals to j, then do a pre-compute of ij as 0. I is equal to j. I is equal to j, so that is a palindrome. That is true. Now they form a palindrome. I don't need to change anything, so that is true. Okay, that is true. So from this to this point, which means 0 to 3, 0 to 3, the answer was 1. 4 to 4, answer was 0, so it should have given a 1. Why it did not give? Current element, which is 0, to, I just go on to, let's say 3, and I just ask for +1, Okay, and then key -1. It is a 4 right here. Now I will just don't have this conditions right here. dp of id plus 1 k nahi hai, so I'll just go on to id, which is actually a 3 is less than n. 2 n is 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 n is 4. Oh, id is 4 for me, so id to I, which is pre-compute 4 to 4, and solve from id plus 1. So id has reached to end. Okay, it will actually do a -1. यहाँ पे भी गलती करी है. So it will just subtract the values out of my k. It's actually, which means I have completed as soon as I used a segment. It just means as soon as I use a segment, I just reduced my k. So k was initially 2, it become a 1. I use this segment, k will become a -1. So at this id, which is equal to n, if this is a -1, it is good. So id equal to n, return -1, else return an n. Again, if k is 0, don't return an n. No, it should not be there. Else if k is -1, I should say instead, because like if I just take this and then this, so k has become -1, id has not, return an n. That should be the case with the dp. What the, क्या दिक्कत है भाई तुझे? तू यहाँ पहुंच तो गया. id plus 1 मेरा n हो जाएगा. k will become k -1, k is 2, next time it becomes a 1, it's a 1, next time it becomes a 0. अच्छा, it becomes not -1. हाँ ठीक है यार, सही तो था यार. नहीं 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 नहीं, something has gone wrong with me. Oh God. Well, like yeah, DP looks completely fine. Oh, like the pre-compute stage looks completely fine, and seems like I'm going starting from the ID, going to I, then doing a trying to solve for ID plus 1 up till the end. ID plus 1 has reached the end. That's okay. No, 0 to solve. So else return an n. टर्मिनेटर सिस्टम डिजाइन कहाँ से पढ़ना है फ्रेशर्स इंटरव्यू के लिए? अबे सिस्टम डिजाइन मत पढ़ो भाई. वैसे पढ़ना है तो लाइक यू कैन जस्ट have a few YouTube lectures of system design, else that would not be required. System design is not asked. Just a standard OOPS concept. See, LLD might be asked, and LLD wall LLD नहीं होगा. It might be just classes making some structures and just getting to know that how to get one class from other, something like that. But it would not be that much of a in detail kind of thing. So don't don't just go into system design ज़्यादा, like focus more on coding. I just highly say just system design में मत जाओ अभी, that's not beneficial at all. Yeah, cool. So we just go on to all the indexes, recomputed that value, we'll just give on to it. यार इस डीपी में क्या दिक्कत है? Is it the base case which is actually hampering us? या फिर it's not the recursive case. I'm taking one partition from id to I. I'm just saying okay, I'm done. Try from id plus 1 नहीं यार, I plus. अरे यार इतनी छोटी छोटी गलतियां यार, मतलब there are so many typos which I did. If it, oh god, just make a 3. If I take this entire length, this is same, this is same, this is same, it will give me a 0 answer. That's true. Which means this entire length 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. Oh, I cannot take the entire length, or I can take. No, I cannot. So I have to partition it up. Partition with a 2, 2 and a 2 will give me a 0. Partition of 2 and a 2 will give me a 0. So that is one thing for sure, that partition of 2 to 2 should give me a 0. So that should actually be a 0 value. So from 0 to 2 it should give me a, sorry, 0 to 1 should give me a 0, then 0 to 1 should give me a 0, then 2 to 3 should give me a 0, 2 to 3, 1 2 3, 2 to 3 should give me a 0, it gave me a 2, okay, 2 to 3 should give me a 0, and then 4 to 5 should again give me a 0. 4 to 5. What's happening in this 4 to 5? We can just have a check here itself, because 4 to 5 is nothing but our you saw what's happening here. L is 4, R is 9. Just look at the audacity of making it as a 9. It's nothing like I have only done it, but ठीक है. L is 4, R is 9. दिमाग तो सही है. It's only because of that J plus 1 thing which I have done. What could be the R? अरे यार वो सिस्टम डिजाइन, वो सिस्टम डिजाइन नहीं होता है. मतलब दे he's just saying कि भाई कॉलेज में सिटी बैंक आई थी इंटर्नशिप के लिए, सिस्टम में पूछ रही थी. वो सिस्टम डिजाइन ऊप्स होता है. लाइक देयर अ डिफरेंस बिटवीन एलएलडी एंड एक्चुअल लाइक जो पूछे आते हैं इंटरव्यू में फॉर इंटर्नशिप एंड स्टफ. लाइक व्हेन आई वाज आल्सो देयर, लाइक मेरे फ्रेंड मुझसे दोनों से पूछे गए थे सिस्टम डिजाइन क्वेश्चंस, बट दैट वाज नॉट सिस्टम डिजाइन, दैट वाज जस्ट ऊप्स कांसेप्ट in the shelf of system design. वो लगता है कि it's a system design, but it's not. So don't worry on that part. तो system design नहीं पूछेंगे. Just if you still want, then just go through system design concepts and that will be more than sufficient. Yeah. Cool. Okay, I have an L which is actually a 4 and R is 9. That is impossible. कहीं कहाँ से आ गया वो R9? L is 4. 2, 3, 4. Now I want J. J is also a 4. नहीं. I is 4, J is 4. I is a 4, J is a 4. J, if it would have been a 5, so 5 plus 1, which is actually 6 plus L minus T. अरे यार तुम ये सब छोड़ गलत कर रहे हो यार ये सब. If I have a pointer J which is actually pointing to that string, so just do a J plus 1 minus T. If I have a pointer J, I know that my this length is actually a D, so just simply do a J minus T, 3 minus T plus 1. Simple. My J is pointing to this location. I know this length is D. Right? Divisor, if the divisor have been a 3, if the divisor would have been, like, I'm just referring ki what is actually my J. If the divisor would have been a 3, so if I have a J here, so that will be a J minus D plus 1, which is 5 minus 3 plus 1, so it's actually a 3. So just J minus D plus 1. Cool. Let's quickly check with the amount of ganda code which I have written now. Where is that one extra print statement that is here? I just don't like these kind of lengthy questions. Logical wise, it should be. It will now give TLE. It will now give wrong answer दिया. ठीक है हो गया मेरा. Let's see कि what we did wrong. Oh, like I mean, like it took hours and stuff. They are doing the same stuff. It's just that he did this also with the recursion, like finding the for all these subsequences, he's just doing this also with the recursion, and that's a very good thing. If it's greater than or equal to 0, return a 0. Best. And that's simple DP. Let's see what he has written. A simple, just returning, okay, it's a simple DFS which we did above. Same. And then like simple memorization of I, जैसे we were doing from ID to I, he's doing from I to K, then 1 plus this length, and then this DFS from I plus length to K minus 1. Then going on to getting the factors, like for that prime factor, and then for that particular D, just checking what should be the operations, and then just simply do a memorization of that operations ultimately to get the answer. That's more of a cleaner अरे गुरुजी आप अभी तक यही हो? सुबह 12 बजे देखा था आपको. अरे बिल्कुल, बस यही है. हेलो हेलो हेलो, हाय तेजस. हेलो. मेरी पूरी हालत खराब हो रखी है, बट this seems like a good solution which we can refer, and it replicates ours also. Now we'll just have a quick check. Actually, the original complexity of O of n cube, yeah, that's what I was referring. It is n cube into d, as I did not reuse the previous computations. Okay, we can improve it to O of n square into d if we reuse computations for each d. Code above, but the improved tabulation is not easy to come up with. Okay, so like he's saying that he improved to n square d. D is n in n root d, right? हाँ. So here his d, what he's mentioning is actually a yeah, it's actually a n root n. One tricky thing to realize is the minimum length of the semi-palindrome is 2. Correct. I spent so much time thinking why A isn't a palindrome. Oh, is it A isn't a semi-palindrome? This comes from the last fact that D is greater than or equal to 1 but less than or equal to length of the strings. Arey yaar, shit. We also did the same thing. That A is not a semi-palindrome. So number of operations, number of operations required for A itself. एक तो question logic फिर भी लो ठीक है, मतलब the amount of last Saturday's contest had a really tough fourth question. I think that we have done. It was which contest is biweekly na? We have done that. We are now struggling for which contest? Weekly 368. And like the strange fact is there was this question also with the like rating of 7. We still did that, but this one पता नहीं कितने optimizations and क्या है. The worst part is the problem statement itself. So much of the task and still nothing to go. Like मतलब पता नहीं क्या ही बना दिया हमने इसका. आगे देखो ये रहा क्या ही बना दिया, but पता नहीं what's happening in this. Cool. Let's see. Let's come up to this question. Let's come up to this question थोड़ा बाद में. Let's keep it right here. Now let's go on to the next contest, which was P67, where it has like we took 2 hours for this question. That's pathetic. But this seems easy, yaar. 5 में बताओ. That's so nice. That's like the amount of happiness you can see in my face when I saw this. So that is one thing. But like one thing I have realized, as soon as I have dropped the like that add thing from here, like what we went off did was we just dropped the add thing. I've seen everything has gone down. The concurrent viewers have gone down. Everything like we dropped the add thing right here. Everything went down since then. Not sure if it's actually impacted or not, but that's painful. Cool. Let's quickly go on to our next contest, which is weekly contest. And with the ratings, it seems easy. We will see. Cool. So firstly, I'll just quickly paste it for you guys too, that what we are doing. Crunch contest, and that's it. मैं भी आज आपके ही साथ काम कर रहा हूँ. ट्रीज क्वेश्चन सुबह से 10 क्वेश्चन 10th क्वेश्चन है अभी. क्या बात है आशीष को, क्या बात. अमेजिंग. Last Saturday contest had a really tough question. Tejas Tomar. No worries, Tejas. You can just go back in the time, and we have already covered that question. Super wonderful. Right. Let's quickly jump on to these questions. Seems like they're easy. We will be able to solve it. Find indexes with index values difference 1 and 2. Okay, cool. Considering they both are same or different. Oh, they are same. They are same. So we can actually solve only one of them. We will solve this. Find indexes with the index value difference. You are given a zero index integer and nums having the length n. Let's firstly paste this. Right. Or if it is easy, we can just simply have a boom boom. What ends up happening to me, I only know. Cool. So we are actually reading the first question, which was this one. But then we thought, seems like both are same. So we are given a zero index integer array nums having the length n and an integer difference of index difference and an integer value of value difference. Your task is to find two indexes I and j both in the range of 0 to n minus 1 that satisfy the following condition, that ABS of that indexes is actually more than the index difference. Okay, so I have this index difference variable. I'll take some I and I will always take, let's say, take some j which is previous. So for sure I minus j will be more than index difference, and I'll just monitor that their nums value should also be more than the value difference. Now I have to return an integer array answer where answer of I of j is if there are two indexes such that answer is minus 1 minus 1 otherwise, and minus 1 minus 1 otherwise. If there are multiple choices, answer return any of them. Maybe equal, I and j may be equal. I and j may be equal, which means index difference is more than equal to 0. Okay, that's okay. What is this? What is this, Aryan? Cool. So, okay. Bijum. So one thing is, like, we have to do it in O of n time or O of n log n time. What I'm thinking right here is that for an index I, I'll search for some previous index j such that, let's say for this index I, I'll search for the previous index j such that their absolute value is the index is actually more than this difference, and also the nums value is the absolute value of nums value is more than the value difference. So which means what I'm thinking to do here is, let's see. So what I'm thinking to, I just have to do in O of n time. So one thing which clicked my mind is that if I am at this index, let's say this index, ith index. Now for this particular ith index, if let's say we have this ith index. Now for this ith index, we actually can go and look for the previous index, which is this difference apart. Now if this is I 0 1 2 3 4 5 6, I'll just look for this difference apart, which is actually this value, which is index difference. Now I'll just keep track. I just want that with the current value, with this current value, what is the maximum value and also what is the minimum value in this range. Matlab, I just keep track with this I'll just go on from this. I'll just keep track what's the maximum value and what's the minimum value, and at every point of time I'll just check, okay, if current minus minimum value, if it is more than equal to my value difference, I am good to say that these two can be my indexes. I can just simply return my indexes, these two, which is I and j, which is this I and this maximum values corresponding let's say max index. and minimum value corresponding min index. So I would just need a max index, min index, max value, min value. If this current minus min value is more than value, so return the ing. I can return any order, right? Ing in any order I can return. Otherwise, if ing in any order I can return, seems like, yeah. So I can just simply return a I comma my this min index, and if actually my max value minus current, if it is more than equal to my value, I can return a simple like max value comma index. Seems like that would actually work. Else if it is not the case, then ultimately return a -1 comma as an answer. That's simple. Cool. Let's quickly code this up. So what we will do is we have to return an answer, right? We don't want to return this thing. We'll actually just solve it as it is. Now we need to have a max value. Max value is int min. Max index also we need to have. Right now everything is -1. Min value first. Min value is actually int max. Min index is actually again a -1. Now what we are planning to do is we are just going on to all of my nums, which is auto. I want indexes, so I just go on to indexes. Auto I equal to 0, I is less than nums dot size I plus plus. Now when we have, I cannot just go on from this. I just have to go on to value index difference, right? So I just start off with that index difference itself, which means the first I can start off with actually a 2, or okay, I'll just start off with the index difference. If my index difference is actually a 2, so I'll just start off with a 2. This means 2, 3 minus 2 is actually a 1, 2 minus 2 is actually a 0. These two I have skipped. Index difference actually a 2, which is 3 minus 0. 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 minus 0. 2. So if I just say my index difference is actually, let's say my index difference is actually a 2. So I'll just say na ki this difference is 2, so this is okay. This index is okay for me. But so this index is okay for me. So I'll just start off with this index, and for this I need to check for this value, which I don't have right now. So I'll just start off with this value itself. I just seem like index difference. So I will not have to check any value which is previous. Seems a good deal, right? And then when I just proceed forward, I would be having a next value. So basically we are just checking off this. We are just thinking, okay, we have to start off with this index or this index. I'm just thinking start off with the, let's cut this bullshit out and just start off with this. We know that we have one element, so just say nums of 0 is the value, maximum index is this, same nums of 0 is the minimum value, and again minimum index is this. Now we can easily start off with the index difference. So I'll just ask very bluntly, I will just simply ask that firstly, okay, if I just go and ask that int last index. Acha, we don't need to do all this. We can just do simply this. Okay, let's just simply say if the last index is I minus this index difference. So I'll just simply say that bro, if current, which means the nums of last index, if it is actually more than my nums of max index, so please bro, update one thing, which is actually the max value. Please update to nums of last index, and bro also please update the maximum index to that last index. And the same I can just do for if nums of my last index, if it's actually less than my nums of min index, then bro, just do simple one thing, that min value will actually become a nums of last index, and min index will actually become the last index. Now I just check if current value, which is nums of I, minus min value, which is min value. Now if that is actually greater than equal to my value difference, so just put it here, then I can simply return my simple like min index comma I. Now I can also check, okay, if my max value minus nums of I, if it is actually greater than equal to my this, then also return my I comma max index, simply I comma max index. And one thing is for sure, if any way whatsoever I cannot return, simply return a -1 comma -1. It should work. What do you guys think? Any suggestions, ideas, views, opinions? 0,3 3,000 पता नहीं यार if it will matter or not. हाँ ठीक है, वही है कि like as we discussed, the order of indexes would not matter, and we can just simply solve it by just simply maintaining minimum value and maximum value and just simply getting the answer with that. Okay, so with this we have done 2 questions. Nice. I love these kind of questions. No. Let's increase that to 2. Who will get a 3? Now, let's see. What's the next problem? Shortest and lexicographically smallest beautiful string. If the new folks have joined in, I am not sure if those new folks are here. Can you just please let me know if you are actually new or old, just saying a hi, hello or something like that. I'm actually going to have a quick chat read, then we're actually going to solve this question. Next one. But yeah, before that, just quickly, यहाँ पे एक मीडियम लेवल का लीड कोड लगा के उड़ने लग जाता हूँ और इस खुशी में 2 दिन क्वेश्चन नहीं करता। आप तो अलग ही लेवल पर खेल रहे हो। सारे इजी टैग के थे बट ट्रीज के। अरे सही है आशीष भाई, साफ सही है। शॉर्टेस्ट एंड थोड़ा उठ लिया जाए क्या? नहीं यार, करते हैं। ये भी इजी लग रहा है थोड़ा, देखते हैं, चलो करते हैं। शॉर्टेस्ट लेक्सिकोग्राफिकली, फर्स्टली लेट्स कॉपी दिस। आई एम नॉट इवन श्योर कि why oh, it's some lexicographically constraints. Oh, constraints are low. We can try off over everything. Constraints make the problem hard or easy. has seen that. Just give us small constraints. Always passes. Cool. Let's see that we are having binary string s and a positive integer k. A substring of s is beautiful if the number of ones in it is exactly k. Let length be the length of the shortest beautiful substring. Then lexicographically smallest beautiful substring of s with length equal to length. If s does not contain a beautiful substring, return an empty substring. Return lexicographically larger. For example, this, TM. So basically the prime condition, what he is saying is that we are having a binary string s and a positive integer k. A substring is beautiful if number of ones is exactly k. Now, my first condition is that the length should be smallest. If the length is same, so what I can do is I can just go off on all the substrings. For every, so I can just go out to all the ij's. For all the ij's, I'll get this substring. I'll count the number of ones in this particular substring, which I took from I to j. If that count of ones is actually exactly equal to k, it's a valid, good substring. Now I'll check, okay, my existing length of my answer. If that length is actually less, update my answer. If it is equal, check. Whosoever is lexicographically smaller. That is the ultimate thing which we have to do in this problem, and that would be easy. Simple, right? That's a brute force O of n cube solution, which is a substring, which means I to j O of n square. Now to get a substring from I to j O of n, and that's more than sufficient, which is O of n cube. So that would actually be the code. Let's quickly code this up. So we have our string as answer, right? Right now it's empty, let's say, and length, which is the current length, or basically I can say as answer length. Again, it's actually the maximum length, which is the maximum length possible. So if I just assume that my length of the entire string is s, n is actually s dot length, so I can just say that my answer length is n initially. Because for sure, in the worst case, I could have taken the entire substring. And what if none of them are a k, then what to return? Lexicographically smallest beautiful substring. Oh, k is actually less than equal to s dot length, but still k is actually number of ones. A substring of s is beautiful if the number of ones is exactly equal, and it is exactly k. Let length be the length and the shortest beautiful substring. Return lexicographically smallest s with length equal to s. If s does not contain a beautiful substring, it's an empty string. Okay. If it does not contain a substring, return an empty string. So that's the answer itself. So no worries on that part. Cool. Now, as I said, that I'll just simply go on to all my substrings. So I just simply apply a to for loop and go on all our substrings. Now I will go to a substring from I to j. Now what I will do is I just simply grab the string, string current, let's say current string. Now this current string, one thing, not sure if we should do it or not. I just have a quick question. Like, do you guys want most frequently asked questions? Let's say, for example, if I just go to Leetcode, right? So for example, I just do the problems, and then for problems, let's say I go on to any company, let's say Amazon. So for example, for Amazon, let's say I go on to frequency last 6 months and just sort by frequency. So let's say I just cover the top questions asked by Amazon or something like that. Like, do you guys want that for some specific company or some specific questions or something like that? Or just a quick question for you guys, what do you guys think? Cool. Now the current string will be a substring from starting from I with a length of j minus I plus 1. Now I've got this substring current length. If current string dot length if it's actually less than my answer length, so for sure update your answer length by the current string dot length, and also update your answer with this current string. Now else it can happen that my length is same. So if current string dot length, if it's actually equal to my answer dot length, now just actually check and take whatsoever is minimum. So it is answer length, just answer will actually be a minimum of answer comma current string. With strings also you can apply a minimum operations that will give you a lexicographical minimum string. Now with this fashion, my answers will be populated and simply return the answer. Let's see if it passes or not. Got them, yes. Okay, I have got all zeros. Oh, I just did not check that condition. Okay. Now I'll simply have a count once. Now I just simply iterate on all of its characters in current string. Now if my C is actually a 1, then simply count once is actually plus. If my count once is not equal to my case, so there is no point in checking this, simply do a continue. That is another thing which we actually made. Cool. 1 1 0 1 1 1 and it's an empty. Seems like it did not. I output an empty. Expected is this, which is 12. We do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 and 12. It is not going here. I to j. I to j it will go for sure. I with this and j with this. Substring of starting from I. Current string count of ones is not equal to k. Continue. It is equal to k. Current string is length is less. Current string length is actually less than answer dot length. Answer. Oh, it's actually okay. I have just put in a equal sign. So with that, oh, sorry. I should pass now. It's just that we have just missed that answer can also be equal to answer length. Cool. We did one more question. Let's increase the count. Like sometimes some questions are so easy, sometimes some questions are so hard, it takes quite a lot of time. Cool. Quickly jump to question number this one, which is construct product matrix. While reading the heading, it feels like that we have to get the products of all the elements of this matrix. Seems like. Let's see. Yeah, I just say the same thing, that we are giving a zero index integer 2D array matrix called as grid of size n cross m. Now we define a zero index integer, a 2D matrix P. Okay, I did not paste it, right? I should have pasted it. Cool. Constraints also. Constraints are no, it's just we have to work on O of n into m kind of space. We cannot use, sorry, O of n into m time velocity. We cannot use more. That is one thing from the constraints we can see. Cool. Now we are actually given a zero index 2D array matrix grid of size n cross m. We define a zero index 2D matrix P of size n cross m as the product of as a product matrix of the grid. If the following condition is met, each element P of ij is calculated as the product element in grid except for the element grid ij. This product is taken modulo 1 2 3 4 5. So like one thing is, if this modulo would have been a prime number, I would have just used maybe inverse modulo, but as it's a multiple of 5, so it's for sure not a prime number. So I have to devise some other method. Now one thing is that I just, whenever I'm making my product array, so let's go here. So what's happening in this is when I'm actually, like as you can see in this example itself, when I'm making my product array, so I'm not including this. Array chal yaar, chal bhai, it's not sliding. Yeah, it is. So like when I'm making for this column, I will not include this first, include this cell. So 2 into 4 8 plus 4 plus into 3 24. So that is how I'm gonna build my entire. So I can't go and okay, for this I'll just go into the entire array again, for this I'll go into the entire array again, for this I'll go into the entire array again. This is something which I cannot do. If any of you know that, what can we do, just quickly write that down. Like what do you guys think that what can be done for this? Batao. That would be an easy one, no? Batao. Just write down a chat. Like, what do you guys think? What will be the, like, what's gonna happen for this? Huh? Chal. Cool. So like it's just that for every element I'm actually going on to all the other elements. So one thing which could come to your mind is that maybe if I just get the multiplication and then I just start dividing the number by that number, whatsoever is present in that cell, but that would not work. Why? Because we also need to do a modulo. So basically a by b mod m is not equal to a mod m upon b mod m, right? That is not true. It is actually a mod m into b inverse mod m. Now that b inverse mod m can only be equal to b ratio power m minus 2 mod m when actually m is prime. So this thing I cannot do right now. So I have to do for I have to think for something else. What is that something else? It feels it like it is already evident that we can just keep track of what is the sum I have obtained so far from the, let's say if I just have to like ignore this element, so I can just keep track. Okay, what is the sum? So like what is the multiplication? And like when I say multiplication, I just mean multiplication by like with after doing a modulo. So this will say, okay, I'll just keep track of the multiplication of this portion saying as a left and this portion saying as a right. So what will happen is that I will end up if I want to calculate for this portion, I will just check at this value it will be multiplication up till this point and multiplication up till this point. Like so left will say multiplication up till this, right will say multiplication up till this, and that's how you can simply solve it. As simple as that. Cool. So basically how you will build this particular left and right array, simply by simply making it as 1, and then like how I'm just saying, okay, left multiplication array, right multiplication array. Simply let's say the values are a b c d e f g h and so on and so forth. So 1, here it is a a, here it is a b, here it's a c, here it's a sorry, here it's a a, here it's a a into b, here it's a a into b into c, just getting the previous value, just multiplying that, right? And what about if it goes forward like downwards? Then again, let's say for this value, what I need to grab this last number. Let's say I just only had my ABCs in this. Let's make it as a 3 cross 3. So I had a b c d e f g h I. So I know, okay, my last would like it is 1 into a into b. Now this at this value it will be a into b into c. This it will be a into b into c into d. So just look, if I have a previous value with me, just multiply that value with, so basically like in this I just got this previous value of left of this previous location into multiply the actual nums of that particular previous location. As simple as that, to actually keep track the value here. Now how will you look for this previous location itself? Just simply firstly just trying, okay, doing a -1. If I just doing a j -1,
if the previous element is not present, just simply do a I minus 1 and also m, if m is my number of columns, so m minus 1. That is here. As simple as that. This I will actually fill in the very beginning, and like my by default value from left will actually be a what I'm saying, my by default value for left actually will stand off with 1. If I want to populate this value, it is nothing but previous values dp, like previous values dp left value into the previous value itself. And that's how I can simply just start off with the index 1, and I can keep on going in the entire array itself. I think you guys got it. And the same build for the right. Make a 1, make a I, make a h into I, and please make sure that you do modulo at every step. Here also I'll just go and look if I don't have a forward index, which means I don't have a j plus 1 value, so just do a I plus 1 and also 0. That will actually give you the next value, like whatsoever you want to populate here. So just build a right array, build a left array, and just simply building these two arrays, simply get the answer. Cool. Let's quickly jump on to the code. Before that, like सब सो गए भाई, सब सो ही गए हैं, जबरदस्त. Cool. किसका आइडिया था वैसे सारे कॉन्टेस्ट का? विशाल कुंडू ही दिखाओ फिर उसे. But सही है. I hope that you guys got some value out of it. मेरा तो गला फट चुका है. Cool. So I will have a n which is grid dot size, and we can also have a m which is actually grid of 0 dot size. So I'll just, as you know, that I will make a left dp array and the right dp array. So let's make those left and right dp arrays. Now dp of n comma vector of int of m comma 0. Now we need to do a modulo with the number, so I'll just keep track of that number as mod is as 1 2 3 4 and 5. That's the number, right? 1 2 3 4 5. Cool. Now this is a dp left, and the same I'm gonna make for dp right. Exactly same, just mentioning it's a dp right. Now when this part is done, I'll simply go on, and for sure I'll just initialize with 1 itself. Cool. Now I'll just go on from the first index, which is I equal to 0, I is less than I equal to 0, I is less than n, and I plus plus for int j is equals to 0, j is less than m, and j plus plus. So if j minus 1, basically if my j is actually a 0, then simply try for a I. If I is not equals to my 0, then what I can simply do is, as I told you earlier, that my current value of dp of ij is nothing but dp left of ij will be nothing but dp left of I minus 1 and m minus 1, right, multiplied by the value at that location, which is actually grid of I minus 1 into m minus 1. Do you guys see any issues in this? Do you see any issues in this? Batao. Chal. Or else I can just simply do one thing. Do a dp of dp of ij will actually be a dp of ij minus 1.
and same goes for dp of I j minus 1. And that would be pretty much it, right? That I have built my left array. Same, I'll just go and simply build my right array, which is starting from the very bottom, going on and doing a I plus plus. Now same for the j. It's just that starting from the very extreme right, which is m minus 1 is greater than or equal to 0, j minus minus. Now just referring, if my j is actually m minus 1, so I cannot just get a plus 1. So if I just check, okay, if my I is not equal to my n minus 1, then I can just simply do a dp of right of my ij as nothing but okay, that is nothing but dp of right of ij, not ij, but if it is not equal to n minus 1, so I can just, if it is not equal to n minus 1, so I can just go and try for my I plus 1 comma 0 multiplied with grid of I plus 1 comma 0, and for sure doing a modulo with this number mod. And same goes for dp of this right value, which is I and j, and nothing but same dp right of I, dp right of what do same index but just a plus 1 value multiplied by same grid of same index but a plus 1 value, and doing a mod. Now ultimately I just want to build my answer vector, so just build that answer vector, have that answer vector build, so that is of the same size. Now I'll just simply say that for I equal to 0, I is less than n, I plus plus. Now for int j is equals to 0, j is less than m, and j plus plus. Now j plus plus, my answer of I and j will actually be a multiplication of dp left of ij multiplied by dp right of ij, doing a mod with this mod value, and just simply ultimately return my answer. That's the, like, there can be some silly mistakes, which is for sure as soon as you sold it came up. Some indexing overbound, okay. J is n minus 1, I can do a j plus 1 for sure. I j, oh, decrement j, decrement I. Same or different? Same. Maybe like runtime error, sign integer overflow. Oh हाँ, the values are pretty large. Array yaar, now we have to modify this to actually, that's a big headache. Hash define ll long. Oh nahi, what we can do is, instead I have a better idea. We don't have to do this. We just simply do a mod here also. Surprise. Okay, do a mod, 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 do a mod. अब सही है अभी भी. After doing a mod itself, it's a 1 2 3 4 5, which is 1 2 3 4. Wait a second. 1 2 3 4 5 into 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Huh? 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 8. 1.5 dash 8. Why it is overflowing? Sign integer overflow. Why? Where did I miss the mod? Did I miss the mod somewhere? कहीं बोलो ना. Did I miss the mod somewhere? Did I not? भाई कोई बोलेगा mod कहाँ मिस हो गया. देखो, one ways I can just do a LL, but I don't want to do it. DP mod तो हो रही है वैल्यू multiplied by this value mod. Do we need to put a bracket क्या? Don't think so. Runtime line 15. Seems like you have to put a bracket, but modulo operation comes prior. ठीक है, let's try a bracket. Bracket worked. That's strange. We'll actually have to place bracket around everywhere. हो यार, ये इसीलिए that is the reason I don't like mods. मतलब I like mods, ऐसी बात नहीं है, like mods. क्यों भाई, कुछ गलत बोल लिया ना. देखा, that was just a mod issue. चिंदी हरकतें. Cool. Let's go on to our next contest. Meanwhile, if any of you have any doubts, बातें, कुछ करना, बताना, भूलना, anything. Which contest was that? I forgot. 367. 115. No worries. This will be the last contest of today's night. I have to leave because I have a flight. Ooh, driving. Night. Light. That's nice. But जो भी है. Cool. कैसे हो भाई, कैसे हो अनिमेश? बढ़िया भाई, बस आपकी दुआ से बढ़िया. क्यों नहीं सकते क्या? कोई नहीं. लेट्स. भाई ठीक है सब? हाँ भाई सब बढ़िया. चित्रन, बासु भाई सब बढ़िया. करंट कॉन्टेस्ट इज, यार काफी लेट आ रहे हो यार. चलो कोई नहीं, सब चंगा सी हो जाएगा. हाँ. So let's go on to the current contest, whatever we have right here. Whew. Hi saab, the amount of effort. मैं कूद जाऊँ इससे अच्छा तो. क्यों, कहाँ से कूदूंगा वो भी, ये भी नहीं पता मुझे तो. Cool, no worries at all. ओ भाई यार, subset count of sub multiset with bounded sum. Number now return the sub multisets with the nums with sum of elements in each subset all within the inclusive range of L2R. Is the answer may be large. Return the model to 1/7 or sub multiset is an unordered collection of elements of the array in which a given x can occurs this times, where this is the number of occurrences of x in the array. Note that two sub multisets are same if the sorting of both the sub multisets result in the identical multisets. What was that? But seems like नहीं यार, चलो ठीक है, we will see this question. Like, I just was wondering that how much time this question will take for us this time also. Considering with your help we can do it. Considering you will help me. You will not. ठीक है जाएगा. Time बताएगा if you will help me or not. Right? Cool. Let's look at this first question. Given a zero index array, given a zero index array of strings of words where words of I is either positive integer represented as a string or the string prev. Okay. Start iterating from the beginning of the array for every prev string in the words for the last visited index integer in the words, which is identified as follows. Let k be the number of consecutive prev strings seen so far containing the current string. Let nums be the zero indexed array of integers seen so far, and nums reverse be the reverse of this. Then the integer k minus 1 at the k minus 1 the index of num previous will be the last visited integer for this prev. If k is greater than the total visited element, then the last visited element is minus 1. Return the array containing the last visited integers. So what this problem is saying is that okay, I did not paste it here. Let's see. So it's just some indexing things which we need to consider, right? Just a few indexing stuff which you need to consider. Now with this, you can see right here what we have is we will have some prevs. So we will have this string. Let's make it as 1, 2, 0 indexed, everything. Now, what all prevs I have got so far, let's say it's the first prev. So k minus 1th index. Okay. Let k be the number of consecutive prevs strings seen so far. So if the current length is, let's say, v dot size, or let's say n, because it can be keep on increasing. Now this one thing, how this, we have the prev and we have something else not prev, which is actually a number. Now if this length is n, what we are saying is we'll simply reverse this and we'll try to access the k minus 1th index from the beginning, which is indirectly saying k minus 1th index from the end. Both are same, na? K minus 1th index from the end, or just simply reverse it to 1 and k minus 1th index from the beginning. That is same. So what I will do is I will just simply, and for sure if k is greater than the total visited just saying if this k is actually more than my n, return a minus 1. Simply push a minus 1. You can see that my n is 2, k is 3, so it will be a minus 1. Else it will be a last k minus 1 index, which is actually n minus k minus 1. K is currently 1. K is prev count. K is prev count. So it is actually 1. So it will be a n minus 1, which is actually nothing but the last index. Else I can just simply say for this it will be a prev k2. So it will be a n minus 2 minus 1, which is actually a 1. So it's actually a n is nothing but this n minus k minus 1, or you can just simply say that I just need to grab the k minus 1 index, or just simply saying grab the kth value. This value I will grab. Just simply grab n minus 2. It will grab n minus 1. It will grab n minus 2. N is actually 3. So it will just grab me 3 minus 2 is actually 9. N is actually 2, sorry. 2 minus 2 is 0. Just simply do a n minus k. Keep a count of k. Do a n minus k. If it is more than k is more than n, simply get a minus 1. Bit conditions, but ठीक है. So I will have a vector of integer as answer. Now It is fixed. No, it is not. Cool. I'll just simply keep on iterating for all the word in my words. Now, just one thing, that if the word is actually a prev, so I just have a current array also, current array. Else num जो होगा वो होगा string to integer of that particular word, and just push that in the current array, or just name it as a v, or nahi, current array naming should be good. Current array as much as we can, right? और क्या ही कर सकते हैं इसमें हम. कहा थे भैया काफी दिनों बाद कोड मुझसे. अरे बस आपकी याद आ रही थी. Iron hats off, man, really you are amazing. Thank you so much, Gautam. Bye. Cool. Let's quickly push back this num. Now, as we saw earlier, that we need to just see that what is the value. Now, I'm just referring that if, oh sorry, what is this value? Now, if my k is actually more than my answer dot size, as we were discussing, that if my k is more than my n, then simply value is of -1. Else we saw that value will nothing but be answer dot size minus kth value of my answer. ठीक? And just push back in my, not answer, sorry, current array dot size. If it is current array dot size minus k, just simply push back this particular val, and that will be your answer, and simply return the answer. Seems okay? Okay to me. Compilation error. K nahi hai. What was that k? That k we have to find. Cool. In k is 0. So if we get a prev, I can just simply do a k plus plus. Itna. Oh, there's some overflow. How? Because of this. Yes. If k is more than current size, if it's equal, current array dot size, I'm thinking it's because of that condition that it is actually giving us this particular line 34. Nee, 1037. There's something else. Oh, current array dot push back my nums. This is correct. If the word is prev, so I'll just do a k plus plus. I'll get the value. If this k is more than my current array dot size, I'll do a value as -1. Else my value will become a current array dot size minus k. K is the first value, so I'll do a array dot size which is 2 minus 1, which is current index, which is actually a 1. What do you guys think is the issue in this? यार दिमाग चलता तो मेरा. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking if this is the issue, so that can be the case. Yeah, this is the issue. Let's see what is the issue in this current array. If the current else लगाना था यार एक बस. Now it will work. That is the only reason. हवाबाजी सब भूल जाते हैं. Oh, wrong answer. Prev is actually, output is 1. That's true. Output is again 2. Yeah. Output is -1. Prev. Oh, prev is actually 3 times now. right? So it should be a -1. How did we miss something? Did we misread the question? What is happening? Start iterating from the beginning of the array for every prev string seen in words that find the last visited integers in words. Oh, start iterating from the beginning of the array for every prev string in words, find the last visited integer in words. So it just says that as soon as I encounter so my k will become a 0, right? Yeah, my k will become a 0 as soon as I encounter any of these. As soon as I encounter any of these, my k should become a 0. That is one thing which it said ki just encounter the previous elements, and that we did. Harish, अरे बस ये लास्ट कॉन्टेस्ट हो जाए हैं. हैज बीन कितने घंटे हो चुके भाई साहब? 10 घंटे होने वाले हैं. क्या बात है, गजब गजब. चल कोई नहीं, चलता है इतना तो. Cool. Let's see this question. Last 2.5 hours. Yes. Longest unequal groups. Longest unequal groups of longest unequal adjacent group subsequence. Longest unequal adjacent group subsequence 1. It's a 2 also, right? But they don't look same. यार I don't like these kind of problems. क्या है ये? ठीक है, जो भी है, let's do this first. Longest. I listened all you are. अरे थैंक यू वामसी भाई. सही में यार, लाइक यू गाइस आर, मजा आता है बस. कभी कभी लाइक इट फील्स लाइक झप्पी कम बिल्कुल प्रॉपर वाली. यू आर गिविंग इंटीजर. Oh my god, my hand. Cool. You're given an integer n, 0 indexed integer array words, and an integer array of binary array groups, both array having length n. You need to select the longest subsequence from the array of indices of this, such that for the subsequence denoted by this having a length k, groups should not be same. Okay, I need to choose a subsequence, and one thing for sure, that the groups should not be same for each j words corresponding to the indices in the order in the selected subsequence. If there are multiple arrays written in any of them, a subsequence of an array is the new array that is formed from the original array by deleting some possible none of the elements without disturbing the later position of the elements. ठीक है, words. So it's just that I cannot choose 2 consecutive same group elements. That's it. And I want to need to get the longest subsequence. And firstly, I want the subsequence, so I'll just go from the very beginning. I can choose a E. But next, I cannot choose a A. Then I can choose a B, because I have chosen a 0. So I'll choose a 0, I'll choose a 1. That is an answer, which is E and B. That's correct. I'll choose a 1, I'll choose a 0, I'll choose a 1. Answer is A, B, C. That's also correct. Yeah, so it's just greedily choose the first possible group, and we only have groups of 0 and 1. So just greedily choose the first possible group. Now when we choose that group, first possible group. Good. Look for the next opposite group. So I just keep track of the last group which I took. That's it. That seems okay, na? Just choosing greedily and greedily just making sure that we are actually not choosing the previous value which is already taken. So what we can do right here is that we can have a string of answer. Now what we want is for, okay, it can be fluctuating. So I'll just take as the last group, and initially it is a -1. Then I'll just go on to all of my words. Let's take the n as groups or words, or you can take anything. Both are same, right? Same, right? Words consist, yeah, both are same of length. So it is nothing but I is less than groups dot size, and do a I plus plus. Now I'll just check if this groups of basically I, if it is not equals to my last group, then balle balle. Firstly, this will become the last group. Now last group will become these groups of I, and also I'll just push back its corresponding word in my answer. So just push back this word, which is words of I, in my answer, and simply return the answer. It's kind of greedily, feels like it should work, right? Compilation error, n is groups dot size, like it happens. अब क्या दिक्कत है? int n, अच्छा n दे रखा है उसमें, जरूरत नहीं है निकालने की। यार कभी देते हैं कभी नहीं देते हैं। अब क्या कंपाइलेशन एरर आ गया? अच्छा, I repeatedly do this mistake. Like, it's not the first time I'm doing this. I just repeatedly do this. EB ABC, that should work. Yeah, like just simply taking the first, because it's just two groups, just take any one of the groups. That would actually for sure work. Yeah, Sahil, that's true. Hi bro, any advice for improving DP? I am too weak with that. Just think of those two DP states. Like, just think of forget everything. Just think of it as a recursion. Think what you would want out of that DP. As in DP, just imagine, like, forget you have a DP. Okay, I'll come back. For a 1D DP, always think in the bottom-up approach, right? For 2D DP, and for a 1D, you can also think in the recursive approach. If actually it's like, you can just think recursively first, but with practice, just start shifting for 1D DP to actually bottom up. But for 2D, think of recursive itself. Now when I say think of recursive, it's not easy. Just think that if you are at a state I comma j, what is the next state you want to go on, and how will you go on to it? So for sure, any way whatsoever, I will always be a state, which means 1D will always be there. Next state, what is important, that you can actually recognize by seeing the question itself, and with a bit practice, if you want, then we have the entire DP intuition building playlist. So if you just write on Google for YouTube, DP intuition building playlist by Aryan Mittal, so like the entire this playlist will come, and in this we have actually gone on through the entire, like that's the major step. Like, recursive step is the major step, and in this we have actually covered entirely recursion itself, not like very less with the bottom approach itself. Can you give me some tips on how to practice to get into Uber? So like hey, I am back. Yeah, like, see, that's For Uber, it's they mostly focus on DP and graphs, primarily graphs. Like a friend of mine, they had interviews, and the only thing which was asked was graphs, primarily Dijkstra's. Matlab, I'm not saying okay this will be asked. Maybe the pattern had changed, but back in last year, it was a pattern that Dijkstra's topological sort, and like for example, right now the fashion of topological sort has increased quite a lot. Floyd, Walsh, and all that stuff, they are not much asked, but bipartite graph, directed graph, as in like find the cycle in the directed graph, all these like kind of just have a strong grip on a few things. Priority queue, like for Uber, I'm saying it because like back in my time, as in like last year, that was the most frequently asked questions by Uber. Priority queue, graphs. Like priority, when I say there are like some questions specific to priority queues, just it's kind of cliche to say okay simply priority queues, but you actually get to know when you're actually solving it. There are actually many questions, many questions, mainly of intervals, which is line sweep kind of thing. So basically like line sweep can be done both by priority queues and also by sorting, also by two pointers, also by simple variables, but it is how we approach it. But that is primarily. But yeah, graphs is for sure, like you will be asked a question of graph for sure. DP they might skip, but graph never. Maybe they can include DP on graph, but yeah, that's what I would say for Uber. Cool. Like I'll be right back. Just a quick oh, we have, I'll be right back, right? Just थोड़ा आता हूँ जरा मैं. Anji, I am bike. Bike. Back. I am back. Now we'll continue this question. Can you give some tips on how to practice to get into Uber? That's done. Just a quick thing, like what you guys did today. For sure, you were not like listening to the stream the entire, how many hours? 10 hours. For sure, you were not listening the entire stream for the entire 10 hours. What else you did apart from, like, maybe like in between you might have come, gone, but what about the other time? Tell. Cool. Meanwhile, we'll go on to this question. Subsequence 2 seems a good question. I did not have even read this. Goodbye. Some change of pattern. Seems like. Constraints, so we can do a n square. But maybe n square is what if n square is not even sufficient? Then it will be a pain. Let's see. So it just says that we are having a integer n, a zero index integer array words, and a zero indexed array groups, both having length n. The having distance between two strings of equal length is the number. Okay, two strings of equal length. Are the lengths equal? Hence, words dot length, word IU dot length. No, they cannot. So are the length equal or not? You are given an integer n, a zero index string array words, and a zero index groups, both having a length n. Okay. The having distance between two strings of equal length is the number of positions at which the corresponding characters are different. You need to select the longest subsequence from an array of indices this, such that for the subsequence denoted by this having a length k, the following holds. For adjacent indices in the subsequence, their corresponding groups are unequal. One thing is their groups should not be equal. One thing is that. And other thing is that both should have equal length, both the strings which I am taking for my subsequence, and the having distance between them is 1. Okay, the having distance between them should be 1, and both of them should be actually equal of length, and also their group ID should not be same. Okay, and I have to find the longest subsequence. Cool. Return a substring array containing the words corresponding to the indices. Your favorite heroine in Bollywood? Consecutive. Consecutive. What, Rahul? Your favorite heroine? Bhai, no heroine. Like, I don't watch much Bollywood, and even if I watch, it's not more of what heroine. I just watched. I say, I'm not a fan of any hero or heroine. Return a string array containing the words corresponding to the indices in the order in the selected subsequence. If there are multiple, return any of them. A subsequence, ठीक है, a word, ठीक है. So it just says I have to choose. Let's say I choose this. Next time I had to choose. That's a simple, like, it looks like a simple DP. That, but not sure if it's actually. The length is 10 itself, so that would not hamper me, but it can hamper me. 1026 into 10, 27. That can happen, but I mean, let's see. So what I'm thinking right now is I'll take this I. Now for this corresponding I, just help me and find out the longest. Oh, I also need to find the subsequence itself, not only the length of the longest subsequence. Okay, got it. So what I will do is I'll start off from this I. Let's firstly just simple find the longest length itself. So I'll just start off with this I. I will try to club this with all the possible j's. If they are possible to club, great. Find the answer for the next index, which is j plus 1. Right? Cool. Find the answer for j plus 1. Nahin. Find the answer for j. If I am able to club it, answer for j. Find the answer for j. Because for sure I have to also club my j. It's just that the only thing which I have to consider while clubbing them is their length of I should be equal to the length of j. Group of I should not be equal to group of j. And also Hamming distance of I minus Hamming distance of, basically like Hamming distance between them is 1. So it feels like that I have these so for this I can go on to all of these particular strings. So it will be so for my recursive call, which is actually a integer of I would be going on to all of these from I plus 1 to n minus 1. Both are inclusive. So I would be going in that part, that. So it is a n. It will again incur a n to check for both the strings. I will incur this Hamming distance complexity, which actually at max 10. So it will be a n square. So it will be a n square into Hamming distance, which is actually a word length. So which is actually around 1e6 into 10, which is actually 1e7. So that would work. Okay, that is one thing. So with this I can easily get, I'll just try for all the values of j and find which will give me the maximum length, right? As soon as I reach my end, which is if I is equals to n, actually the length, so I just simply return a 0. Else if I just make any of the pair, I'll just simply do a 1 plus solve for j comma or like only j. This is what I will do. Now with this concept, what's happening with me is that we are actually able to get the maximum length. Now if we just switch it back again and copy this portion, oh bhai sahab, I was explaining and this was not visible. And Aryan, change your screen to tablet. Arre yaar, haan, shit. So I'll just like repeat it again. So what we did was we're just thinking of that we will pair the current number with what all possible next numbers that we can do. So with the current number, I can just pair it with any of the next numbers. Now what is the condition to get them paired? First is that the length should be same. Next is that the group ID should not be same. And next is that the Hamming distance between both the strings which we are comparing, which means the ith string and the jth string, their Hamming distance should be actually 1, be a 1. So I will have this Hamming distance function which can calculate the Hamming distance between two strings, and it is actually maximum complexity of O of Hamming distance, actually O of 10, because our complexity is actually 10 max. So that would be done for us. Now in this, simply what we will do is we will have
I will just land on to a next integer. So like a simple recursive call, just for a current integer, go and try for all the possible j's, which means from i+1 to n-1. When I say try all possible j's, I just mean that they should be compatible. They should be compatible only when their length is same, group ID is different, and also their Hamming distance is 1. When this is done, I know that I took one pair, so I'll just increase my answer with 1, and for sure I'll take the maximum of all the answer because I want the maximum length, and ultimately go and solve my answer starting from j onwards. That's a simple recursion which we can do. So the complexity will be O of I into this for loop, which is O of n. So it will be O of n for this dp state, O of n into for the for loop inside the recursion, and O of width, which means this particular Hamming distance part. So it will actually give me O of 3 into 1e3 into 10, which is actually 1e7. So this will work. So for sure I will be able to achieve what is the maximum length of the subsequence. But I actually want to find the subsequence itself. Okay. Now, one thing is, how will you find the subsequence? Coming on more back to example, it could have happened I have started my subsequence from 0, which is 0, 1, 2. It could have happened I would have started from subsequence from 1, from 2. Any way whatsoever. So firstly, whatsoever. So basically my dp of 0 will say me that if I start off with my 0, then what is the longest subsequent, what is the longest, basically if I just pair my 0 with any number, what's the longest subsequence length I can grab. So firstly I'll just grab out what index gives me longest subsequence length. Let's say it was because of 0, index 0. Cool. I know that dp of 0 is the maximum value out of entire dp1, dp2, dp3 up till dpn-1. So this is the starting point. But I need to know that where to go next. That I don't know. So one thing which we can do is either we can just start computing again state, which means I know that the dp is 4. I'll go and check for all such dps which is actually 3, but should have the Hamming distance same. That is one way. That is one way for us. Or else we store the length, right? We can also store the id, which means we can also store the j which resulted in this length, which means I just say, okay, this bab, it resulted in this length, whatsoever maximum length I had, it was because of this particular j. So that will be my just say, okay, next string or next index. So I'll just have a variable as I have a dp array storing the dp values, which is actually the length. Same, I will have a next index array storing the next index values. Now that would actually simply, like, that would just be a bit modification in the code, that earlier we are doing maximum of my current answer comma 1 plus solve of j. It is how we would do if we actually pair I and j, right? Rather what we would do now is that I know this is the value, current value. If I take a j, so if my answer is less than, sorry, if my answer is less than, yeah, less than my, or equal to, sorry, less than, equal to, less than, if my answer is less than my current value, just simply update your answer, right, with this current value, because I want the maximum answer, right? I want the maximum answer. Where's the answer gone? I want the maximum. Where's the maximum gone? String containing what's corresponding indices of the multiple answer any of them, and what's corresponding indices in any order. Longest, yeah, longest subsequence. So I'll just say, okay, answer the current value, and also this j corresponded to the maximum value for me. So I'll just say my next index at I is actually a j. So with this, I just keep on tracking my next index value. Whenever I know my DP is calculated, I know which index has the maximum DP value. From that, I will start off and will keep on getting the next index values until it is possible. And that's how we can simply get this solved. By default, we can have a -1 as next index. Next index as -1. Just to say that it can be possible that is it possible that, right, having distance is actually 1, but it can be of length 1. What if the answer is not there, then what? Strings in what unequal length, that is true. Longest such that the subsequent, like, I'm just considering that what if the length, what if I don't have any Hamming distance, then what? Return an empty, because I don't think that one string actually counts as a Hamming distance. In two strings of equal length and number of corresponding characters, you need to select the longest subsequence from the array of indices of this, such that the subsequence denoted by this have the length k. Having length k holding the following properties, ठीक है? Adjacent, words. So seems like my k is more than 0. K can be 1, such that the subsequence denoted as this having length k can be 1. That's true. It will be I0, just 1, holding I'm just confused on one part. What if the string has only one word? Does that count as an answer for us? I mean, like, I would not be eventually able to, like, is it important to compare something with other strings or not? That's not mentioned here, right? It means that you are given an integer n, zero-index integer array words as zero-index groups, both having length n. Having distance between two strings of equal length is the number of positions at which the corresponding characters are different. You need to select the longest subsequence from the array of indices such that the subsequence denoted by this having length k for the following properties. The adjacent indices of the subsequence, the corresponding are unequal. Okay, that can be folded for one element. Words I in word j plus 1 are equal in length, having distance. Oh, okay. So if actually I have only one word, then still also it's actually good. So one thing I have to do is just keep next index not as -1 but as that value itself, I. That else it will just keep on making a loop. Okay, let's keep it as a next index as a, let's take it as a next index as a n by default. And my subsequence length is by default, my answer is by default of 1. Like, it is what I'm guessing right now, because if I cannot pair it up with anyone else, which means if my answer is less than the current value, which means I cannot pair this up. I cannot pair it with anyone else. So answer will be a 1. I won't be able to pair it with anyone else. So I cannot go to next value. can take this current value, I cannot go to next value. So yeah, I think that by default the answer should be 1, which is just a 1 number, no other subsequence. So we can just say by default answer is a 1 int answer, and that should actually work off. Cool. Okay. Let's quickly code this up. Murari, where you've been so long, bro? Even you haven't uploaded a single video in the past weeks. Maybe around 1 month. It's LIS variant, yeah. Change your screen to tablet, yeah. Bro, this is repeated past 6 times, but I am not viewing in live actually. At the time, just 15 minutes back. N square complexity, you will check when one test fail. We will check when one test case fails. Oh, that's a n square into 10 complexity. It should not fail any test case with time complexity as such, but let's see. I'm just concerned of for that one part, like the default values which I have to place in for everything, because if I don't place in the default values, or like I can place in default values, it's simple. Yeah, cool. That will be finally our vector of string, but before that, let's jump on to our just have a DP, simply saying solve. Now Salja solve. I am at the current index I have this n and groups. So what I will do is, if my I is equals to n, simply return a 0, because I want the maximum length, so I can simply return a 0. If dp of I is not equals to -1, simply return dp of I. That's one thing. Let's initialize our dp itself, int dp. Now this dp dot resize of n plus 1 with a value -1. Now we can just say that as I showed you my current answer, okay, like I also need to have a that value next index vector, vector of int of next index. Now again this next index dot resize of n plus 1 with a value of by default as n, because I was thinking that okay, I'll just go on keeping on going forward. So by default my answer is a 1, so I'll just go on to all my, let's say it as id. I'll go on to all of my i's starting from id plus 1, because having distances compared for to the next index whatsoever I have. If I is less than n, I plus plus. Now if having distance of these two strings, which is I'm about to pass, which is words of id and words of I, if that's equal to a 1, now I'm actually saying if that is equal to a 1, and also a few more conditions, as you have to check that groups of id is not equals to groups, like groups of I is not equal to groups of I, and also there was one thing, right, length. So length should also be equal. So I'll just have a quick check that words of
id dot size or dot length should be equal to words of I dot length, right? If these three conditions are satisfying, I am good to say that I have my correct having distance. Now just have a quick thing that integer having distance between these two strings, which is, so like I have string as a, or let's say a or b, yeah, string b. I know that both are of length same, so I will have a length. Now I will just simply go on to my entire thing, and I will just have a quick count check, just saying at what all locations it is not different. Now if my a of I, if it is not if it is not equal to my b of I, which means simply do a count plus plus and simply return that count. So that will actually make us sure that okay, what's the having distance. Now if these conditions are true and if my answer is actually less than what I can do solve for going starting from I, and other thing is n comma words comma groups. So if that is the case, cool, like I'll just simply place it back to another value. So int value, if it is the value. Now if this answer is less than the value, so firstly increase your answer, and also just make sure that your next index of this I is, sorry, id. Oh, like I know one thing I'm gonna miss is I and id. So id and I, id and I, id and I, values is nothing but starting from that index. If answer is less, then update the answer and update the next index. I update the next index at that current id as my I itself. I should have either took as j itself, but that is still okay. When this is entirely done, I have my answer and I have my next index also. Just simply return the dp of id with that answer, and that would be done. Now we can go and simply, start, like simply call this solve function starting from 0, n words and groups. Right now I will have my entire db populated, so I'll just say okay, max index, initially it's -1, so, and also the max value if it's initially equal to 0, then I'll just simply go on to all of my dp values, which is I from 0 to 1 to n. Now if just max value, if it's actually less than my max, my current dp of I, so update my max value with the current dp of I, and also update the max index with this particular I index. Now I know that this is my max index, which is a starting index, so I know that I have to take a vector of string as my answer. Now while my index idx, if it is less than equals to my n, I can just keep on going, and now this idx is actually equal to currently my max index. Now firstly what I will do is I'll just simply do a push back of current words of this particular idx. Right now idx is actually equal to the next index index of IDX, and with this I can just simply keep on pushing and getting the answer. Maybe it would work considering we did not do any mistakes. BAB, DAB, BACD, maybe. Wrong answer. Oh, okay. What is this 213? It's a group, right? We're actually checking the groups also. Yeah. So output is BDB, while the output here is A, and ADA. So we did not count it like this. So I'll just simply go on to all the indexes. I is less than n and do a I plus plus. Now with this, I'll just simply do a solve of I. If it's actually computed, then it will return a -1 DP state, else it will just simply solve it. Okay. Let's simply add this also. There should also be a thing to actually add these test cases by ourselves. Yeah, now it is working. It should work now. Yeah, so that is simply how why IDX is less than n. At which line, Sahil? This line 55. So like it is just basically saying that I'm starting off with this index, and for sure my I cannot take it equal to n. Like, what do you want? Like, do you want equal to n, more than, like, less, like more than n, or what? Like, I cannot take more than equal to n. Why? Because I know that my words is of length n itself. I cannot go beyond n, so that will give me a null pointer exception. So that's the reason I started off with this indexing with the maximum index, because maximum index is storing that index value. I just keep on going on to next index, and so on and so forth. Cool. I hope that you guys got like Sahil, you got it. Cool. We'll check that one. Oh yeah, cool. Let's quickly jump on to the last question of today's, which is count of sub multisets with bounded sum. Don't know what it is, but we will simply solve it. We'll try to solve it. The submissions are very less. For sure, we might not be able to solve it, but we cannot spend much time on it, because we don't have much time left, because I have to catch my flight, else I'll miss the flight. You can't even imagine how costly the tickets were this Diwali. Oh god, मेरा घर चला गया पूरा, इतनी महंगी फ्लाइट थी. Like, it was 15K for one way from Bangalore to Delhi. Can you just imagine? Like, I cannot. Cool. Let's see this problem. You are given a 0 indexed array nums of non-negative integers and 2 integers LNR. Return the count of sub multisets. Return the count of. Wait, I'll just drink some water. Cheers. भाई सच में मेरा घर बिक गया भाई. Just to have a flight just to back home. My home was sold out. That is what it is. We cannot do anything for that. Cool. Just compare my face compared to the beginning of the live stream. Like, I don't even imagine, like, there is nothing at all, but I see that my hairs are messed up. What happened? Return the count of sub multisets with nums where the sum of elements in each subset falls within the inclusive range of what is this LR? Oh god. Nums is 2 into 1e4. Sum of nums does not exceed 2 into 1e4. Okay. Sum of nums does not exceed 2 into 1e4. That is one fact. we are also saying that nums of I is this. Also saying that length is this. So, okay, let's first see the problem statement itself. I'm a bit confused, but we will solve it. So it just says that we are having count of sub multisets with bounded sum. Now it says that we are having a zero indexed array nums. Oh, again I forgot this. Cool, let's go. Ouch, my hand. MC nugget theorem. Chicken MC nugget theorem. Wow. Just search for it. Chicken MC nugget theorem. Like, who the... But yeah, we'll actually go off. You are given a zero indexed integer array nums of non-negative integers and two integers ln r. We have nums of non-negative integers and we have ln r. Return the count of sub-multisets within nums where the sum of elements in each subset fall within the inclusive range of this. Since the answer may be pretty large, return modulo this. A sub-multiset is an unordered collection of elements of the array in which the given value x can occur these number of times, where occurrence is the number of occurrences of x in the array. A sub-multiset in an unordered collection of elements of array. क्या है यार ये? Note that two sub-multisets are same if sorting both the sub-multisets result in the identical multisets. The sum of an empty multiset is 0. Okay. देखो, one thing I'm thinking of is, can we do something like this that we can get sum of elements like L to R. One thing is, I'm thinking of, okay, I just want count of such sub-multisets, right, where the sum of elements in each subset falls in the inclusive range of L to R. Now, let's imagine I have some elements in nums. Its sum should add up to a sum. Forget this range L to R. But I'm still worried for this range L to R. Why? I will tell you. Because L to R is actually can be a pretty big range. And what I'm thinking right now is, if I have to go and find sum, then I will go in my I, which is for my index I. I'll just go take this element or not take this element. That's how I do it, right? Now, considering I have 1, 2, 3, I'll just say, okay, I'll take this element. I'll not take this element. If I take this element, so my sum will reduce by s minus 1, and I will look for, okay, if I take this element, now I will just look for from this I plus 1 with a sum of s minus 1. S minus, or basically I can say s minus 1. One way is I don't take this element, so I'll just again do for I plus 1 with the sum of s. That's one way I'm thinking. But with this, my DP state will actually be a DP of I comma sum. I can go to n, sum can go to I can go to n. My sum can go to this number n. So that would be O of n square. That would not work. Any ideas? You have to count all possible multisets. Yes, distinct multisets. Yeah, DP would not work in this. Sum of nums does not exceed this value. एक सेकेंड, these, एक मिनट, these are the, oh, एक मिनट, nums is actually having these values, right? Now why n square won't work? 1e8, it's 4e8, 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 even 1e8 would not work. 4e8 तो बहुत दूर की बात है. So and like seems like there's a catch in this, seems like, but what? You are given a zero index array nums of non-negative integers, an integer L to R. That's okay. A subset, a sub-multiset in an unordered collection of elements in the array. I will have the only subset that has a sum of 6 is this. I can repeat the elements also, right? 2 can repeat in a multiset or not. Yeah, 2 can repeat. They can repeat. They can repeat. So I'm just thinking of a case like if let's say all are ones, so the length is 2 into, why it has become so thick? That's what she said. So n is equals to 2 into 1e4. Sum is also 2 into 1e4. Let's say L is, let's say 0, R is, let's say 2 into 1e4. So यार मतलब if I can get the value for R, but this would not work, no. Why this would not work? I can't even make a space out of it. Arey yaar, that's tricky. Any ideas, anyone? Any mathematical formula like with occurrence of different values, maybe? Occurrence of different values. पता नहीं यार. मतलब this portion that it's a multi-set and all that stuff, we don't want to repeat that elements, that can be handled by grouping the elements. But even with grouping the elements, एक minute. नहीं यार, even by grouping the elements we cannot have a sum. No idea, bro. That's true. Can we try something like let's imagine these have unique values. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 up till n, resulting in a 1e4, 2 into 1e4, n into n plus 1 by 2, giving me a 2 into 1e4. So this is giving me a 4. This will roughly give me a 200. Okay. But considering all values are distinct, I will have 200 values. Now, if the values are same, I can group them together. एक मिनट कुछ लग रहा है. Zero indexed array nums, non-negative integers, count of submatrices with the nums where the sum of elements in each subset falls within the inclusive range of L to R. That is okay, L to R वाला concept, but सब मल्टीसेट ठीक है, सिद्धांत मॉड्यूल कर लेंगे, ठीक है, दैट इज ऑल ओके. A sub-multiset is an unordered collection of elements of the array in which the given value x can occur this number of times. Count of sub-multisets within nums. If this is occurring, let's say 8 times, so I will just try for it comes no time, it comes 1 time, it comes 2 time, 3 time, 4 time, up till it comes 8 time. Then go and find the answer for the next index, which is I plus 1, summing up s minus 0. F of I plus 1 summing of s minus 1. So these s are actually 200. This s can be 2 into 1e4, but these states can ooh, there is some mathematical there is something mathematical in this. कितने बज रहे हैं वैसे इस समय? 9. We will wrap it up in 15 minutes. Whatsoever we get to understand, because I have to catch my flight. But thank you so much for turning in. It was just an experiment, just to see that how all is happening and how things are going on. But yeah, let's do let me know if you guys want to have something like this of some other sort. If many people will say, then we can actually bring it up. Else we can actually bring in the smaller contents, because it's hard for people to actually stress. Mind is something which, if you don't force it to do this kind of stuff, it will not do, because it likes much of a fun for a long time, but not of a stressful environment of coding for a long time. So that is just trying to accommodate your mind for yourself. Bro, health is good. अभी तक तो ठीक ही है, कभी खराब हो जाती है, but so we are actually saying that if my elements are distinct, So we can have 200 distinct elements. Now each distinct element can nahi. If you have 200 distinct elements, then each one of them will have a frequency of 1 only. If they have a frequency more, then if they have a frequency more, then let's say they are all ones, right? So 2 into 1e4, 2 into 1e4, all ones. Imagine all ones. So remaining would actually be a f of I plus 1, which actually turned out to be a 0, and then sum. So this I will actually be only a 2, and this sum actually be a sum value. This can be 200 maximum. Sum can be 1e4 maximum. This can go to 1e4 times. So like what I'm thinking of here is that if I have 200 distinct elements, they will sum up to 2 into 1e4. Now these, which means everyone will have a frequency of 1, right? If I just take the opposite worst case, which means I only have one element having the maximum frequency, which can actually be a 1 like 2e4 frequency. So as soon as I enter next, so that I plus 1 will actually become the end, because I have no other element next. I consider now I have only one, so I will have this end as next. So it will actually go into 2 into 1e4, and it will also be nothing because s minus something. So storage, like space in the sense, so like time complexity seems like it will actually be in worst case 200 into 2 into 1e4, 200 into 10 to the power 4, and space is also in worst case 210 to the power 4. It seems like, but to prove it, I have to take a mid path between both of them, which is what? Even if I try to populate, it will end up, even if I try to populate this with some frequencies, let's say 2, 3 or so on and so forth, still it will end up coming up pretty fast, which will end up decreasing these states indirectly, which will end up decreasing this, which will end up decreasing time complexity. So worst to worst case seems like is that 200 into 1e4 as the time complexity and space complexity. If we go via route of clubbing our elements which are same, so I'll just make, okay, 1 has frequency of 1, 2 has a frequency of 1, 3 has a frequency of 1. Now when I club these elements, I know that I have to actually make a multi-set. So this multi-set, it can be of possible ways, as in I don't take a 1, I take one of the ones. That's like for everyone I have an option. I don't take a 1, I know the frequency of 2 is 2, so for 1 I have option, I take a 1, I don't take a 1. For 2 I don't take a 1, so I don't take a 2, I take one of the 2s,
I take 2 of the 2s. For 3 I don't take a 3. For 3 I take a 3. So these will be actually like going through. So like why we need to actually analyze all the 1s first and then all the 2s next is just that if I do, okay, analyze a 1s, only all the 1s first. If I don't do that, what will happen is I'll just analyze 1, then I'll analyze 2, then I might again start analyzing 1, or in some case I might have a 1, I might analyze 1, I might analyze 2. What like just happened that, like, just imagine I have something as a case of 1 2 1 2 1, let's say. So I analyze this one, this 2, this one, right? Okay, this one, this 2, this one. Let's say next I analyze this one, this 2, this one, this one, this 2, this one. Both are same. Indexing never matters. Or let's say if I analyze, if it would have been a this, something of this sort, something, anything. This one, this 2, this one. Still it's a 1 1 2. So basically analyze all the 1s first, then all the 2s, then all the 3s, then all the 4s. This is just to make sure that you don't make a subset. Just make sure that you don't repeat the multiset. It will always be ordered. It will always be ordered. Time complexity is a rough. I'm thinking that it should not, like, amortized time complexity should be this 2 into 1 is 6. Rest proof is kind of partial proof, not exact, so should work. So what we will do is we will firstly group all the elements together. So we know we will group elements together. Now for group of size, let's say x, I'll try on to take either 0 elements or 1 or 2 up till x elements, and thus sum will actually become a sum minus, which is basically the that thing, the count will actually become let's say if I take a 0, as in I don't take it, let's say I take it, I take only 1, let's say I take a 0, which means I don't take it. I'm just referring count, no. So my sum, which means my target, let's imagine the number as target, so my target will reduce by target minus 0. I'll go with I plus 1. Now what if I take it, which means my target will reduce by target minus 1. If I take it again, my target, which means I'm taking my 1, and let's say I have 1 and I have 1, let's say 5 times, so I'm taking it none time, 1 time, 2 time, and so on. So my target will actually reduce by target minus 2 into its value, which is actually nothing but 1, and so on and so forth. So all these possibilities will actually give me, okay, this ultimately if my target reaches to a 0, I can simply return a 1. Else or basically I can just say if my I, which means my solve function, will ultimately have an index I, right? ID or ID. So if this ID is actually greater than or equal to n, so which means I have surpassed that value, so return a very minimum value, int min. And with this, it will be the base case for us. I'll just try on for every possibilities. As soon as it enters the end, I know I have found one subsequence, it will return a 1. Yeah, and this will again start calling something. So at the end, I will just simply add this up, so actually get the count. Do a mod parallelly. Mod पूछा है ना? हाँ, mod पूछा है. So do a mod parallelly.
maybe there can be issues in this. Bro didn't get the TC. Same. I also didn't get it. Matlab, it's my hunch that, see, I just took two worst cases. First worst case is that all the elements are distinct. So with that, if all the elements are distinct, my maximum number of elements, it can be 200, because the sum have to be maximum 2 into 1 is 4. Now, what if my other extreme case can be all the elements are same? In that case, all the elements will be same, which is actually all the ones, because it's a minimum frequency, so all of them will be 2 into 1 is 4. If that is the case, as soon as I plus 1 I will do, it will reach the end. So 2 into 1 is 4 will be the actual time complexity of this particular problem. So what it incurs is, actually worst case will be 200 into 2 into 1 is 4, which is this case itself. So it actually in turns help us just to have a rough idea of what would be the amortized time complexity. To make set from frequency, Vamsi, cool. Let's यार लाइट की वजह से तो सब कुछ चौंधिया गया है यहाँ पे. As in I'm blinded. Cool. We'll actually try implementing it. If it didn't work out, let's leave it, because it's always like it's hard. So we'll do a, as usual, hash define ll long int. Now we'll also do a hash define of mod, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Now what I will do with here is, I want it for all of these, right? I can just okay, it's a DP, right? So it will not be much issue for us, because it will keep on calculating and keeping on the track itself. So one thing is, I will have a vector of int of vector of int of DP. Now this is not, I cannot store nums in my DP, else it will give me memory limit exceeded. So what I will do is, I'll just simply group this up, unordered map of int to int, and say that frequency. So for auto element in nums, I'll just say that frequency of element plus. Now I just say that now I'm concerned about the frequencies itself. That's it. So I'll just have a vector. That's the only thing, right? I'm not concerned about the count. I'm also concerned about the value itself, because that will help me to reduce from a target. So I want both of them, count also and frequency also. So okay, let's have vector of pair, which will actually store in int and int count and fric. Val and fric, which means value and frequency. So I just go on to my map, which is fric map, frequency map, value and frequency. I just do a push back. There's a high chance this code might not pass, so just dot first, p dot second, just saying, okay, this is the value, this is the frequency. Now I know this is my actual n, which is value and frequency dot size. So I just know one thing for sure, I can just do a repeat dp dot resize of n plus 1 and vector of int of not n plus 1, but n will sufficient here, r plus 1 comma what, minus 1. Yes. Now I'll just go on to, I just have to get my answer, which is, let's say, as ll. Now I will go on to my all the numbers from L to R. Now, one thing for sure, that DP will actually keep on accumulating the sum itself. So even if you try to do a L to R, it will go and check the DP state itself. If that is -1, if that is not equal to -1, it will simply return. So this point will not include a time. This code should not increase the time complexity. So answer is equals to maximum of, not maximum, but answer is equals to, we want the count of sub multisets in this which add up to this number. Okay. So this is the target, and this is the target. So I'll just simply say one thing, that simply solve starting from the index 0 of what, of this val and frequency array. You know the current target is this target, and that's pretty much it. But simply, if you are solving it, so simply solve this and do a mod also. Mod. Ultimately return the integer of answer of mod. Now if you have to solve this up, so that would be a solve of dp, where id is the initial values. Now vector of pair of pair of int comma int, value and frequency, and also int target. As we saw in the code itself, if the target reaches 0, we are good. We can return a 1. We found one such subsequence. That's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering that what if L is 0 and R is also 0. So target will actually be a 0. Target will be a 0. I'll simply return a 1. I found a target. I found that is also okay. I found one of the ways to actually sum to target. Now if id is greater than equals to n, now let's have n here itself. We can also have a n. कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है. Value and frequency dot size. If that is greater than equal to n, oh sorry, I have surpassed the limit and I want maximum, so return the minimum. That's what I'm thinking. A dp check, a dp of id and target. If this is not equals to -1, return dp of id and target. Now what we said was we will try on for this particular okay, let's see, we will try on for all the possibilities. So I will have an ll name as answer. Now I'm just simply going on and trying for all the possibilities. Int auto nahi, int count nahi, int take count starting from 0 to take count less than equals to value and frequency of that index id dot second, and do a take count plus plus. So with this I am just referring, okay, I'm taking these many numbers of this particular value. So what will happen is I'll just say simply solve for next index id plus 1, but the only caveat here is that your target will actually reduce by value of take count into the current value, which is actually value of that frequency at that id dot first. Right, makes sense. Ultimately return the DP of ID target with this answer mod. There's a high chance पहले तो ये TL दे सकता है. Compilation target LR I प्लस प्लस नहीं, target प्लस प्लस कहाँ पर है, कौन सी लाइन पे था ये? I am just saying target प्लस प्लस. भाई क्या गलती है इसमें बताओ अब? रन टाइम एरर, अनसाइंड इंटीजर ओवरफ्लो. अरे यार शिट, कहाँ पे हो गया ओवरफ्लो? फ्रीक्वेंसी यहाँ पे नहीं होगा ओवरफ्लो, यहाँ पे नहीं होगा ओवरफ्लो. वी हैव दिस LL आंसर, यहाँ पे आंसर इज इन द इंटीजर रेंज. LL है तो सॉल्व. ठीक है यार, यहाँ पे ज़्यादा बीटी मत लो, सॉल्व करने की कोशिश करो. गेट दिस डन. ठीक, लेट्स ट्राई नाउ. dp.resize कहाँ है भाई? dp.resize क्या दिक्कत है भाई? अच्छा 1 into LL. What's wrong with this? You बताएगा what's wrong in this? No matching function called as resize. Well, this needs to be a LL क्या? Resize ऐसी तो होता है resize. What's an issue? 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 Come on, Aryan, go fast. You will miss the flight. No problem. We will solve it. That's true, but what's resize? Like, what's the issue with resize? No matching function. Resize. Resize. Vector resize in C++. Resize vector and then value. Resize 2D vector. Resize vector int m. That's what I did was right. Resize in teacher. Can't I do a resize of LL? That's strange. क्या दिक्कत है भाई? मेम सेट करो. Mem set. I have to give size for mem set. How will I give size? Mem set is just mem set dp minus 1 size of dp, but size of. But I have to firstly give a size. That's one thing. कोई और चैट जीपीटी में कॉपी पेस्ट कर लो. नाइस आइडिया. चैट जीपीटी. लेट्स ओपन अ न्यू चैट. Cool. What is issue in this line of code to resize a to the vector in C++. अरे मैंने तो यही लिखा था ना पहले, dp डॉट resize this ये तो क्या ये क्या चीज थी आप dp डॉट resize हाँ I wrote the same code पहले. It's giving something, no member function call to resize, because I know that okay it's a ll. dp is actually a vector of long int. Oh, got it. यहाँ पे तो वो आएगा ll. अरे यार, अरे अब क्या हो गया? unsigned overflowed. कहाँ पे overflow हो गया अब? target is being reduced, id is being increased, id reaches n, I am done. So I just made it as a n. ll I did a r plus 1. R is the target. Anyone इधर भी कॉपी पेस्ट कर लो. यार ये तो नहीं बता पाएगा चैट जीपीटी. टारगेट इज 0, रिटर्न टारगेट इज 0. व्हाट इफ इट बिकम्स नेगेटिव? इफ इट इज लेस देन इक्वल टू, नहीं, इफ इट इज 0 and if the target becomes less than 0, then simply return a interval. Wow, all are increments. I have to return the maximum value ना. solve. अच्छा, ये solve तो ऐसे ही ले रहा है हवा में. This is returning increment which is actually adding up. That we don't want. We don't want to add up everything which only adds up to target. अच्छा ठीक है. Don't add this up. Return a 0. जल्दी 0 0 0. अबे क्या दिक्कत है भाई तुझे? 0 नहीं है, इक्वल टू 0 है. ओ गॉड आर्यन, हाय राम. 179 ठीक है, वर्क्स. रॉन्ग आंसर क्यों आना था? शिट. ओ शिट. My output is 3, expected is 9. I'm just saying that my L and R is this. Sum up from 0 value in frequency and target. Target is this, target plus plus answer. I'm just adding the value in the answer. Starting from 0. एक तो यार ये एड्रेस भेजना था. There are so many mistakes I did in this code. What's an issue? DP seems correct. Frequency of element seems correct. We have the frequency of elements. Faang, jaldi. 15k will be gone. That's true. बस थोड़ा सा. Let's just simply solve this up and then we are gone. If 0 0 1 2 3 and 2 and 3 L and R, ठीक है, we can just go from L to R. We can try for 2, we can try for 3. As we try for 2, solve with this target as L and then R. 2 and 3 both will be actually tried. I want a sum of 2. I can try off a 0. Oh yeah, I can try off a 0. That's okay. Maybe I'm missing a 0 case. Maybe, but that is not considered in my cases, right? Okay, got it. I did not consider a zero case because zero might be actually in the end. So simply इसको change करते हैं. Let's use a map. Oh, no. Maybe I'm thinking like if it's an issue of the order because like I'm thinking like zero was not considered previously. Yeah, seems like an issue of an order. If that is the case, we can just simply sort it down. Please don't give clearly. Please. What the? Why zero, yaar? I wanted a result of zero. So I will have this 1 0. Next again a next. Oh, there's a base case condition. Target reaches 0, it will simply return a 1. That is not true. Okay, if the target reaches 0, यार ये कैसा केस है? The target reaches 0, still try for it, still try for it. ठीक है, target reaches 0, don't return a -1. ठीक है, if id is actually equal to n and target is equals to 0, then return 1. If id is equals to more than n, target is less than 0, so simply return a 0, and then simply it should actually solve this. If these many number of mistakes you are gonna do in interview, you are gone, legit gone. Now we can also change it to unordered map. I think don't give TLE, don't give TLE. Don't give TLE. Unordered map. DERED. I was just wishing please don't give TLE, and उसने TLE दे दी मुझे उठा के. वैसे यार it should not if it will give TLE. Why? अच्छा हाँ, maybe that amortized complexity which we actually pass the reference. I know not passing by reference here. I'm passing this, everything by reference. Reference is there. Hope. Past. Let's quickly see what if you are missing something or not. I'm sad that is true. हाँ यार क्या कोड लिखा है? डू लाइव इन कैप. हाँ हो गया भाई लाइव तो कैप. Update the DB cache. That is okay. Cache of I. That is going correct. ठीक है. Map value, that is also correct. Cache of 0 is 1. Okay. Map entry. Okay, it's a pre-processing is something he's doing. Pre-processing. What is this? PSUM. Oh, we can do a pre-processing. Yeah. What kind of pre-processing we can do? Just think of it. We cannot do any pre-processing here. Like the pre-processing which we have to do, like we did here itself. यहाँ पे we cannot do anything. यहाँ पे it's simply it seems same to the actual code. has anyone of them has not used recursion? Yeah, when I have used that recursion itself, none of them has used recursion. I count n-1 j position. क्या कोड लिखा है यार? Process the sorted array. There is some. No, this processing is the same as that processing. What I'm thinking of is I can just try doing an integer, because that might be taking time. So let's see this. Let's again, like if it passes, I'm just ending up. मेरा हो गया, मेरे बस की नहीं है, नहीं हो रहा उससे, खत्म. There is something like there's some small optimization which we might be missing out. DLE है. There is some other optimization which we are missing out maybe, but yeah, let's wrap this up, else I will miss my flight. Cool. So in total, like and no LL and int won't matter. Like I have seen in code forces, I have tried one time, I just modified it because LL takes a lot of space and time also, so like in comparison, like not that much, but yeah, but still like up small optimization maybe, or like passes or something like that. Cool, that was pretty much it. भैया एक बार देख लो. क्या क्या देखना है इसे? वो क्या ही देखें यार सुंदर. The only thing which I'm considering right now is logic looks exactly same. Happy Diwali, happy journey to all of you guys also. It's just that like see, logic looks same. Complexity wise, it's I was wondering why there is specifying that the sum was bounded, and as it didn't look like it was relevant to problem, I had a O of m into solution and got a TLE. Now I understand what was missing. अरे यार. Okay. Cool. Yeah, they have done something iteratively. That is the reason maybe it's passing for them. But the logic is same. How? Boom. Bada boom. One important thing to observe is that there are at most O of square root of s number of different elements, where s is the sum of the arrays. So in this case, R is at most, which is approximative computations. ठीक है. Yes, I add a line to explain this. Can you explain a bit more? It has gone over my head. See this comment from you. I don't even want to look at the code. This comment, personally, this version of Python code adopted from yours. I had got a TLE which makes sense, as me and an R are bounded by this and this, so it's way too big. I'm surprised that the solution was actually O of R into N. I had a solution, but I got a TLE. I'm surprised the solution was actually O of R into N or O of R M, as you wrote, but M is bounded by N anyways. I just had a look at this, and this explains. क्या हो गया? एक तो all ignore and there explains why M is not actually bounded by N. This is a part what I was missing. Great, I some words explain this. 4 बार देखा, full ignore XT. क्या 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 मुझे एक मिनट यार, लिख जाओ पहले। एक तो यार ये खत्म करते हैं एंड मतलब like we would actually look onto it some other streams these questions, but yeah, like क्या हो गया भाई यार, मतलब पता नहीं उसमें जब भी कॉल आता है वो पता नहीं क्या ही हो जाता है उसको, जो भी है। let's wrap it up. We'll quickly have a just a quick chat thingy, but yeah, if the folks are still here, we have kind of done 11 hours 30 minutes, not yet completely, 12 hours and stuff, but cool. Thank you so much. Bye bye, let's go. Thank you so much. Happy Diwali chat. Like we'll actually be meeting tomorrow also, that is no worries. Chat Sarji chat जाने दो, अरे भैया chat. हाँ भिष्कश spam भाई, let's make happy end. Bye bye, no goodbye. अरे आर्यन भाई क्या था, भाई कितनी कॉल आएंगी? Cool. Bye, you will miss flight. Bye जाओ यार, otherwise dead XD Warzone. Bye. अरे भैया, अरे कुछ आगे तो बोलो, देखो ना एक बार, देख तो लिया आगे क्या। cool. अरे क्या, why you kept raining sound? I think why you kept raining sound? I think it's kept like it was just for a medium thing, but yeah, it was actually raining in between, and like it felt good, so just have it. Cool. If you have any other questions, just simply write down in the comment of this particular video itself, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Before going, if you are just watching it, or if you have just watched it, if you liked it, if you want something else to happen, just comment down below. And also please, if possible, can you please smash that like baby, just for a sake of love. Cool. Thank you so much for turning in. आपका रिएक्शन चाहिए था, लो भाई मिल गया रिएक्शन. Cool. So that was pretty much it. Thank you so much for watching. But yeah, like before going, if you can please smash that like video, that would be super great. Cool. See you tomorrow in the tomorrow's live stream. Probably like it, I would actually be reaching in the morning around 10 a.m. or something, or 12 a.m. like around that. I'll just be reaching my home, so probably with that we can actually be having by which flight mean name of a flight. It's like the only cheapest flight which I could get is for that there was this new airline na Aris nahi, there was this, I forgot the name. It was the new airlines which is newly opened, orange color का है. I have in my phone, but अभी नहीं दिख रहा मुझे. Air India और SpiceJet, नहीं, there is some different Akasa Air, हाँ Akasa Air. भाई 5 month DSA छूट गई भाई internship के चलते. How to catch up it with, please. See, as you saw that my entire 1.5 months entire thing was just broken down, which means like I like to make videos and stuff, but still I could not make it. So just as to come like have a wrap up kind of, I just have, okay, let's have a big live stream, let's solve more problems and just have some quality questions done. So you can just have a look at the 169 DSA playlist or DSA series, and also just have a more frequency, like just have a bit of just more questions to solve, more rigorous practice and something like that, so that actually I can cover up the previous mistakes which, or maybe the previous things which you have missed. Cool. Cool. That's pretty much it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for turning in. See you guys. Bye bye. Tata. Goodbye. बाय. कैसे करते हैं बंद, it's because of your content. Love you, bro. Bye bye, and I hope that I can just end the stream right here, right?
Yep. And stream, your stream will stop availability and you will no longer be live. End.